I'll just tell them if they were to donate it, come to your channel to do it, or however, or
Yeah,
if
the
they
way
give it to
you
me, I
set
can
it
send
up.
it.
Yeah. However, yeah, because I think basically I set it up with no end date, and then once you end it, they send it to the foundation. So, um, if you have any questions about anything on that, setting it up or anything, but
Oh,
let's
no idea.
see.
Would it be like a GoFundMe thing? I can send them to
No,
your
no.
link.
So basically, YouTube, it's through YouTube. So, like,
Mhm.
it goes right to YouTube, and then YouTube takes their cut, and then they send the rest to the foundation. So nobody sees the money except for YouTube. So it's
That's
not
good.
like they
Yeah.
send it to me and then I gotta do something. Um, so it's all secure essentially. You know what I mean?
No, that's good. So then you won't have to prove to anybody in the future who's people are always questioning other people like, what happened to this? What happened to that? Show us an accounting. So if it goes straight to them, that's great.
Exactly. No, this is going straight to the YouTube. And so there's lots of foundations. So like say there's like a something in Canada that you just love, right? Like, save the ferns or something. I don't know, whatever,
Mhm,
something.
mhm.
And then you can actually do your own fundraiser and you can search different foundations. So there wasn't any for like seniors, so I just figured this would be a good one. I
The
I
next
don't
best
know.
thing, yeah.
Yeah. So it's yeah, so it's not connected to like the super chats or anything
Right,
like
right.
that. So
That's
we
really neat. That's
did
really
you
nice.
see Alex interaction
Yes,
with the police and
yes, I was watching it. Yes.
yeah, and the rocks in the street. So what do you think first with the rocks? What do you think about the rocks and the
Well,
cactus?
it's ridiculous because that's an easement. Like, I watch all those First Amendment videos all the time, and that's an easement. 15 feet from the middle of the road, or even at least 5 or 6 feet off that. There's an easement for people, right, to
Yeah,
walk and to park, and if a
right.
car comes and if you get a flat tire, everything. So whoever put that stuff there is going to make that county extremely liable. And if somebody were to twist an ankle, or a car were to go over that and somebody would get hurt, if two cars are passing each other and a person has to try to get off the road at that point and gets injured, they will be so liable. It's not even like, I can't believe it. I can't see it staying there very long. But that stuff.
I mean, right now I'm seriously surprised it's still there.
Yeah, I
Like
could
to
see them just.
me, that's vandalism. And
Oh,
and no and it's being completely ignored and they're gonna talk to Alex because they said he threw a cactus. Like,
yeah,
give me
that
a
was.
break.
Yeah,
Did
that's
you
ridiculous. Alex has
Yeah,
been
go ahead.
live this whole time. Alex has been live this whole time, as if he would film himself breaking the law like that. And they can just look back at his live stream to see that they're lying. And I don't think they want to investigate these people for false reporting. I think they love it so they can kind of come out and poke around. They love it.
I mean, I don't know if they love it just
Well,
because they don't really patrol this area. Like Nancy Guthrie's neighborhood has never been like an area where they're actually like patrolling because it's never been an issue, right? So
right.
now they like because I don't know if you know how big Pima County is. You probably know now because you've been following the case. It's 9,000 square miles.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty big.
So I mean, it's bigger than a lot of like states, in our. So essentially, there's so much coverage of area that the Pima County sheriffs have to cover that Nancy Guthrie. I mean, people said they never saw the sheriffs before Nancy. I talked to a lot of neighbors, and they would be like, "No, we never. They were never needed here." And so for them to have to waste time, um, I mean, they've been out
Right.
there like 10, 15 times just in the last month.
Right. Do you remember the other night when they all 6 or 7 of them came out for Juanita parking there? Imagine at that time they were taken away from an area where a kid was being abducted, and it took them an extra 5 minutes to get to the scene. They're wasting such resources by doing that. they're putting people at danger by wasting the resources too. So
Oh yeah, exactly. And that's where we're at is they've already spent, I don't know if you know this, $1 million
wow.
like in that first month, the first couple weeks and month of the Nancy Guthrie case. That's how much they spent. And so now it's basically down to just the task force, right? There's nobody searching. It's not like they have a weekend search party and um and so now this, even sending them over, like you said, I could take you, if you ever come to Arizona, to 20 places within 5 miles, 10 miles of Nancy's that are like encampments. You know what I mean?
Oh
Um,
right, yeah.
Now here's a little bit of fact is Pima County is not that bad compared to the city of Tucson. So generally it's like county roads, like right, it's rural areas, right? So there's not a lot of crime. Like the homicides in Pima County, like the county part, are not that much. But in the city, 2 miles, 3 miles down the road, I think we had last year like almost 60 homicides in the city.
Wow.
Um, so the Pima County Sheriff, they kind of just drive around and patrol because it's such a big area. And in some areas, because it's so spread out, it takes 15, 20 minutes, sometimes 30 minutes for a deputy to arrive. That, because
Yeah.
it's so wide open.
Actually, you know what? It's ironic you bring this up because I might have said this to you before on one of the phone calls, but my first experience listening to your channel was I was listening to your scanner, and within the first 5 minutes, I heard some of the most amazing stuff. Like, not, I don't want to glorify it, but when I was listening, there was like this fireman comes on and he's like breathing in his apparatus, saying he's under the roof, and then
Oh,
a woman shoots a dog bites a woman and she shoots it and the dog runs away, and then a Honda cuts off a truck and the guy shoots the guy and they got a dead body on the scene and they're chasing the truck all within 5 minutes, and I was like, oh my god, it's a busy place.
yeah. And that's exactly why I started the channel like, 2.5 years ago, because
Yeah.
the local media, I mean, they just, I'm going to just say they suck. They're
Right.
good at writing a story, right? But they suck at covering actual news that's going on. And they'll do their drive-by media. And so do you guys have the same kind of news, which I
Yeah,
kind of assume,
same
like
thing
in
up here.
Ontario you have your 3 or 4 local big news channels, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and they're kind of bought and paid for. They'll read the narrative. They won't say anything if it's the person. Like, we have like our AT&T and Verizon is called Bell and Rogers. So if
Oh wow.
Rogers owns half of the stations and Bell owns the other half, so if there's something bad happens with their cell phones, like there's an outage, one station won't report the truth and one will, gladly report it because it's against their, it's definitely, it's the same thing up here. It's the exact same thing. They're bought and paid for, and they'll read anything like it's a cameo. When you pay people on Cameo to say whatever you want.
Well, and it does remind me, because it just reminded me, I was like, what? Like, I'm trying to think of big stories that happened in Canada. And
Mhm.
the trucker thing, and I'm not getting
Oh
political.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
want to get
No, yeah.
political, but I was
Mhm.
watching this big trucker thing and they were shutting down the cities. And so did you cover the trucker
No,
and tell
no.
us, because I'm trying to remember, what was that about?
Mm. Like COVID restrictions and masks and the shots, the COVID injections, and just freedom. I don't even remember. It was wild. It was wild. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did any kind of movement come out of there? Because it seems like it's a little more tighter
Oh,
with, like you were saying, the media, how they report stuff. You can't get in for, freedom of information is maybe restricted a little bit
oh,
compared to
yeah.
us.
We had like our prime minister, which is basically our president, and our premiers, which are like our state senators, because a premier, our provinces are like your states. So we have premiers instead of like senators, right? And we have our prime minister is like your president. And there was an inquiry set. So like the top brass of like RCMP is like federal level, almost like not FBI, but our federal level police. They had the top brass and our prime minister. They all questioned him. There was a whole thing about this trucker convoy and the freezing of assets. And oh my gosh, it was a lot. Wasn't even
And
thinking about that.
And so, I'll be off politics, but so you got a new prime minister. I remember because the
Mhm.
old one left to go date Katy Perry, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken.
Yes.
So
He got divorced, and reliving his teenage years. I think he's always been
what's
a bit
his
of a
name again? Justin Trudeau.
Justin. Yeah,
Okay.
Justin Trudeau. He was one of those wild child kids, anyways. So, yeah.
Yeah, he. It was interesting because he didn't look like the typical you know
No.
prime minister. But so, do you like the guy now? Are you stuck?
Mm-mm.
Like, how long is he in there?
I mean,
Is
I don't know.
how's Canada doing?
It's tough because we weren't expecting this whole feud with the U.S., right?
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's tough to say because it hurts to think that you're better. When you're better off together. Like imagine you and I. If I was selling your T-shirts and you were selling my hats, and we both benefited greatly. And you had stuff I wanted, and I had stuff you. And then all of a sudden, like imagine you and I had the best stores in the whole wide world, and then we started messing with that. And I don't know. It is weird.
So yeah, and as far as have you been to America before, or have you ever
Oh
been?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we
What's your
come for hockey
favorite?
tournaments all the time. We'd always go to New York area for like the hockey tournaments and Lake Placid areas and the more
Okay.
northern borders. I've been down to Georgia too,
Okay. Nice. Nice.
but never out on the West Coast.
Well, what questions do you have about anything? YouTube, Nancy Guthrie. We got people in the chat. A lot of people
Hmm,
said they're over there following you already, and maybe a
awesome.
couple new people
Wow.
jumped on board.
Well, what I'm doing is especially with Ted when he's going out there for this trip. Um, when it's hard, it's hard for you to stream and kind of talk on the phone and use your GPS all at the same time. So what I've been doing for Ted is I make a live stream and I go live, and then Ted sets it up to dual stream it from me, and I control everything. I control the screen. I'm basically running it for Ted when he can't do it himself.
Okay.
So it's been working
Yeah.
out great for me because when he goes on JLR, the more he grows, I'm catching shrapnel. I'm not doing it for that reason but just Ted and I really got along, and he's the workhorse. He's out there, but whenever he can't do it, I do it, and then he just I benefit greatly from helping him for sure.
Well, the main thing is I think it's open community, and anybody, I always tell people, share your YouTube. Let's get everybody's YouTubes
Mhm.
going. Um, and then that's where, you've been doing true crime, and there's going to be other cases in the future that, might happen in Ontario. And now, Shib is on the ground, or, some other area that you're covering, that you want to bring awareness. So, um,
Well,
yeah,
Ted
I
and I,
mean,
did you see he did some storm chasing too with JLR? And that was, if it's going to happen, right? Like you don't want to sensationalize, tornadoes and that, but they're going to happen. We might as well, if we're going to inform people and kind of be entertained. It's exciting, and we can maybe help people. It was amazing.
well, and that's what it's about. Is it's kind of like the pioneers of the internet of YouTube, right? This is the begin. In 100 years, there's going to be, probably the big media taking over this space, and we're kind of building the
Oh yeah,
community.
visible.
Oh,
Oh,
sorry,
do
I
I
had
have
Yeah.
some,
the volume
do I
on
have
there.
something on, or is you? Was that you?
No,
Or
that
just
was Alex's. We're watching
okay?
Alex's live feed
Yeah,
while we're chatting here. So let's
yeah.
see if does anyone have any questions for Shibby? Shibby, what else you want to talk about? Anything
Uh,
on your
well,
mind?
you kind of talked it there about the media. Like I trust you guys, and I just kind of met you. I trust you, JLR, eight by sorry, Jim, Alex, and all you guys, Ted, and the rest of them I can't remember now, but there's 4 or 5 other guys, and I trust you guys more than I do like the mainstream media because you're not bought and paid for. You're not beholden. You don't have to read a narrative. You're not afraid to say what's happening. So it is the future.
Well, and that's kind of where, with my channel is I was covering, all kinds of, like, on my Facebook, it's a different kind of focus. Obviously, it's more about like stuff going on in the city, these kinds of things. And then YouTube is obviously a little more, um kind of international, let's say, because obviously I'm sure people are tuning in from all over the world.
Yeah.
Um Now, as far as your channel, is there any other cases that you're covering, or has it been kind of
Well, I got
Nancy
behind.
Guthrie?
I was watching the Corey Richards trial, but it ended before I could finish. So I kind of have been trying to finish it to get it on a playlist on my channel. Like what I've been doing is, like with the Megan Sundwall, the insulin murder mysteries trial in Utah, the Dale Warner trial in Michigan, where the wife was cut and welded into a tank. Did you hear about that one?
What state was that?
In Michigan.
No.
There's a farmer. You know how they have those big, it's like an air tank, a metal air tank, but it's full of liquid, and they drag it behind the tractors to spray the fields. And it's got to be like 20 feet long and 5 feet high, a big round metal tank. It's like a submarine. And basically the end of it was cut off with a angle grinder. The body was put inside, and it was welded back all the way around on the seam. And then they painted it, put the decals up, and put it in with 30 other tanks. And her body was in there for like 3 or 4 years. So
Yeah, the one case that I'm trying to bring awareness, and I've done a couple videos, the Holly Dasso case, and
right.
obviously that one has a lot of similarities to Nancy Guthrie. So I think people could really, they can jump in and get the players really quickly, right? Like, and they've obviously seen the terrain. They can kind of get a big, so I'm hoping, if you want to, I have a video that I did on it, and maybe you can do, help me cover that, just get that,
Oh yeah.
because she was kidnapped in city of Tucson,
Hmm.
and then her body was found in Pima County. So
Wow.
it's under Sheriff Nanos's district.
It does feel good being able to try and maybe solve something or get someone some justice or get some parents some closure. It does feel good. No, I mean,
Yeah.
not feel good. Like it makes it easier to get through these tough times. Like trying to help someone get justice, and more people get interested, and it's kind of entertainment too. But for the most part, you really want to help solve these things, and that's great.
Well, and the thing about it is, a lot of people, like, especially in my town, nobody's covering anything really. I mean, as far as any other case besides Nancy, there's so many unsolved homicides, and you should see the emails I get. I mean, weekly for the last couple years now. You know,
Hmm.
people, family member, my son was killed, this kind of thing. And so, yeah, I mean, I think the power of these platforms can really help the families feel like that people actually care when months go by where they don't hear anything. I mean, Holly Dasso's going on 3 years in September.
Oh my
So,
God, that's horrible. That'd be
you
horrible as a
know,
parent.
yeah. So that's where we're at. Now I do have this video. I don't know if you saw this, but
No.
this is from this morning, and it's pretty interesting because we were talking about the rocks. We're changing subjects now, back to the rocks.
Yep. No.
We're having the
I love the variety. Keeps everyone interested for sure. I love this type
Yep.
of talk.
So the rocks is basically in the city of Tucson about like a year or 2 years ago. The homeless used to sleep underneath these overpasses, right? And the city went and put these big boulders, these big rocks, so they
Oh man.
couldn't lay there anymore. So this video kind of documents that. This morning, Righteous Monkey, do you follow him?
Oh yeah. He calls me Shibinator. Yeah, he
Nice.
knows me well. He got Ted met him, and then I called in a few times, and we have talked to him a few times. He comes to my chat often, and yeah, he's a
Yeah.
great dude. I just forgot to mention him.
Yeah, no, Shibby, or Righteous Monkey, I've known him before the Nancy Guthrie. Well, we met after, but we've known each other's channels and stuff. I would go and comment. I watch all his videos because, we definitely, we care about, helping people, and also Tucson. So shout out to Righteous Monkey. This is from, I think, this morning. And right at the start of the video, he shows the rocks that the city of Tucson did. So let's watch this together for a minute.
All right, I'd love to. Yeah.
All right, so kind of similar to what they did under the freeway to prevent
There it is.
from hanging out there, the rocks and all that. You'll see
Oh
something
my God,
real similar right now. All right, guys.
that was a
welcome
lot
back.
of rocks.
So it is 6:45 Tuesday. Hope you guys are doing good. Hope you had a good Memorial Day. I was going to do a search this morning, but I saw something kind of breaking. A Catalina Foothills crackdown. The neighbors versus the streamers. I never really liked the vibe up there, as you guys know. I never really liked the vibe. But they're cracking down. They're doing anything in their power to crack down on the YouTubers, to keep them out of their neighborhood. It seems like they want everything back to normal. It seems like law enforcement just wants to sweep this case under the rug because there's nothing breaking, no developing, right? Nothing developing, dude. I saw a little, like a 5-minute live stream from The Juice. Shout out to Juice, first of all. Apparently, him and a bunch of streamers were at the sheriff's department doing a stream, right? I don't know how late it went. I was asleep. I guess when Juice got back, he noticed, or somebody reached out to him, said that the neighbors put some rocks and cactuses on the easement there so they can't sit down. I'm taking you up.
Who do you think did that? I'll let you guys think about. I mean, obviously it's the neighbors, but I mean,
You
are
know
they
what's
going to
weird?
investigate?
That guy in the white Tesla pulled up today and undid the chains while Alex was getting yelled at by the sheriffs.
Yeah.
And he was Alex had his camera pointed at him, and he pointed at Alex a few times. And then when he came back, he was ignoring Alex and all that. And you never know. It's weird that he's showing up again on the same day that has happened. I'm not saying it's him or related, but who knows?
Well, there's a couple grumpy people in the neighborhood. I think that guy's like hired help, and he's just, but to me, because I've cut cactus before, right? Like, I mean, you can cut cactus. I mean, you don't cut down saguaro cactus because that's against the law. But those aloe vera cactuses, agave they call them, or those big long ones that you're seeing. They're kind of like real long. So to me, someone just went, piled up their truck, and had a whole bunch of cactus that they cut and just stop for, I mean, because it'd probably take them 5 minutes to unload it all. But there is a guy that used to stop and talk with me in JLR every day. And he did not like us, but he was cordial. But he kind of had this I don't even remember his name. I'm gonna have to ask JLR.
I do remember this guy, and he would talk to you, but then he would also make it clear that he didn't like what was happening. Yeah, I remember this.
Yeah. And we always made sure we were going to pick up the trash and all this other stuff. And
yes, he was always picking up the trash. Yes.
JLR just mentioned his name yesterday, but I think, to me, that seems like something he would do. And I'm not trying to blame him because I have no proof, but he seemed like that guy because he would drive. That was like his thing. He would make sure he would drive every day. And then he would tell us that he comes back at night and he cleans up trash after us. And even though we picked up all the trash, but that guy would be my first person. If I was the sheriff, I would be going over and just say, "Hey, do you know anything about the rocks?" And just see what he says.
With it being so, is that Sue Ellen's property right behind where Alex sits?
Yeah.
So I mean, I wouldn't put it past her getting someone to do this. I'm not saying it's her, but I mean, she kind of thinks that she has the right to come over and talk to Alex and yell at him on private property. You know, it's one thing to come and talk to him, but to kind of expect that you can control the public street there is a little what's that called when they're entitled?
Yeah, that is definitely. I mean, I talked to Sue Ellen a couple times. I pretty much tried to steer clear from her after I saw
Mhm.
how I mean, because here's how it all started. I'm gonna. It sounds like the Philly, South Philly.
No, take us
Um,
back to the beginning, young man.
we got it. We got breaking news though. We're up to
Good.
$130 that we have
Excellent.
raised. Holy
Excellent.
smokes! Thank you, everybody. That is going to help missing children, and in the honor of Nancy Guthrie and all the streamers. So what were we talking about? So I just saw that night that lit me up, changed my
We were talking about the stuff that was dumped by the maybe Sue Ellen or something like that.
oh,
Or
Sue Ellen. So I met Sue Ellen. Um, the first time I met her, she came walking out of her house, and this was probably like day 3 or 4 of Nancy Mithson. So I mean, there was just media everywhere. Fox was there with like their drones, where they had like a whole drone landing pad. I mean, it was like this whole thing. And one of the media shows up and decides to go right in the middle of Sue Ellen's yard, and not to just walk like, hey, she saw someone. They literally set their whole generator up. They had a tent and chairs and the whole 9 yards. And this was literally in the middle of her yard. And she came out, and she wasn't mad, but she was like, I want those moved. And I walked with her, and she walked all around trying to, because we couldn't find whose stuff it was. So that was kind of the the first thing I saw her get upset about. And I kind of learned about her history, right? I think she was involved in the government, some sort of
I
very,
don't know.
very well accomplished. Let's put it that way. She's a smart lady.
So she has connections.
Connections could be it, but from what I understand, she's not like a native to Tucsonan. I could be wrong. The whole point is she's a very strong-minded woman, from what as far as just, I think I mean, because I talked to her son one time, and he just, so it seems like that's where it started, and now it's almost like a war with her. It seems like, so you could be right that she was the one who put the clippings down.
Or had someone do it. But my first time I saw her was when I was watching Alex, and she came up and talked to him and started saying that you could be the rapist, you could be the next murderer, you could be
Ooh,
this. Did you ever see that?
I
And I was,
remember hearing her say that, or yeah.
yeah, it was kind of like it made me feel like, because I've known Alex for so long, and if I thought if she walked back to her home late at night and got attacked by a pack of coyotes, and Alex heard her screaming, he would be running up there, grabbing every coyote by the tail and throwing them 20 feet away, picking her up, helping her, calling 911, and giving her aid, even after she said that to him. So that's just what I think of her and Alex. She's got them all wrong.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think the whole thing, I mean, we'll get into the parking in a minute, but I think it's a violation, even because they're not allowed to change the rules because they're getting pressure from an HOA, right?
Right.
Or the laws. Just because the HOA doesn't want people, they can't bow down to that. If it was unsafe, then they would have done what they did, and they put the barriers up. I don't know if you were watching that one
Oh
day.
yeah.
So they put those up for one day. That was the solution that they proposed to the HOA. And then the HOA didn't like that. And so they now the government bowed down and broke. I mean, my opinion, it's breaking our First Amendment right. They had a solution, and then they changed it. and now it's in violation. And I mean, I wish I could talk to a First Amendment lawyer, and I'm not trying to be a pain in their butt.
No.
Like, it's literally just common sense that if they didn't have this, we wouldn't make it a big deal.
Right. They're making it worse by fighting it so hard, because people like Alex and all you guys, you need to know your rights before you can assert your rights. And I think this whole parking thing is they were trying to trick them and bluff them from day one. I think parking is allowed in that area. I think they're trying to bluff them.
And that's why we need a lawyer, because I mean, I could
Right.
say that. And so hopefully, one will see this video, and then I'll get an email, and we'll get them to take the case, because
like Alex was saying, you can't just start putting up little pizza board signs and this and that. If you go out on my street, even up here, anywhere in the world, there's a parking sign. It'll be like white with a big P and a line through it, and there will be actual CR bylaw number, a literal law number underneath it.
There.
Yep. So here's the video where he goes on.
State. We're gonna.
He shows more of like the rocks.
Together. I haven't been up there. Last time I was up there was when I interviewed Juice. Maybe, I don't know, a couple weeks ago.
Try to fast forward it a little bit.
I'm on First Ave right now, headed north, headed to the foothills.
Yeah, I've never seen any of this before.
So this is kind of how it looks underneath all our bridges in Tucson, because we had so many homeless sleeping there. So they went and put these big ass boulder looking things.
Wow. I didn't know it was this bad, because I heard him talking about this, but I didn't know it was this much.
Yeah. And it's all over. And I mean, it worked. So the people don't hang out there, but they just go, right down the street. It's not like they went in. It doesn't help anything.
And put them all under the freeway. And so you can't lay down there. You can't sit down, right? I mean, I'm sure
And the thing about, in my opinion, they don't want to help our homeless, right? They just let them out there to die, essentially. And so these rocks, as much as we don't want them, they need to put somewhere that these people can be in the shade, right near here. Because if this is where they're going to, be, they're going to go next door right to this area. And some of these areas, there's just no shade.
If you put a mattress on top of the rocks, you'll be fine, right? But I'm sure that they would get like some sort of citation, or, law enforcement would find a way to crack down on that situation.
All right, this is him driving in to Nancy's. He's going the backside. This is the backside. More walkers. There's lots of walkers out there.
If that easement was not there and another car was coming, or a large vehicle was there, they wouldn't be able to step off to the side.
So
yeah, look at all this. So this is the difference, is these are a little bit smaller rocks. So we need to find out whose rocks those are.
Yeah, that you can't have it that close to the road. It's got to be at least 5, you can see it back there where the real line starts, like 10 feet back.
I could see somebody doing the rocks to send a message, but the cactus seems just so tacky.
And it looks like dirt too. It looks like a truck came and dumped dirt. Like, look at it. It's dirt too. Like gravel.
I mean, that's a lot of rocks though. I mean, so basically that seems like somebody, you could tell they probably had a truck. So I'm kind of already thinking who the suspect is. Because not a lot of people have trucks out there. They have those SUVs, or they have there was one guy, he had a truck. Every day he'd come by, and he seemed like a guy who would do this. Because, yeah, it does look like crap. It's not like it's, it's literally like someone just threw it there.
The county will be so liable for that. If somebody gets hurt or a car gets damaged, they're going to be so liable. It's not even, I can't see them leaving it there for sure.
Well, they don't seem to be bothered. I mean, it's just like, I don't know if it's because nobody called in. Like, who would you call to report that?
But don't they have cameras watching? Don't they have a camera out there watching? They know about it. They must know about it, right?
Well, nobody's reported it. Like the streamers, what are we supposed to do? I guess we could call and say, "Hey, someone put
I,
rocks here." I
yeah,
mean,
no,
somebody with the authority needs to call and
right,
report
no,
what.
but not the sheriffs. This is like a bylaw. Like I don't know, we have a city, like you have a county, like workers that the maintenance, the road workers. This isn't
Illegal
a sheriff
dumping.
thing. Yeah, this is
Illegal.
for like your ministry, your transportation crews and all that, your road crews and your
Yep.
your those workers. This is like a county. You need to go to the town hall and do this through like the mayor, not through the sheriff. I think.
Well, you just gave me, and I think somebody needs to call the illegal dumping. There's
Mhm.
like because it's an epidemic here in Tucson.
Oh
This
my god.
illegal dumping,
Yeah.
and so
I watch Righteous Monkey. I watch Righteous Monkey. Every time he goes out, he sees 5 or 10 areas that are ruined by tires and just contractors backing up and dumping garbage everywhere. It is an epidemic.
yeah. So there's a number that Pima County distributes. Um, that's what I'm gonna look up real quick.
Yeah. That's the story within the story. Like these dumping, like when things if this case becomes solved and you guys need to move on to something, or when you're out there, if you see trucks out there dumping, you get their plate and maybe call it in. Like I mean, it's horrible. There's some beautiful, pristine wilderness, and there's just trucks. You can just tell they're dumping mattresses and car parts and construction. Like it's like contractors dumping all their garbage from a truck from their day's work. So,
Yeah, I'm just looking because there's an online reporting thing here. You can actually report it online,
yeah.
so
And
somebody
to
can go
catch people
on.
doing it in the act, I mean, I think it would be pretty. If you were just out there, you must see these. They must be pulling trucks in there and just like dump trucks. Like the bed is probably coming up and dumping stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like if you look at the how far it is, it's like probably like 15 yards of somebody dumping stuff.
Well, this
Um,
this stuff here, somebody's dumped it and also that like organized it. Like they dumped maybe some dirt, then they probably did the rocks and put all the rocks down, and then they probably somebody didn't just dump this. This is like they organized it. They probably spent a half an hour fixing it all up too.
well, to me, why would you just throw the cactus clippings there? I mean, like you literally chop off a cactus and then you throw the clippings there. I mean, I could see the rocks, but what are the clippings? Like the clippings, those are for the trash.
Right. But they have spines. They have the little spikes in them, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they're not really like some cactus have like you don't even want to get near them because they have like a million little tiny cactus spines. Those
Right.
big long ones, they only have like they're not that dangerous. You know what I mean? Like you can touch them and not not get poked.
Now, what about
But
those those pack rats we see in all the time? Do they get attracted to them, or do they eat them, or
yeah, the javelinas do eat cactus, but it's not like that you could just plan on all that cactus disappearing because of javelina. I mean, they might take a bite of a couple and then walk away. But
maybe they just did it to inconvenience? Because if Alex had to clean that up, it would be a lot of work for him to be able to sit there again.
yeah, well, like you said, they have cameras, so they know
Oh yeah.
because that's a lot of rocks. Like if you had to move that load of rocks, say from your bed, from your truck bed,
Mhm. Yeah.
you got to put them in your truck bed. So that's got to be some time. I mean, that's a lot of energy somebody put out just to literally not do anything. I mean, all you have to do is move the rock and you can sit there.
Yeah. No. If Alex had like a shovel, or even like a snow shovel, you could just kind of push that stuff off. He can bulldozer it himself, Alex, and just push it back.
Yeah, you just move the couple rocks and you have a squat. I mean, it's really doing a disservice for, like you said, the neighborhood, the the dangers factor because the reason that that gravel is there is because when people go off the road, they hit that gravel, it slows them down. If you hit a rock, who knows what's going to happen? I mean, it could bust a tire and then you turn and flip and hit a tree. And it's,
Yeah.
and to me, they just went the whole day and nobody even blinked to go think about, hey, so I guess we're going to have to report that tomorrow. I'm going to put the link in the chat for people to see where to report it, because I don't see exactly where to report it.
Yeah, because all it has to do is take a perfect bad timing. Like imagine a car's passing while somebody's walking and a guy's like riding his bike, and they kind of all, and somebody gets kind of pushed off to the side there. If an old grandma twists her ankle there because she didn't see them or had to step off out of the way, they're so liable. They're going to be in a lot of trouble if someone gets hurt because of that.
Yep.
The count.
And we got someone in the panel, Mystic. Welcome in, Mystic.
Hi, Shibby. Hi, Damien.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Yay.
I'm sitting here the way I am. I actually wouldn't even complain about the rocks.
Mhm.
I would probably decorate them, put little yellow flowers between them. I am a smartass, I guess, and that's what I would do. Kind of put the chairs like between the rocks and make them pretty.
Yeah,
And
build a little statue.
yeah, you could do all kinds of things, and boy, if that didn't make their blood boil, I don't know what would.
It would piss them off.
Well, you know what?
Yeah, well,
As much as I think I love that idea. It's cute and it's, like I said, it seems harmless, right? But what would happen is they would probably come out and charge us with vandalism. That's
yeah, for
how
fans,
crazy we would be the ones in trouble.
Yeah.
right?
And
Especially if it was Sue Ellen that brought all those rocks out there with a little wheelbarrow or something, she would be extremely upset that it backfired on her.
now somebody who holy moly, we're having a fundraiser tonight.
Excellent.
And so we are up to $150 now. Holy smokes.
That's great.
Nice.
That is great news.
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time I said, let me give it a shot, because obviously, if we can, this case could be going on 10 years, 20. I mean, we could be never find out. I mean, obviously we wish, hey, this breaks, this week, but, the way that they've been so dang silent, and the way that that suspect was dressed, he was dressed for nobody to see him. And if they don't have anything, they don't have anything. They can't just create something that, right? So to me, I mean, I mean, just like I didn't follow the Sebastian Rogers, but he hasn't been found, right?
No.
So if we can, if Nancy's name's going to be out there forever, and we can raise money for her, let's do it. And so this is the first, so it's going well. I'm actually, I thought, hey, if I can raise 25, I'll be happy. So thank you, everybody.
Right.
That's
That's awesome. But also for the kids though, I mean, they have a future. Not that Nancy doesn't matter. She's old, but she was at the end of her life. And to have this happen at this time of her life is horrible. How much she's
Yeah.
done to help her community, to help this world. She's probably things we don't even know about, how much she's made this world a better place. And then I look at my mom, she's almost that age. And I think, oh my God, she's so fragile and so sweet. It really hurts thinking of her.
Well, and that's what I remember when I was growing up. My grandma, she lived in a very similar house as Nancy's, same kind of neighborhood in Tucson, right? I mean, very similar, right? And she got robbed. This was in the 80s, and they literally broke into her house. She lived on a very similar street. All the houses are spread out. And then right after that, they installed, the alarm system. They had these window shades that were like you couldn't put a bat through them, every window. And so to me, all these issues in they should have made this place gated community. They should be, I mean, I'm not saying they still can't. They should be working on making, because it's not going to stop. If Nancy's not found, people are going to come to Tucson and they're going to go, hey, I want to drive by Nancy Guthrie's house, right?
Mhm.
Because it's just, they want it. They've been hearing about it. They want to. A lot of people don't realize, you know, how big it is or how small it is in their mind, and then they get in front of the house and they can kind of get a better sense, right? So they need to get used to people coming to Nancy Guthrie's house, and the only way I think they could stop it is if they did make it a gated community. What do you
But they
guys think?
can't though. They tried to do that and
I
they
have a
can't.
question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question because I'm in Florida, and I mean I'm not going to say all the crimes are solved here because we have a lot of cold cases here and everything. But I'm curious, like with the crimes that happen there, are they all swept under the rug? Especially like with the missing, just like, oh, we didn't find them in the first 24 or 48, and so they just go quiet on it. Or, and this
So
is big because it's, Nancy Guthrie, the daughter of Savannah Guthrie.
yeah, so I'll put it in perspective. Every case, right when it first happens, for those first 7 days, is treated like it's intense, right? Now, for instance, if you go to my page, I followed a missing person. She's still missing. Her name was Patricia Wu. Now, what they think happened to her is she went missing from her house here in Tucson. Her husband saw her at morning when he left for work. And then they found her car on Mount Lemon. If you guys remember, you've been
Yep.
following the stream. We went to Mount Lemon. There's a first stop, Windy Point. They found her car at Windy Point. Now, somebody saw her up there right as the sun was going down. They didn't see her. They saw somebody that could have been her, right? They didn't know, but they said it fits, right? Patricia Wu, it's spelled WOO. So what happened is the people who saw her said she was having like a meltdown, like a mental health meltdown.
Mhm.
And then she walked away into the forest, and like they waited till it went dark, but she never came back. And then the next day, they saw the news, missing woman, and they called police and they said, hey, I saw her up there. Now with that case, they looked in the mountains for 6 days. And I mean, it was legit. I mean, it was our search and rescue team. I was up there for 3 weeks. I was up there the first week, and then I went up there 3 different times. So they put in effort if it's like a missing person that walks away, right? We have specialized teams. We're the best in the United States in that, finding people. But this is not that. And so that's where we don't have a lot of kidnappings, right? And the person who was on this case, it was his first homicide case. Did you guys know that?
Wow. No, I haven't heard
I
anything
heard
about this
that.
story. I haven't.
I heard it. I thought it was a rumor.
So a lot of people said, well, how, everything got messed up in the first you know 12 hours is because they kind of treat all of these elderly cases as somebody walks away, because the kidnapping thing is so wide, it's just, who does that, right? So
Right.
to me, their mind frame of, she walked away could have jeopardized a lot of things. But they do have experience in finding people that go missing, like, in the desert. Now, Patricia Wu was never found, and she's still up there. And yeah, at the 7-day point, they stopped. So that was your question. They stopped looking for her because they don't have the money anymore. Like, they only have a certain amount of money to allocate, and it's about 6 days worth of searching.
It would have been nice if that couple called the night before, because I think if you're near like that Golden Gate Bridge, or that, you can kind of sense when people are wanting to, like, having an episode and they're contemplating maybe harming themselves. Like I've seen those Golden Gate Bridge videos, or just
Oh yeah.
where
Okay.
the people are kind of pacing back and forth on the Golden Gate Bridge, and they kind of try to jump off and stuff like that. And so maybe if you see a younger female sitting like in one of those parks late at night and walking into a dark forest by herself, that's kind of a sign to me. I would have called.
Well,
I think.
and that's what's kind of interesting is basically so she was Chinese, right? Not that that matters, but she was a Chinese exchange student, so she was not an actual U.S. citizen
Mm.
either, and she was really smart. We're talking, and she was in AI, right? So she was like, she just graduated with her master's degree in AI, like not AI, but whatever that is, that's very very high stuff, right? So it's really odd that someone that accomplished, they just graduated. So there is some mystery to it, right? But
Yeah.
if you guys want to research that case, it's Patricia Wu, and it's spelled WOO.
Yeah, I'll look it up for sure. I wrote it down.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of, after all the research I did, um, the weird thing about what happened is they found her car on Mount Lemon,
Mhm.
and they essentially they released the car the next day.
Wow.
So the husband actually drove the damn car home from the mountain, or the family.
Wow.
Yeah. And
Patricia.
so when you're saying, do they handle all these cases like this? It's kind of Sheriff Nanos's personality to kind of just be, we're doing so much, and then drop the ball 19 different ways. But he's got such a like the way he talks, that people just believe him for whatever reason here in Tucson, because they don't really care.
So
They're-
that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, like why the community wants the YouTubers gone and wants it. It's like they want it to go away. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Are they used to it being a certain way? Are they used to things happening and then going away in a week or two, and they're getting a little tired of it?
yes,
They just want this to go away too, like it always does, or something.
Or the
You know?
next
exact. You
the next big distraction to come on up.
you nailed it. You completely nailed it. We that's the whole reason why I started my channel 2.5 years, is because we literally have a crime crisis going on here, where there's so many crimes going on. I mean, I'm going to take you to the page real quick.
Yeah,
So it
check it
sounds
Um,
out.
like you guys are making them look really, really bad, and they don't like
yeah,
it.
They're not
exactly.
used.
And there is politics involved, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
And
of
I'm
course.
not going to go political, but there is
No, no, no.
politics. And so here's the 88 crime site. Everybody can go look at this. And when you go to the open cases, and the amount of cases that are and let's just go to the actual homicides.
If I could just say one thing is they're used to the mainstream media not holding them to account, because if they did, they wouldn't get those precious interviews and all that access to nanos. So they got to kind of play the game, whereas the YouTubers know you're not going to get that, so you can push them and tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Like that
Right.
woman
Oh,
wouldn't have got that interview with nanos if she was actually pressing him on hard questions and stuff.
you nailed it. Well, here it's a very closed good old boys network with the media, and how they cover cases, right? They're all connected to the big political parties, a lot of the media stations. And it's changing a little bit because it's so bad that they can't just deny it anymore. I don't know why it's not letting me put up the homicides, but so these are all the cases. This guy right here, they've been looking for him. I mean, people are but there's a way to go to just to the homicides some way, but it's not letting me. Um I mean, there is just pages and pages. This is the Holly Dasso case,
Yeah,
15,000.
that's
But yeah, I don't know why it's not just bringing just the homicides. Usually,
You know, another
Roger,
thing I was
yeah.
thinking is a lot of the angst in this community now, and the Nancy Guthrie on the YouTube is, I think there's many of these trolls are being sent and paid by these major corporations and like these media corporations, because JLR and yourself and Alex are stealing their viewers by telling the truth and being dependable, and they're not liking it. Maybe they might be trying to cause someone sowing chaos to kind of
Yeah,
hurt this
yeah. I mean,
community. Feels like.
they definitely have. You know, they're trying to transition into, you know, what YouTubers are taking away from them, but um you might be right. There I think there are some people in the media that, you know, either they work with people that do stuff like that, or, you know, I know there's one guy here locally, he actually used to work for a big media outlet, and now I thought I read something like he filed a case against a YouTuber here in Tucson. But the whole point I'm trying to make is we have a crisis going on, and I know there's lots of theories out there about what happened, but there's lots of these organized criminals that are operating here, and to me, that photo looks just like a young thug, right? That they basically are doing like a home invasion targeted. Now, why wouldn't they tell us, hey, nothing was stolen? Is because they don't want to alarm these neighbors that they are protecting. That there's a group that actually targeted an elderly woman, and now that's like 51%. I'm like for burglary gone wrong, home invasion gone wrong kind of thing, and then 49% is for all the other theories, right? But we do have these kind of people, and I wonder if they've went to any of these like if there's a way to go to the eyes and do like a scan and compare it to all these photos. Do you
yeah.
think there's that?
They have the technology to do that. They do.
Yeah.
Yeah, facial recognitions, and it's in shopping malls now. And those little, you know, when you go,
Exactly.
it shows you are here at the shopping mall, and it shows you a map. When you're standing there, that thing's scanning your face now.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I don't know. Maybe something's brewing, and that's why it's so quiet. I mean, I can only hope.
Now, what if
No.
what if Nancy and stuff people like her were the ones that were kind of getting in the way of making this an HOA, a gated community? Because I know some of the people didn't want it, therefore they can't put a gate up because the people that don't want it need access. So I'm just suggesting that as a plausible
Well,
scenario. I don't know.
I've lived in a bunch of HOA, a bunch of HOAs. I lived in Phoenix for a while, and a lot of the community. Now, this is not your typical HOA. So, like normal HOAs are really freaking strict. I mean, you know, even if they don't have gated community, you know, they're just very, you know, they have a very. This is like a what would be like a not a real one. It's kind of like an alliance, a
Right,
community
right,
alliance, because
right.
not every, like most HOAs, everybody has to join. You can't live there if you're not in the HOA. Like you just can't live there.
Like I think what you're trying to say is like when they put up those townhouse complexes, the HOA is in there as you buy your homes beforehand. Like they're
Right.
set. It's like a private property. It's not really a public road. It's like a townhouse complex that's owned by someone, and the HOA is set from day one. Versus this, they're
Right.
trying to kind of come together and form an alliance.
Yeah, this would be like, you know, Shibby, you got your land and you go, hey, I want to start an HOA, and then you call your neighbor and you guys figure out how to file and make your own HOA. That's kind of what this is.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's not really, and so not everybody is in the HOA. I don't even think Nancy was in the HOA. I could be wrong, but I heard that, you know, she didn't pay the $50. I mean, because it's $50 a year. I mean, that's not even an I mean, HOAs are usually, you know, $50, $100 or more a month.
Yeah, they do all the landscaping and control everything. Right. You can't put signs up. They control everything. Yeah.
So if she wasn't in the HOA, then how were they able to say they didn't want the memorial outside with the flowers and everything? Or did that just go
Well,
away?
that's what I'm kind of saying is like they're acting as an HOA, but in the court of law, there could be lots of you know things to go after if there was somebody who really knew the law. And you know, that's where I don't know enough. They might have enough because they actually formed an HOA that they can start setting in certain rules, but it doesn't seem like it would be stand as much as one that where everybody's in the HOA. If this is like by volunteer, it seems a little wishy-washy.
I can guess why too, because all that, most of that, 80% of that is basically on the easement. It's on the county property, which is not, it's not on Nancy's property, because her line doesn't start for like, 6 feet back from the road.
Yeah, and that's where when we first when we first were there, we had people that were looking for the line, so we knew where we were
You know
standing.
where it is, where that chain is put up. I bet you that chain is basically as far down as they're allowed to go. Simple. That chain,
Yeah.
follow that chain straight across.
So I'm gonna run and get a drink. I don't know if you guys can stick around as long as you want. I got a couple videos to review, and if you guys want to, watch it with
Yeah.
us and then just react and give us this guy. I don't know if you've probably been following him too. Brew Crew. His name is Charles. He's an ex-judge and law enforcement. And then his channel is called Brew Crew Beyond 50, and everybody loves him. And he does videos about every day, every other day. So I'm gonna grab a drink because my throat is dry, and then we'll just the title of this is called Nancy Guthrie Case. Her Apple Watch may reveal what happened. And I didn't really think about the Apple Watch much and the pacemaker, but if the pacemaker, remember it had like a sudden spike. Do you guys remember hearing about that? At a
Yes.
No.
certain
Yes. I think
so
it's 212.
yeah, so to me, this I haven't even watched this video, but the title really might tell us that a lot of people were thinking she had a heart attack. And I don't know enough about spikes in pacemakers, but it seems like a spike would either be someone startled or someone passed away. And what I kind of ask, would they be able to tell if that spike actually was her dying or was it her getting scared? Or is there no
Well,
way to tell?
if no pulse was after that, I think it might be very indicative. Yeah.
So that's what we're going. And I don't know if the Apple Watch, reads your pulse too, because,
Oh yeah, I'm sure it does for sure. It must keep
but,
your pulse.
but here's the question. Do you think she sleeps with her Apple Watch or was it on the nightstand? I mean,
Good question. Because then all we'll see is the spike because it's connected via Bluetooth probably through all that, like her pacemaker and all that. Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. I don't know enough to say.
So this isn't a long video, but I'm gonna let this play. We'll just react to
Sure.
Charles.
How
I'll
long do
put
we have? Because I'll run and get a coffee and use the restroom myself. How long?
Well,
Do we
I'm
have?
gonna let this play for like 4 minutes,
Perfect.
and then we'll just stop it, and then we'll talk, and then we'll try to listen to the rest. So thank you everyone for tuning in, Mystic. Feel free to stay as long as you want, and let's get this fired up.
Awesome.
There are several investigations where the deeper you go, the less sense things begin to make. And I believe the Nancy Guthrie case is now become one of those investigations.
Sorry about that. I got to do one thing. I want to get his link and his name out there so you guys can give him a follow as well. Brew Crew Beyond 50. And then here's the link to his channel. And then I will not stop it again. I know a lot of people get annoyed. Stop stopping it. I want to watch this.
Because we are now well over 100 days into the violent disappearance of an 84-year-old woman taken from her own home in the middle of the night. Blood at the scene, doorbell footage, a masked suspect, national media attention, over $1 million sitting untouched. And still there's no identified suspect publicly, no identified vehicle publicly, no arrest, and no answers. And today, I want to go deeper into something that I believe may ultimately become one of the most important parts of this entire investigation: technology. Nancy Guthrie's phone, her Apple Watch, digital movement, medical monitoring, heart rate spikes, pacemaker tracking. Because in today's world, people do not simply disappear physically anymore. They leave digital trails behind. And those trails may eventually tell investigators exactly what happened to Nancy Guthrie. But today is bigger than technology. Today is about why America comes together in cases like this, especially when the victims are elderly people and children, because something changes emotionally in this country when a child vanishes, or when an elderly mother or grandmother is violently taken from the safety of their own home. People stop seeing headlines and they start seeing their own family, their own grandmother, their own mother, their own child. And that's why America has connected emotionally to Nancy Guthrie, because this case feels personal. And because deep down, people understand that this could happen to anybody. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Thank you all for being here today. I really do appreciate it. Now, if you're new here, my name is Charles Brewer. I'm a retired law enforcement officer with 21 years of experience. And I spent much of that time working criminal investigations and just seeing how cases are actually built behind the scenes. This channel is where we break down real cases from that perspective. You know, just real analysis to help you understand what's happening inside these investigations and really what's happening inside the legal process. And today we're going to go deep into the digital side of this investigation and why investigators may already know far more than the public realizes. You know, at first, most of us believed that this case had to revolve around Savannah Guthrie. And honestly, that was the logical conclusion early on. Celebrity daughter, national television personality, money, influence, attention. Then came the ransom-styled communications. And immediately people thought this has to be financially motivated. But as time passed,
I'm back here if you need me. So perfect timing. Are you muted? Are you saying anything, Damien?
Thank you, Shibby. Yeah, I had it muted. I
I
apologize.
saw your. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Do you think the ransom notes were real or fake?
I don't know. Because there's that whole thing of if it were ransom, you would not be injuring her. You would be treating her like a delicate, you wouldn't injure her. So maybe it's just like a distraction, you know. It's possible. I don't know. I can see it many ways. I don't know for sure, right?
Well,
But
what's confusing is why would Savannah say they're real? Like the FBI doesn't want to release any information, right? Like, but all of a sudden they allow, because they didn't have to air that part where Savannah tells, hey, I think that the first two are real. They could have edited that out. So for whatever reason, the FBI, because they had to look that over, you know, to allow that to go out.
right. But there's two ways to look at this. Is it fake from the actual perpetrators, or fake from the family, or fake from law enforcement? There's different ways you can see it the way he's talking about it. No?
Well, here's what my take on it is. A lot of these things that are being put out by the authorities do not have to be truthful, or they could be, because they don't want to let the suspects know. They want to trick the suspects, essentially, right?
Right. But we
So
don't know.
they-
Let's say the perpetrator wrote the note to trick law enforcement and the family. Say the family wrote the note to make up about a perpetrator and to distract the law enforcement. And say law enforcement, I don't know why they would want to make it up. It's not like they're CIA or anything. So there's different ways you can see it depending on who you're thinking has made these as fakes, because it would be a great distraction if you were the criminal, and it'd also be a great cover-up if you were the family.
Well,
Exactly.
the way I'm looking at it is like I put it up as far as they're all, say that they're all in it together, right? The family and the FBI, they have their weekly meeting, right, to find out what the heck is going on in the case. Okay. Now, if the suspects know that they're looking for a group of suspects locally here, that's gonna well, say it's a burglary gone wrong, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they tell the whole world, yes, we have a burglary gone wrong. These people came and targeted not Nancy Guthrie because it was Savannah, because it's an 84-year-old woman living alone and she was an easy target. How is that going to sound in the community?
Right. But they would have found out about her because Savannah is famous. So it's a good way for them to learn that she's alone by herself, kind of. Possible.
Well, and here's the thing that I mean, a lot of people don't talk about it, but my opinion is maybe the suspects didn't even know that it was Savannah's mother. Like, I didn't know her, you know, I mean, I didn't know Nancy. Like, she's not like really popular in Tucson or something. It's not like she's like this big. You would have to somehow sneakily know that that's Nancy, and because she's not like she's on the news. She's not like she's doing commercials. You know, she's just a normal person essentially in the inner circle. People knew. So to me, my theory is that this was literally just a local group that was, you know, targeted her because she was alone. Now, how they got there could be like a, you know, a worker that was driving in the neighborhood, whatever the case may be. But it just seems more plausible than some big conspiracy where somebody's hired to get back at, you know. And so some of these, I mean, I know we can all talk ourselves into each one of these theories, but I'm just more at the common sense, like what's going on in the world right now. Just this
another
week.
one.
Yeah.
Sorry. Another
No,
one
go
would
ahead.
be like a crazed stalker can't get to Savannah, so this would be the next best thing to him, to hurt Savannah, possibly. And maybe, and also whenever I saw that Mark the Sharks video where I could swear I see feet in the windows. You know what we're talking about? Where he showed the front window from his drone. It looked like people were walking around inside when nobody was supposed to be in the house. Like, what if she witnessed something, or as a stalker, Savannah stalker is trying to hurt her and threatened her, and she's under hiding, and she was in there, and they didn't think so much attention would be put on this.
Well, I think she could have had a stalker, but here's what I know is there was a detective that he had an interview with. There's so basically these big media companies, they're billion-dollar companies, right? NBC, well, they have people that are on the books, paid detectives that review all suspicious emails. There's like a whole department, right? 3 or 4 guys. That's their whole job. Their whole job is to work for NBC, and they're usually like retired guys, right? Like, and so that it's they don't and they anything that comes in suspicious is being looked at by everybody, right? Like not just Savannah. It could be the dudes too, because they're getting probably creepy stuff. So anything that isn't so for what you're saying, that was looked at since day one. Like they have looked at, you have to know, obviously, anybody who has ever communicated with anybody in the family at any time. Do you think?
Well, for me, yeah, I think that if there were definitely a stalker they would know about him. This wouldn't be their first move.
A stalker.
Like a stalker, like a obsessed fan of Savannah's. This wouldn't be their first move to try to get back at her or get close at her, to get close to Nancy.
And what do you think, Mystic? Are you thinking a stalker could be it?
I don't feel like it's a stalker. I think she was targeted because someone knew, a worker, someone just knew that she was alone. She's elderly, an easy target. I was leaning towards the family for the longest time. Now it's more of a Richard Nolette or a worker, something like that. And I just don't feel like it was supposed to be this big. And as far as the ransom notes go, I feel that, I don't know, maybe I watched too much TV, but I feel like it would have been a letter on the bed or something, if it was something like that. I don't even believe the ransom notes are real. To be honest, I just don't.
I don't either. I think that's, yeah, to me, I don't believe they're I don't believe they're real.
Now, I do like this, the worker theory, as in if somebody were in there repairing something, they would have found a window off to the side and maybe unlocked it and left it unlocked, and then told somebody or known which one it was to then come back to easily get in the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why, with that back casa, right? Like if you lived in Nancy's house, you could probably, somebody who was wanting to you could go in and break into that house too and wait for Nancy to get home. But you would think that they would have a camera back there too, right? Because that's a whole separate entryway. And if she used to rent it out. So to me, that's a good, did they have a camera in the backyard? Like, is there any footage? Because a lot of people say, with the back door open, that's where the suspects had to have gotten in through the back. And so why aren't they releasing, if they have more footage of the backyard? Because I mean, that's what's helping us solve this case. The only thing we have is that damn photo on the front porch.
Well, did you look at those scanner calls I emailed you yesterday?
Yes, I didn't review them all.
Did you hear the one about where they said the family does not have access to the cameras?
I didn't actually listen to them. So if you ever wanted to play them,
I can pull them up.
So yeah, it says the family, the one officer that called back in, and he was saying that the family didn't have access to the cameras.
That's wild.
So that, I thought the cameras were gone. That tells me there's cameras still there. They got something.
And yeah, and so that's where, they released what they released. Maybe they're only releasing one suspect and then they're holding on to the other suspect because they, for whatever reason, maybe it's a better photo and they're like scouting their own. They don't want to throw that suspect off that they let up, they have a,
Right.
it's confusing. That's where it's confusing. We have a another YouTuber in I recognize this Patriot Pride. I've been
Hey,
watching his shows.
I watched him last night. Very interesting stuff with the taser,
Yeah.
and
And
saying that that could cause a spike in the that spike at 212
that
on her
could be
pacemaker.
something that was in his pocket, you know.
Right.
To me, the photo that we see of the suspect, the one where he's got the backpack on, I think that's where they've already got Nancy. So if there's two suspects or three in the house and one of them is waiting for them to unlock that door from the front, that's why you see the blood. So I think when we see him up, he's actually just waiting for them to help get Nancy out of the house and for them to leave. So to me, that's kind of them leaving. That's not that a lot of people think that's him arriving at the door. To me, that's them leaving.
oh yeah,
They're
he's killing
Clean
time
up.
up front there, waiting for the other guy to come to the front door and unlock it or bring her.
yeah.
Stories. There's just there to get that camera.
Yeah, I mean, get the
Well,
camera, but I mean, they did take her out the front door. I think everybody's kind of that's the conclusion based on the blood.
yes.
So to me, he could have told the guy, "Hey, go around and to the front and block that camera because we got to take her out the front." Because, like you said, I don't think they planned to take her. I think that was a last minute decision. They're probably on drugs, everyone. These aren't people like, business people that are like, hey, what should we do? These they're probably all, seed up out of their brains. You know what I mean? And who knows what they were on, right? If you look at that suspect's eyes, I've seen eyes where people are on stuff. And that guy, what do you guys think? Do you think it looks like he was
All
on
those
something?
those pinpoint pupils in the dead of night. I've seen that before. That's scary. Extremely scary.
Those very feminine pupils
Yeah, they were.
on the eyes, the
Now
eyelashes
here's
on the right eye, the left eye, their right eye is very effeminate.
Yeah, and that's where, when I first saw the photo, I immediately went to somebody, let's just say under 25. And now a lot of people go, "No, I think it's over 30." I think, what do you guys think? I'm thinking, just my opinion, and I know a lot of people think it's an older guy. I
No,
think it's like under 25 or under 25 to 18
definitely
range.
under 30 for me. Under 30 for me for sure.
I actually looked for, and I don't have the greatest eyesight, but I actually looked for the crow's feet,
Mm.
and I couldn't see any. So I would go with a younger person too,
Yeah,
Younger.
between
even
20
at
and
any
30.
age, there'd be those little wrinkles. Yeah, the crow's feet by the eyes, and there would be
As
signs.
far as the feminine thing goes, though, I mean, in this day and age, there's some really pretty men,
And some tough women.
I would call it. So I don't know.
It's hard to say.
It is. It's hard to say. But
Well,
but yeah, the eyebrows and the eyelashes. I don't know.
Some of these guys are really metrosexual grooming, and they're probably maybe applying some playing with their eyes. I don't know,
Right?
like to make it
Yeah.
look prettier, or doing it as a distraction. I don't know, but that one eye, it looks like
Exactly.
it's like mascara and eyeliner almost.
It does.
and that's where
I don't
we're
know.
all over the board. I asked the chat, and we got people saying, 25 or so, 30 or 30 to 40. So some people are thinking um, 25 or younger. People are saying under 30. Somebody's agreeing. Petra agrees with Shibby. So
Yeah.
the thing about where, like, there's so many places we could go as far as looking, but to try to find this guy, the suspect's they need, or to find Nancy, you got to find the suspects. Because these people, I guarantee, well, I'm not going to guarantee. My guess is they just didn't leave her in a public area for her to be found. Or
Yeah.
she would have been found already, because we have hundreds of thousands of people that live here that are hiking and I mean, so whatever they did, they don't want her to be found. And so they have to find the suspects now before they'll ever find Nancy. I know we want to find Nancy first and then the suspects, but to me, you have to find the suspects. And that's where, I mean, I know we're talking about different areas to search and this, but I think if we could also talk about who these suspects are more. Nobody's really talking about, is this an international, you know, group that's looking like as a way to do terrorism, right? This could be definitely in that. No one's talking about these. So that's where, and I'm going to be long-winded just for a minute. If you do City of Tucson and you go, okay, let's just pretend he's in this group, who would be the people that would do this kind of thing? And that's where it's confusing, because we do not have any comment from the City of Tucson police or the detectives that they're working the case.
I think
Right.
it's a couple guys from the neighborhood, a worker and his buddy, something like that. And here's what I think. I do believe that this is getting so big that it's feeding their ego, and I think they're going to give themselves up. Not purposely. I'm not talking about turning themselves in, but I think they're liking it, and I think they're going to want to take credit for it. Kind of like Richard Nolette.
Well,
Oh,
there's things that there was a video that was posted, and I didn't even want to go. I'm just gonna put it to you like this. I might try to get it to somebody and you guys post it, because there's some rappers out here, right? That were posting some really crazy videos recently too, wearing the mask thing, you know, whatever that, what do they call it? So
Bottle
so
club,
ski mask.
ski mask.
yeah,
Bottle
and
club.
I mean, it was, I didn't want to be like, because I mean, I'm here in Tucson, right? So, but there is things like that where, you know, they need to look into. Obviously, hopefully they are, because these are the people that they're carrying the you know what they're carrying. They're all, you know, they want to be the baddest person, and you know, it's kind of the culture that we're dealing with right now. And you know, just if you go to my ex, I just posted about the robberies that are happening in California with they're targeting wealthy homes, and a whole bunch of them. I think they arrested 11 of them, but they were targeting, and they were using Wi-Fi jammers. So if you go to my ex, I think I posted it yesterday. You can read that story, but to me, it's something like that. You know, I mean, I know we can think wild conspiracy theories, like somebody planned this to get back at Savannah, and it all sounds good. It's just, that's pretty diabolical.
Right. I feel like it's more simple than that. I do. I believe it's a couple people, and they're going to want bragging rights because this has gotten really big. And I think it's just going to come out. I think they're going to blow their own cover by trying to get in it, getting involved in it themselves to get the attention.
Well, to me, if you're in one of these groups and you know someone did this and there's $1.2 million on the line, you have some damn good loyal friends. You know what I mean? That's a lot of money for
That's true.
some guy, you know, living in South Tucson to just go, you know what? Nah, I'm good. So it could be, yeah, they either give up or somebody, you know, figures out who that is. Now if I was talking to like the lead detective in the case, this is what I would, and he's He's way smarter than me. I'm just some dude on the street being like, hey, I got an idea, do this. This is how I would find the suspect. Take that photo, right? Because you guys all said we have eye recognition technology available.
Right.
And then we have all these prisons in Arizona. I don't know if you guys know, but Arizona is like the prison capital of America. We have lots of prisons. Most likely, this guy either served time in our county jail, in one of our counties around southern Arizona, either in Maricopa, Phoenix, Tucson, most likely Tucson, right? Or even down towards the border. You got to get your mug shot. So we have a plethora, can't talk tonight, of photos of a potential suspect. Literally, they have it in a database. And if they were able to take that photo of the guy at the door and then compare it to, maybe they need some I'm sure there's an AI program someone made where they can compare it to all those. And then, because to me, he most likely has a record to do something like this. He has a record. What do you guys think about? That's a great way to find him.
I
Agree.
think if they had that capability, they probably don't want the people to know that, us to know that they can do that so easily, because we'd be freaking out of our privacy rights and
What if he was
concerns.
wearing contacts?
I didn't hear that. What was that last part?
I was wondering with the contacts too. What if he's wearing contacts?
Yeah. Like
Well, you can tell, like on that photo, like, you can tell, like I wear contacts if I'm not, and when you look in my eyes, you can see that extra little circle around, unless it changes with the light. Like, I don't know if it's different with the light, because it's dark and then the light shines in his eyes, but
also, that camera was in night vision mode, so you would see the infrared light bouncing off of. Maybe do contacts do that? Bounce more reflection than
that I don't know.
Just your,
That I don't know.
Well, Damien, I think you need to try that out. Let's get a
there you
video.
go. Because
Oh, right. Yeah.
You got cameras, right?
You
Try it
know,
with your
after
contacts
watching
in and
these
out.
YouTubers and Sleuth Intuition, who I think he was in here a little while ago. He was in here, but they're everybody's really creative, right? Because as much as we're trying to, solve the crime or help bring tips and whatever, it's also doing these examples. It's definitely puts it in perspective. Like the monk. If you guys have been following Monk's Intrigue, he did that one where he, the blood was on the front doorstep and the wheel went over the blood. Did you guys watch that one?
I didn't. But
That's where I saw the eye thing too. Those scary eyes.
Yeah. So I think doing things like that, it puts things in perspective. And to me, I have a feeling a lot of the people involved in this case, they either have somebody reviewing it or they have to be finding out what the public thinks too. I mean, do you guys think that they actually watch like the interview room, right? Because those are all ex people. Maybe not my channel because we're just some people off the street, but the interview room, right? He's got his whole career. He did this. Do you think they actually watch his show or those kind of shows?
I do. Yeah. I think they have the people on the team now doing social media just like this, listening to us, because I'm a 52-year-old grandpa with a lot of life experience, so I barely squeaked through high school for other reasons, not for lack of understanding, for racing cars and other things. And, I think we come up with some really good answers, and just talking like this, we stumble upon through brainstorming some great ideas. So I think they would be silly not to look at regular people like us talking about it, because we stumble on stuff and we're experienced in life. I've screwed up so many things. I've made so many mistakes. I've learned a lot in my life. So
Amen. Yep.
I agree.
Nobody's perfect. So we'll get back to the brew crew.
As things stopped adding up, because if this was truly about money, where are the sustained negotiations? Where's the proof of life? Why leave over $1 million untouched? Why create communication that lacked structure? Why disappear into the silence? Because experienced ransom offenders, they usually stay engaged. Money becomes the objective. But here, the behavior feels emotionally fractured, chaotic, disorganized in some ways, calculated in others. And that's why this case has become so difficult to understand psychologically. Now, let's move into something extremely important here. Nancy Guthrie's digital footprint, because modern investigations, they no longer are built only on fingerprints and eyewitnesses. Today, you have phones. Phones become witnesses. Watches become witnesses. Vehicles become witnesses. Even medical devices become witnesses. And if Nancy Guthrie was wearing her Apple Watch that night, investigators, they may possess an incredible amount of hidden evidence. Think about what an Apple Watch tracks. Apple Watches, they track movement, heart rate. They track step count, falls, location changes. They even track Bluetooth separations from paired devices, sleep interruptions,
elevation.
medical stress responses. And if Nancy had pacemaker monitoring connected to that device, that becomes even more significant.
See, I'm just confused. Did she? I mean, I think we had a chatter that said, I think Amanda said she takes hers off. Do you guys are you guys Apple Watch people?
I'm not, but I would
I'm
wear
not,
my
but I'm
big gold
curious if
watch to
it
bed.
still records.
Well, it can't record your like
Right.
heart because I think obviously when it's on your body, it needs to be on your body. So
Right, but I mean the pacemaker, would it still
Oh yeah,
that
because it's connected via Bluetooth. Yeah,
that
Bluetooth?
that would be
Exactly.
different for sure. So right, it's probably getting your pulse rate from there, so it doesn't
yeah
have to be on. That's a great
Right.
point.
yeah. So man, that just really puts things in perspective because he said this video is titled her Apple Watch may reveal what happened. And so to me, they might know exactly because I mean, if they could look at that and go, look, this happened, they probably know that she died.
Yeah, they would see her heartbeat stop before it lost connection, because if it stops for your pulse, just it would be raised. If you're awake and you're sleeping, it'll be really low. And if you got awoken by somebody who scared you, your heart rate would go up. And if it stopped while it was still connected, then they would know you passed.
Unless she passed when she was out of that range.
Right, for sure. Yes.
You
If
know?
they would, yeah, if it lost connection before it her heart stopped, then yes, they wouldn't know. Because it could
I
work.
mean, that seems pretty big.
I connect to my car half the time, set up my driveway and stuff, and Bluetooth. I could walk around my house and my Bluetooth on, connected to my computer and that. So
Right. So if she passed close to the vicinity of where that was, then they would have the time of death. I hate to even say that. It just
no.
gives
I
me a
mean,
chill.
it's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. We have to discuss these. These are hard to talk about, but we must to come up with these types of, because we stumble on more answers or even more questions.
Well, here's the thing that I put it in perspective, right? Why aren't they searching? now it puts it in perspective.
It's
Why?
like they know. It's like they know more than they're telling us.
Well, I
the
mean,
only
they could know, and they don't want to say that, you know, they know that she died, right? For
Right.
whatever reason. But it could be, here's the big thing, is the reason why the family's kind of moved on. You know, if they know that she's not here, then they're not going to really, I mean, they want the suspects to be found, but it's they're not in that, in their mind. The family, I believe, they have either know that she's passed, or they're treating their like she has. I think everybody at this is at point, but they might have known that a long time ago, because they go, we need proof of life. Remember,
now can
we
I
need.
interject one small thing? Sorry to interrupt you, but I have someone in my chat wants to ask a question about this topic. She
Please.
wants to know, Paula Fitzhenry, a great pop culture Paula, my great fan, wants to know if, please ask your panel, when does this turn into a body recovery situation? Just as a question she's always had.
Well, I mean, I'm just speaking from what I heard on the detective. I can't remember his name, but I've watched so many of these detectives go on the shows, and he said that they already are treating this like a no body homicide. So if you want to Google, tell your user to Google no body homicide, and what that means, and how they treat the case. But essentially, that's, if they believe that she passed because of that data, then they would treat it as that.
Okay.
Right. And I believe, I think it was the night of February 1st when Nanos came out and said that they had enough evidence to call this homicide. I know he went
So-
back and said something different after that, but he did say that they called in homicide. I believe it was then that it went from a rescue to a recovery.
Okay. So Paula, thanks you. I left you a private chat message that you don't need to read out. So thank you very much for answering that question, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question.
Thank you, Paula.
that-
You're wonderful.
That's basically why I think that the family has kind of moved on, right? I mean, because they, in their mind, either might have 100% fact that she passed. So then why would they want to? There's not really much for them to do, right? Because, and they don't want to tell the public that they know that. So they're kind of maybe in a bad spot
Right.
all around, because they got to keep this secret that they know that their mom most likely passed based on the data they have. Not 100%, but the data they have might lead them. So now they have to live their life and go on, and so, when does it, like, when do they do like a memorial at that point? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, do you do a memorial, or do you just still wait?
Right.
Because
Like a vigil, or like an actual celebration of life funeral type deal, or just like having vigils, like there's still hope. That
Seems like they would have already done
and that's
that.
why it's kind of like it's just confusing, because it's almost like they want just everybody to just forget about it, and then,
Right.
and so it is confusing.
Here's
But
a
we'll
theory.
continue this after. Go ahead.
If I can piggyback off of what Shibby said.
Go ahead there, Shibby.
No, you go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna play the video, but if
No,
you
she
had
was.
something to
Can
say.
you hear her? Can you hear her? She
Who?
was going to say something. The other guest, Mystic.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Tell her to say something. Sometimes
Oh, so he can't hear you. She's been asking you questions.
Yeah,
and
I can
oh
hear him.
shoot. So whenever that happens, just sign in and then sign back out. I'll put the link in the
Yeah.
chat. I guess there's some sort of glitch where, like, when we play videos, it does that to
It
people,
does.
and they have to.
Mystic. It's Mystic, right? Oh, she left. She left, and she's going to come back. Yeah, because that
Perfect.
never happens to me. It happens to everyone but me. So, but I do this on my Windows computer through Google. and it always works perfectly. So I think when people use their smartphones, that happens. Like when somebody leaves or comes back, or you start a video or you stop a screen share, one person always loses audio, but it's never me for some reason. So
It's because you're in Canada.
yes, I have good internet.
Yeah.
But I think it's also because I'm using my computer and a Google browser and I have a separate
Right. That's what I
microphone.
use.
Mhm.
I mean,
Has
I'm
it ever
on.
happened to you on other shows? Have you ever had that happen to where you can't hear one of the people on the panel?
No, not that I
It
can remember.
never has happened to me neither. Never. It always, I've seen it 100 times with other people, but it's never me. So use Google through your browser on your Windows computer is all I can suggest.
Yeah, it's weird. I hope to figure out what causes it. But I use Google. I use a Windows. I try to clean my cookies. So
Yep.
yeah, it's weird. But I did put the link in the chat if anyone wants to come.
She'll come back for sure. Because she was asking you questions. I was wondering why you went to me and you blew her off. And I was like,
Oh yeah,
maybe
that would have
hear
been
her.
rude, huh? I'm glad. See,
It is,
that's
it's
yeah,
but
that's
sometimes it takes a
happened
while to
before.
figure out who's having the audio issues too. So she's back right on.
Okay, welcome
Okay.
back. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I heard you fine.
Okay, yeah, that's a weird glitch going on. So we'll
I was wondering why he's blowing you off.
I knew something was wrong. Damien's not mean.
She's asked you 2 questions, Damien. You jerk. I'm just kidding.
yeah, what were the questions?
No, I wanted to piggyback off what Shibby was saying.
Yes.
So this theory about why the family's moving on, and so what if everything kind of got quiet because this did happen to Nancy. She was taken. They found her in a bad way, injured, and maybe this, who knows who did it? Maybe the 84-year-old that was airlifted to the hospital was Nancy. What if she's in protective custody? That's why the family's just so,
I mean,
maybe they had to put her like in a witness protection or something because of what happened to her.
Mhm.
Yeah,
I know
mean,
that's
I've
out there,
thought
but
that. What do you think, Shibby, on that
That's a
theory?
plausible scenario, even though ridiculous as it sounds. I've just had that feeling that like she was in the house under some type of witness protection. I just had that weird feeling after watching Mark the Shark's drone video when I saw that I saw a foot in the front door, the window moving, and there was supposed to be nobody in the house. So it just felt like what if she was under some type of witness protection and she was in there, but for some reason they had to make it like they faked this to distract. For maybe she witnessed something. Maybe there was like the stalker situation with Savannah. I know it's not my top thought, but it's definitely coming. I've had that thought for sure. Like she's not like they're protecting her. They're
Yeah,
hiding
well, here's the
somebody.
thing. I think it would be almost against the law to do. And I'm not saying that, there this situation, because there's very high up politicians involved, like Mark Kelly, who wants to run for president, right? Mark Kelly wants to run. Savannah Guthrie is all up in the Democrat Party. She's like the spokesman for the Democrat Party. I hate to tell you guys. Even
yeah,
though
I've learned that.
so I'm not getting political, anyone, but
You
here I'm
have
trying
to.
to just put yeah.
Unfortunately, with the sheriff position, it's an elected position. So unfortunately, it brought itself into this. So
Yeah, so that's exactly the point is a lot of people don't understand the underpinnings in this case of why that they want to control the narrative. That's the whole that when you all these political parties want to control the narrative. Now, just so you guys know, Tucson is like 70% Democrat, 30% other. Okay? So we're very left wing. Mark Kelly, he's as left wing as you get. You got Savannah, you got Nancy Guthrie, not that she's big, but they're all in that same Sheriff Nanos is a Democrat. Okay. So here's what I'm saying is they want this case quiet because it's a bad look for Tucson, right? And Tucson is Mark Kelly lives here allegedly, even though he doesn't. Um, and so to me, when you saw Nanos and Mark Kelly go over, okay, and then they went after Nanos as a scapegoat, not because of Nancy though. That was because they really want him out because they want to be able to control the money that the sheriff gets. And they want to appoint their own mayor or their own leader that's on their team. Sheriff Nanos was actually pushing back in his own party.
Mhm.
Okay? So that's why they really want him out because he's really not like he's not going along with the Democrat team. Like he's and so they went after their own guy, which is people don't
Right.
do that very often in the
No,
own party.
no, it's usually your own guy can do nothing wrong and the other guy doesn't do anything wrong, but it's so wrong. Right.
So
Like a
they
double
put
standard.
up with him because they knew they could have him look the other way during the whole immigration thing. And
Ah,
right, so he made money off it, not him personally. Well, maybe, but personally, his department got paid to protect all the people coming up, the buses, the hotels. I mean, there's videos. Nick Shirley was in Tucson, exposed it all. And Nanos just, he kind of helped implement that plan for Biden. Now, I'm getting a little political, so I'm going to get off.
no.
But
No, but again,
here,
you have to, unfortunately, because he literally is an elected official. So it's in here. You have to.
and that is the difference of why he acts the way he does, and he even has said it is, I'm something about I'm here for the people, they voted me in kind of a deal versus like our city of Tucson chief had to get hired, had to get promoted, and that kind of thing. But so back to the political part of it is that's where a lot of the people Tucson makes money like a lot of cities off of tourists, right? And so the more that this case is out in the front is not helping tourism, right? Because it's like someone an 84-year-old, and so there's part of that, right? But it is weird that in my opinion that we saw those 3 videos with Savannah, remember, and all 3 of them together. And then we haven't seen any videos like that. It's only been Savannah.
True.
And then that makes me go back to the family. I'm so back and forth. I'm getting dizzy.
A lot of people, I remember JLR had a poll, it's probably about a month ago. And it was like 70 or 80% of the people said that it was the family in his chat. And I mean, I know, there's, it's a lot of wide variety of speculation everywhere, but that seemed like I don't think it's the family. I just don't. I know a lot of people say because to me, to conspire something this evil. I mean, here's the catch, or here's the deal. I'm not catch, but here's the facts. Nancy's 84. If she was in the best health at 84 as she could, she only has maybe 10, 15 at the most years left. They're still young. Why would they want to make her go away right here? I mean, are things that bad for this church lady, this church loving, God loving lady? Is she making their life such? Do they need that money so much because because they were in debt or whatever? Like they couldn't go to anybody and go, "Hey, I need to borrow some money." Knowing that they're going to inherit all this when she passes. Why would they want to escalate that when she already doesn't have a lot of time left? doesn't make sense.
Right. But also, what if she was, and one of the scenarios is, you remember what happened to Britney Spears and Bam Margera, where they tried to take guardianship control of them? Basically, that's a big thing going on in the States now, where they try to, when somebody, like maybe she was spending too much of what people might have thought would be their inheritance, or making bad decisions and didn't want to have any help, so they had to kind of take over and kind of have her put, and she could be sitting in an old folks home or something, and we wouldn't know. I don't know. It's called guardianship, where they take control of you, and basically it happened to Britney Spears.
No, I know somebody that actually that happened to. A friend of mine, his friend, he ended up having, but basically what they did is, yeah, they took the power and then they signed over his house to like, and the guy, yeah, his son ended up taking over the house and he was still alive.
Right. And then you can kind of, like, if you had any drug problems like Bam Margera did, they would put him away in these sober facilities for months at a time, and he would no contact with the outside world. It was like he was basically in solitary prison for some, and they had control of his assets and everything. They could sign for him and everything.
Yeah.
You see Tracy's comment?
Yeah, I just told her to email me. I mean, I thought she had a private investigator, you would think.
Somebody in my chat just said the name. It's conservatorship. Thank you, Doug. Conservatorship.
Very interesting. I don't know. I just wish I wish more of the community would get involved. Make this bigger, put the pressure on. Maybe some big stream medias come out.
They won't, because they won't get access to Nanos and all those juicy interviews. So they're just going to play along. They don't.
I think the more the pressure on, I think the Nanos would crack. Somebody's got to talk.
Well, I think the whole problem with Nanos is he got so much slack and then he got attacked and nothing happened. You saw him. He went to the gym and basketball. He did just like nothing ever happened. He probably went to work today. You don't see him doing a press conference here now trying to like win us back over, right? Like that to me is an elected official. Is they know that the public's upset and they go out there and they say something. For him to literally just clam up is so disrespectful as an elected official in the modern age. Maybe they used to do that back in the day, but this is a different world, right, than it was 30, 40 years ago when his parents were, so to me, the whole department, he's failing. And then him just not even just being transparent and just going, hey, I don't have anything to say. I'll take some questions. I appreciate you guys all. And so the media, to me, like you're saying, we need to do something. The media, the big media, where they actually, holds some weight, like CBS, Fox, they need to come back out here.
Yes,
and
exactly.
fight this parking thing with us YouTubers, instead of point fingers at us and be like, oh, they should be the ones that are going, you know what, we're going to stick up for these people, because when the story breaks, they're going to watch the big channels and the YouTubers. It's not like they stop watching the big channels. They'll still watch those channels. Everybody does. It might be a clip, but to me, that's where the protest should be, Mystic, is the big media needs to come out here on the 120 day. So what we're at, 120th day. When would that be?
What are we at? 113? 114?
115. 115.
115?
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
feel like the big media will come out when they see the crowds gathering. When they got something to cover. Right now, we got a handful of YouTubers. You know, community needs to get involved. People need to be not so afraid and get me a plane ticket. I'll be there. I'll hold a sign. You know, people
They'll do
need to
the
come together. A gathering, a big gathering. It'll get the big news out.
they'll do the right thing when it's beneficial for them, not when it's the right thing to do.
Right.
Because that was a long time ago. And also, Damien, do you know if JLR saved any donuts for Nanos like he said he was going to last night?
I know. I don't know. I know some of the donuts went home with the juice, and I don't know.
Yeah.
But so I'll have to ask him. But
JLR said he sat out there for 3 or 4 hours without live streaming today in front of the Nanos just to see this morning to see if he'd show up and stuff. And he wasn't live streaming. He just sat there for 2 or 3 hours today. I'm sure he
I know
said
we
that
had
on his
plenty
live
of
stream.
coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that
plenty of
fleshy
coffee
drink.
last night.
What was that? That frozen drink too. What was that frozen drink that they brought you a big bucket or something?
oh, the EGs, yeah, EGs.
Yeah. How long did that last?
You know, I don't even know what happened to that, but usually those big ones, they could last weeks because you can just put them in the freezer, and then when you want to have it, you can just bring it back out. So that's the biggest one you could get. That's like getting a keg.
It was like
Keg.
a gallon, 2 gallons or something. It was huge.
No, I mean that could last you months if you were just having a cup or two a day.
The donuts did look really good though. The donuts, somebody in your chat, Kathleen, says the donuts were amazing. Yeah, they looked really good. I haven't had a good donut in a while. I could, but I'm trying not to eat sugar.
Do you guys have Dunkin' Donuts? This is probably a stupid question.
We have Dunkin'. No, we have Dunkin' Donuts and Starbucks, but we also have our chain Tim Hortons and stuff. So we have
What
our
is it
own,
called?
but we also Tim Hortons. It's
Tim
basically
Hortons.
our Dunkin'
I
Donuts.
don't have
It's our
that.
Dunkin' Donuts. It's called Tim
Why
Hortons.
don't we have a Tim Hortons?
They're starting to show up in the northern states because he was a famous NHL hockey player and he crashed his car, but started a chain of donuts, and it was like Dunkin' Donuts in Canada, like huge. Every corner in all of Canada, there's a Tim Hortons coffee shop.
Wow. Okay.
And it's
We have
just like
Krispy
Dunkin'
Kreme,
Donuts.
Krispy Kreme, and Dunkin' Donuts here.
We have Krispy Kreme too. We have Krispy Kreme.
You guys have Crumble yet?
No.
Never heard
Maybe,
of Crumble.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. But we have lots of the American stuff up here for sure.
All right. Well, I'm gonna hit play on this video. What was the email? Or can you forward me that email one more time, Mystic, just so I can, because I'm looking at my email, I can't find it, and
also afterwards we were going to listen to that the CAD report, like the phone call too. Remember, or not the 911 call, but what was it again, Mystic? It wasn't the 911 calls. It was.
Yeah, it was the scanner calls, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The clips from that night. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll email that now.
If you want.
Then if there's like a certain time in the video that's like, because I think one of them was really long, so just let me know where the good parts are.
They're all kind of back to back, but that whole like maybe first 10 minutes is just her talking.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send that to you. Actually, I'm gonna hop, because I'm starting to lose my voice. So I'm gonna go ahead and hop, and I will send that to you.
Awesome.
And then I'll hang out with you guys in chat.
Cool.
All righty. And if anyone wants, thanks for coming in, Mystic, and feel free anytime, come back.
All right, thanks for having me. Bye.
If you can, come over to my chat. Come over to my chat and give me a like, and then come back to Damien's. Because
I'll do that. I'm subscribed to you.
Oh, but default to Damien though, because he's running this.
Yes, definitely will do.
Thank you.
All right, bye guys.
Great talking to you.
Peace.
All right, we'll get back to are you a Brew Crew follower? Have you heard of this guy?
No. I've seen a few people try to play. I've listened to you play his videos while you're driving, I think.
Yeah, he's old school, and he makes a couple points, so it really you know, versus going all over the place. He kind of just keeps it on. And so this is a good thing. I mean, it really, to me, they could believe that she passed, you know.
I like
Because
listening to everyone.
investigators, they may be able to reconstruct physical distress in real time. That is extraordinary evidence. Now, I want you to really think carefully about this. Imagine investigators reviewing Nancy's health data from January the 31st into February the 1st. Imagine seeing her relaxed at dinner early that evening, normal heart activity, normal movement, normal behavior, and then suddenly a dramatic spike, maybe fear, stress, movement, panic. That timeline could be incredibly important because digital evidence, it does not speculate emotionally. It records events mathematically. And investigators, they use those timelines to corroborate statements, not to attack people and not to accuse people, but just to verify facts independently. That is professional police work. Now, let's discuss something important here. Annie and Tommaso, they stated that Nancy had dinner with them on January the 31st. Technology today may quietly corroborate that timeline completely. Nancy's Apple Watch may confirm that. It'll confirm her arrival time, departure time, movement levels, physical condition, her walking pace, rest periods, heart stability. Meanwhile, her phone data may show Wi-Fi connections, GPS assisted location data, Bluetooth proximity, vehicle movements, travel routes, cell tower connections. And if all of that lines up consistently with original statements, that strengthens credibility. This is something that many viewers misunderstand. Verification is not accusations. Investigators, they verify everybody, even family members, witnesses, the neighbors, the friends, because eliminating innocent people, it's part of solving cases. You know, one thing that I've noticed over the years, America comes together differently when the victims are children or elderly people. Something about those cases cuts deeply into the national conscience because people, they see vulnerability, they see innocence, they see someone who should have been protected. And then when an elderly grandmother disappears into the darkness, people take that personally.
That's the main thing right there. They take it personally. I mean, they don't even have a team to investigate elderly kidnappings. You know what I mean? So it's like no one even knows what it's not even, I mean, it's not even a thing, right? Let's see.
There should be because they're definitely they're more vulnerable. They're at risk, and her home wasn't protected. That wall. I mean, as a 52-year-old guy, I could jump in anywhere around her pool. That gated area, it was just like 4-5 feet tall. Like you could eat. It wasn't a big wall. You can just jump right over anywhere there.
And here's the thing is if you look at the house, and you know, I was there, you know, for two months straight, literally every day. I would just be looking at the house, just trying to figure same kind of thing, thinking that and Nancy had a sliding glass door at her bedroom, and it had a doggy door.
Oh, really? Eh? How big was the doggy door?
See, that's what I couldn't see. It looked like more of like a medium size, right?
Some of those.
So
I mean, a person can fit through a larger one for sure.
I mean, it is something, but what I did notice is they took the doggy door.
Hmm.
So I don't know if that, I mean, I didn't think it was a big clue. I mean,
They really did,
I
eh?
know, but that door could have been unlocked too. Somebody could have unlocked that. Like you said, went in, previous unlocked the door. Nancy didn't realize that it was unlocked, and someone just boom right there. They're in Nancy's house.
Wow.
So it is something. I don't know if it is because we do have blood at the front door, but it is an entry point. Uh, Kind of a side piece. So Brew Crew Beyond
What
50 checking the chats.
whatever it is, that front door is not the access point, because all those SWAT videos I've watched is that metal door. They back the SWAT vehicles up. They hook a chain to it and they pull that front door off because it's in there good. That front metal door that she has, and then you have probably a solid door to get through. So unless you have
Yeah,
a
those.
key, you're not getting through that door without going through that window first or something to try and reach in and unlock the deadbolts or whatever.
Yeah, yeah. So some people said, well, maybe she answered the front door, right? Maybe they
Yes.
knocked on the door and she came to the door. But
Possible.
to me, that all that's thrown out because they said she was taken from her bed. So
Yeah.
it's not like they surprised her and she was walking in and she's in the bathroom, and they said she was taken from her bed. And
Yeah.
even Savannah said with no shoes or anything. So to me, as much as you don't like, obviously these people don't have compassion, right? None was. But if they want her to walk on gravel, okay, because they didn't park in the driveway, most likely.
Mhm.
Most likely they just parked on the street, right? Because they don't want to have tracks on the driveway. That's like pretty smart. Like it's pretty. It's not like a big
Or
thing to,
if
right?
she was walking herself, she'd be walking slowly. Not that they'd care about her feet, but they'd want to get out of there. So they wouldn't want her walking slowly and slowing them up.
Put on your slippers. Let's go.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. For not for her feet's benefit, but for their benefit if they weren't carrying her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And you know, now let me ask the chat too. Do you guys think that the suspects actually pulled into the driveway, or do you think they parked on the street and took Nancy to the street? Because that's a big far difference. I mean, we're talking about, you know, another 15 yards from, say, the end of Nancy's walkway there, where it ends with the bricks when it starts the rocks. 10-15 yards to the street. So that's a pretty far distance. So do you think, let me know in the chat, let me know, Shibby, do you think that they pulled into the actual circle driveway, or did they park on the street?
If I can interject, I would think if I were to do this, if you had a crew, the one guy would go around back to open it up, right? And one guy would come from the front, and there would also be like a car would drop you off and then drive around the block, and you would be able to communicate with them to say, "Come now," and I would just easily carry her out myself over my shoulder, any which way, and just walk. I would walk right out to the road, straight across her front lawn there, because all those little bushes, you'd see right out, especially the moonlight. You'd be able to walk right straight out there and get into a car and be driven away.
So you're thinking in the driveway.
No, I'm
You
thinking the
think
car
on
would have
street.
been like where you think it might have been, like up on the other street where past where Juanita was parking, up that street or stuff. I wouldn't put my car near the home.
So they would, you think they would have had to carry her out, like they're
Oh,
carrying
for
her.
sure. Like how much does she weigh? Like I could carry. I mean, I'm an old guy and I could
Well, she
just
was
put her over my shoulder.
4'11". From what I
Right.
keep reading, she was like 4'11".
She couldn't have been more than 130 pounds, right? That's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. I mean, someone can, any guy, girl, probably too. Even girls, not anything against girl.
Oh,
They
I've seen some of the females now doing that powerlifting and stuff, and you can just throw someone over your shoulder or the fireman's carry. I mean, I don't think they would use one of those little dollies things like people said, or have a trouble carrying her. I don't.
150 pounds. Yes, I mean she wasn't skinny. She
No.
wasn't like skin and bones. Because I mean, there are some elderly people that they're a little skinnier.
Mhm.
And she had she wasn't overweight, but yeah. So 150 pounds. Patriot Pride thinks that they parked in the driveway next to the casita. And that, I mean, it does make sense because if they went into the backyard, that would have been the quickest way to get in, because I guess there's a gate right next to the garage. So,
Right.
and they wouldn't be seen by any other cars because once you're parked up there, you're kind of tucked away.
Right.
It
Now, a
is
lot of times,
suspicious. Go ahead.
people use stolen cars. Like a real criminal would not use their own car. He would either steal plates or steal a car to do this, to then dispose of the car. You wouldn't use your own car if you're pulling right up there, though, for sure. But that's plausible to me because I see it all the time. When those guys are doing, they steal a car, they use it for a big crime, and the cops find it burnt, so there's no fingerprints or evidence or nothing.
And that seems smart. I mean, a lot of people look at that suspect at that front door, right? And they don't see a lot of to me it seems like somebody that was like instructed, like basically, okay, hey, here's your clothes, wear this, here's your gun, man, put it in there, wear it in the front. Maybe he had whoever was telling him, hey, this is why you want to have it in the front. You could tell like a couple homies talking.
It could be one of those airsoft guns, and we wouldn't know. Some of those replica guns look really real.
Yeah, I
never
mean
put a
there are
gun.
so many gun experts that
Do they think it's real?
I mean everybody that I read, I mean, because there's people that are like literally they could look at a gun,
Mhm.
all the way across the room and tell you what it is, just
Like,
because they're.
would the safety be enough to make you feel comfortable pointing it right at your junk like that? Because I don't think I could do that. Because it would have to have one
Oh
heck of
yeah,
a safety on there.
and we have to be careful with that G word. I forgot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I say it?
No, I did. I just
Okay.
was reminding myself and you because yeah,
So
that G word.
we'll do the pew pew.
Yeah, and so
Sure.
to me, that guy looks like somebody who was like, all right, here, wear this. Oh yeah, put this. Here you wear 2 gloves. Put the belt here, and then there's another guy that did the same, and so that's why. I just hope they have more footage. That's the only thing that's going to solve the case. That or DNA.
Also, you can tell this guy's not bright, porch guy, because if you knew there was a Nest camera there, you would go straight to it. You wouldn't go back to get some dumb branches to build a nest. You would have one of those little multi-tools or a screwdriver ready to go. You would have pried that right off instantly, or sprayed it with some black spray paint, a little can,
I
put
mean,
a piece
all
of
you
duct
would
tape on the
need.
lens.
I mean, I don't know. I've never covered a camera, but I'm just thinking logically. All you would need is like a tiny little towel. Like if he
Maybe
had a little towel and maybe a little bigger one, you just threw it over it, the thing would be covered.
a little piece of black, the Gorilla Tape. You could have a piece stuck to your, and have it just peel it off and poke it on there. Big piece of tape, duct tape, cover that lens easily.
It's weird because he didn't seem like, you know, once he realizes the camera's there, it's not like he like turns right around because most people that's their reaction, right? If
A,
you're
prof- a professional would know that's already there because they would have staked the place out. So that's another
or
sign.
or if you didn't, you wouldn't walk in forward at that point. You would walk in
Right.
backwards and
You would
like,
think that it's very plausible. You even if you didn't know the camera was there, you'd be prepared for that because it's very likely that 50% of the houses, I don't know how many people have them, but it's very likely that if you're going to the front door of a home, you should think of a Nest Cam or a Ring Cam.
Well, and that's where it gets confusing, his actions, as far as was he instructed to go over there, right? Was that never the plan, to go to the front door, and that became the quickest way? And so, hey, go to the front. We'll bring her out the front. And so now he's being told to go around the front, and then he gets over there and the camera's there.
Like
So
a patsy, or like they send them there as a distraction. So if they recognize anybody, it'll be him. Like set him up. I don't know. Send them to the
I mean,
front
that
door.
could be, but I think, I mean, the loyalty in these groups when they're doing stuff like this at that moment is just, they're all trying to just protect each other, right? I mean, it would
Right.
be pretty, to me, if the person, if they park on the side of the house or even on the road, it doesn't matter, wherever it is, and they go up through the garage and then into the backyard, they enter, they get Nancy, something happens. And for whatever reason, these crackheads decide to take Nancy. And then they realize, we're not going to take her out the back door because that's farther, right? And so they decide to take her out the front door. One guy goes, gets the car, and then they're waiting there with Nancy. They throw her in the car and they leave. That's how I think it went down.
Yeah, that's another thing with those. There's these things called. You ever heard of the Flipper Zero and stuff? They're what criminals are using to steal your car and get in your garages. Because if they can intercept the signal when you come home and open your garage. If you push a button, they can read that, because that signal doesn't just go to your garage; it goes every which way. So if they're close enough, and up here I've seen it on the news where the car thieves are going on people's front porches and holding up like antennas, trying to read their keys that are near the front door to then use it. They could just then use the code and steal their car as if they have their own key by stealing your signal from in your house. You know what I'm saying? And they don't have to break in. They just stand at your front door and kind of wave antennas around. And if you've got your car key, it's just one of those keyless car keys near the front door, they can intercept that signal and then just go and steal your car.
Yeah, we have do you guys have Kia Boys in in Canada?
I don't know what that refers to. No, maybe no. Is that a place where you get new
No,
ones made up?
It's kind of like a slang term that because the Kia, the brand Kia.
Oh, Kia. Okay.
Yeah,
No, I've
there's
never heard of. I've never heard of it.
well, they're very easy to steal, I guess. It's like the most popular car to get stolen in America. And so basically there's like in the hood, there's like groups of kids and they just go around stealing the a Kia, and then they'll
Now,
drive it all over town, like you were saying,
just
committing
trash it.
crimes,
Yeah.
trash it, and then usually just ditch it at the end of the night.
Now,
Or
is the process of stealing it, is it easy because they're making those keyless keys, or once they get in, they can kind of just use a screwdriver to pop the ignition easily? Or do you even
that
know?
I don't know. Maybe someone in the chat knows, but I know
More
it's
than likely it's
probably
keyless entry, the key, like having a keyless fob entry. They can recreate that and just kind of have their own if they find out what the signal is.
exactly. So it's weird that it's only, like, I had a friend that had a Kia, and she couldn't insure the car. There was no she bought this car for like $7,000-8,000, and there was no insurance that would insure it.
Or maybe
She
for theft, but not only collisions, but not theft or something, right?
It was weird. Yeah, she could not,
Wow.
like, they can't, like, one of them canceled her insurance even, and then she was calling around. Nobody would insure her Kia. So I don't know. It just seems weird. But you're right that the suspect most likely had a stolen car.
Yeah. I mean, I watch enough YouTube to be a professional in that sense, because I see it in half of the true crime things where they steal a car, commit whatever, and they would just leave it somewhere and set it on fire inside to get rid of any of their fingerprints or DNA. And yeah, because they don't care. It's not their car, right? So.
Well, and that's the main thing is a lot of the people, every city, I don't know if you guys have it as bad, but every city has this like a crime with the youth and youth violence, this kind of thing. There's an article I'm going to pull up here in a minute that talks about the robberies in the LA that I mentioned earlier. They stole, targeting high end homes, and they were using the Wi-Fi jammers, and they were using social media to track the people.
Well,
So,
we have things up here exactly like picture New York City, but 10 times less people. Toronto is just like it. I mean, it's exactly like it. And the other day we had a first of a kind where a guy built a little mini tower that intercepted all the cell phones, and it spammed out all these text messages to people. And he was doing scams because he intercepted their signal, and just he sent out. It was like the biggest crime in all of Canada almost. It happened a couple weeks ago.
wow.
Through they simulated spoofed phone numbers and simulated a tower, and anyone that connected to it, they got these spam text messages that looked like it was coming from your bank, from your thing, saying you need to reset your password, you need to do this, you need to do that. And most people, one or two or three out of every 100 would reply, and they would get scammed. It was huge.
Yep, there's lots of that. See if we finish this video up, and I will be
Same
right.
up here. Same up here as the States, pretty much.
Yeah, just not as intense, it seems like.
It's just on a lesser scale. Like we have only 40 million people versus your population is 10 times the size of ours.
Okay, I thought you guys, so 40 million.
No, we got 41 or 42 million. So basically, you're 10
Okay.
times the size of us, but we're a larger country.
Okay.
We have more
Yeah.
land mass, so it definitely seems like it's less, but per capita, we're not far off some major cities of yours. So it's pretty much the same.
I'm going to let this play. I got to run real quick to the restroom. Be right back.
Cool.
And then let me know if you guys have any questions for Shibby, any topics, Brew Crew Beyond 50.
That's why millions of people can continually discussing Nancy Guthrie. That's why viewers continue watching updates. That's why people emotionally invest themselves into these investigations, because nobody wants to believe somebody can take an 84-year-old woman from her home and just vanish. That terrifies people. And honestly, it should. Now, here's what criminals still fail to understand, because technology never sleeps anymore. Phones communicate constantly. Watches communicate constantly. Cars communicate constantly. Apps communicate constantly. Even when people think they are invisible, technology is often quietly recording behavior. And investigators today, they use incredibly advanced digital forensic systems like cell tower mapping, geofence warrants, Bluetooth analysis, cloud extractions, deleted message recovery, app usage reconstruction, timeline synchronization, security camera integration, all of it. That's why I continue saying this case may eventually be solved digitally before it's solved traditionally. Now, many people believe that this offender was some kind of a criminal mastermind, and maybe in some ways he was. He was prepared. Mask, head to toe, covered comfortable moving around that property. But here's the caution that I give people. Not every unsolved case equals genius. Sometimes criminals simply just get lucky. Sometimes investigations become delayed. Sometimes evidence processing takes months. And sometimes investigators initially misunderstand motive. That happens. And I still wonder whether too much early focus went towards the Savannah celebrity angle, because maybe the emotional center of this crime sits somewhere else entirely. This is the part that continues bothering me. Something still feels incomplete in this case. Like one major piece of this puzzle has not surfaced publicly yet. Maybe investigators already know it. Maybe they don't. But motive still feels blurred. Was this about money? Was it about revenge? Fear? Was it about control or obsession? Or maybe a grudge? Was it about a debt, an unpaid debt, a relationship orbiting close to the family? We still don't know. And until investigators fully understand why Nancy was taken, finding who took her becomes much harder. Now, many viewers get frustrated by the silence. I'm one of them. I completely understand that frustration. But digital forensic investigations take time, especially when investigators are analyzing phones and watches, cloud backups, deleted communications, location data, and possibly DNA simultaneously. That is not fast work, especially in a major case, a major national case. And investigators, they often stay quiet because the offender may not realize how much evidence technology already captured.
Well, what I'm wondering, Shibby, and I like to put things in perspective and compare it to like other people's cities, right?
Mhm.
And so, like here in Tucson, like we're in the Wild West, right? We got cowboys and Indians in people's minds, right? And in some ways, it is, because if you go to any big city, and we are the 33rd largest city in the nation, so we're not some. To be the 33rd. I mean, that's a pretty big city.
I mean, the city I live in is in North America, pretty big too. My city's not Toronto. It's called Mississauga. It's right west of Toronto, and it has a population of 800,000 people. So,
So you're pretty much like Tucson. We're at like 500, but
so my city's big.
In Pima County, like I said, the 9,000 square miles, Pima County, there's like 1.1 million, or around a million. Let's just say around a million.
But if you look at the per capita, I think it's easy to compare. Most North American cities are pretty similar in this sense.
But here's the question: is like in your city, if this happened in a house, any house in your city, and I can't even picture because I've never even heard of it, but wouldn't, like, if somebody snatched someone from your street and they left on a city street, wouldn't there be a camera that you could go to me and go, look, the suspect either went by this camera or he went by this camera. We got him.
I would think on my home, if they went up my street, it's like a dead end street I live on, and if they went up my street to abduct any of my neighbors, I have at least 6 to 8 good cameras out, 4K, the Wise cams, and they're 4K. And I don't use the subscription. I just use I bought 128 gigabyte SD cards, and I bought a pack of 10 or 6 for $50 or something, from Amazon. And they hold about 3 to 4 weeks of 4K video running constantly. So if a
Wow.
car went up my street with our street lights, it looks like daytime where I'm at because our street lights are on and everything. So they don't even switch to night vision mode on most of my front cameras because it's still so bright out with the street lights. And I would have a perfect description of them taking my neighbor. I'd be able to tell them their license plate numbers and everything. So I find it odd that there's no other details. Just this little ring cam. Come on.
Well,
Like,
yeah. I mean, as far as your city though, do you guys have city?
oh, that type of thing. I don't know exactly. I think some of the major intersections would have, the police would have some type of cameras. But again, I don't think it's everywhere. Like you could use back streets and stuff. So in that sense, it would be from security cameras. I think the police would kind of, I've had before just knock on my door and say, do you have cameras? You know, like stuff happens. So in that sense, I think it would be like home cameras, not as much citywide cameras. I don't believe that I know of. But it wouldn't be it wouldn't be everywhere. There's so many back streets and stuff around, you know. So I think it'd be the major intersections, but like flock
So do
cameras, I
you
don't think we
think,
have any.
I mean, do you think that like the suspect, because I'm thinking in my, in my area too, is like, if that happened, say like, for instance, there was a dog stolen here in Tucson, somebody stole the dog and luckily they had a camera. She got it back. Do you think that they would, like, my whole point is no cameras are been seen in Nancy Guthrie's house other than, this is what I always say, thank God for Nancy having a camera. Even though it didn't have a subscription, I mean, I know they got a lot of slack but a lot of elderly people do not have cameras. Right? That's kind of a new thing. Like the cameras have only been around.
But
So
elderly people with sons like me would, because I would just put them up and I would monitor it myself, you know. And those email alerts, like if somebody's coming to the door past 11 p.m., especially at 3 a.m., you'd get an alert from a, you know, like what? Who's at my mom's door at 3 a.m.? Shouldn't be anyone.
well, and that's the thing is so she did have a camera. Luckily, they were able to get the footage, but there's nothing after that. And so to me, the city let her down.
And I would say part of the family, because I mean, what good is it? Like you can set up all these cameras to push email alerts and just take a quick screenshot and email it to you, and it'd be within 10 seconds of it happening. If you have a push, so what I would do is I would set it up to push to one of my emails that I use push on, and I would receive that photo within 30 seconds or a minute. You get a quick screenshot of any movement at that front door. Why would you have it set up for your mom if she can't hook it up herself? What good is it if she falls and receives an email? If she's fallen or whatever, if it's there to help her, it should come to you as well. So that's how I would set it up.
Well, and here's where the dynamics of the family comes into, and I'm not going to get into their family business, but the family. So a little connection here, and this has nothing to do with this. It's almost like I shouldn't even. It doesn't mean anything. But my cousin, who is very straight and narrow, right? Very not just really smart. Always got great straight A's, kind of. Was Savannah Guthrie's best friend.
Oh wow!
Up until they basically graduated college, and then everybody kind of split up at that point. But so my cousin actually grew up with Savannah and Annie. I haven't talked to my cousin, about the case. I'm not close with her. She lives in Colorado. She's very private, right? I see her in reunions, or if she comes to town to visit my aunt. So I haven't even been tempted to call her, because I asked my sister. She said she hasn't talked to Savannah in 10 years, 20. After college, they kind of lost track. But with that being said, they come from a pretty good, like, wholesome family. So a lot of people, when they say like the family did it, you know, or who I think it could be is somebody indirectly connected to the family, right? Like people talk about the band members. Maybe it was like an ex-boyfriend of somebody, right? That was Tommaso's friend, and then the ex-boy, you know, there's so many indirectly that might know Tommaso, that might know that it's Nancy Guthrie. Those are possibilities that what I heard the investigators are looking into.
So when they were kids, like teens, I take it that Savannah would be like that head cheerleader, popular, cool one, and Annie was kind of maybe like a outcast. Or did somebody say she was like a goth? One of them was goth, like dressed in black and stuff.
And I really don't know the whole details about, you know, when they got older, but you might be right where, you know, and this happens in a lot of families, is there's like one child that's like the overachiever and one
Right.
that just likes to chill and be cool, right? Or whatever
Like Savannah was a little taller, probably a little bit prettier, maybe a head cheerleader type, and Anna was, Annie would be not the chosen child, probably. I'm guessing.
that you could have something to write, but here, let me give you the psychology, and we're getting deep tonight into Tucson. Is
It's always good to talk about it. I love just throwing things out there and asking questions.
So if you're born in Tucson, right, and you grow up in Tucson, and you're like a young person, right, and you're starting to look around at like what you want to do after high school, right, because you're pretty much just born here, right, so you don't, this is all you know, and then maybe you took some trips and you know, so to me, Savannah obviously, you know, had the upbringing of I'm gonna go to college here. Now here's did you know, did Annie go to U of A? Did she graduate from U of A? I don't know if she did. Maybe the chat
I don't know.
knows.
I don't
The
know.
chat's pretty good usually, they know. But so to me, if you can get any opportunity to get away from Tucson, because there's not a lot of good jobs. Like Savannah couldn't, if she stayed in Tucson, she would have never made over than 150,000, 100,000 being because she was a reporter here. That's how she got her start. So to me, there's kind of two phases in this. Is when they were children, you kind of just live in Tucson, and then it sounds like they both went to college, and then Savannah left and kind of started her own life. And then Annie got into really kind of left wing leaning ideology, which involves also activism.
And weird poetry.
Really. Yeah. And so as you say that, I did have the poetry on cue.
Oh, wow.
Ready to go.
She's definitely not the golden child of that family after that poem.
Well, I do have that, but I have something else. Somebody sent me this. Mystic,
wow.
she said she sent me this. You know how AI is, so
some of it's
you.
great. Some of it's really good.
But let me just see here. Let's check on the boys. The boys, what are the boys doing?
Oh, the other streamers.
Yep.
JLR, I can tell you, JLR sitting in the parking lot where you guys were last night.
Oh, he's at the thing? Okay.
Yeah, I've been watching him on my other monitor.
Is he sweating?
Alex?
I didn't know it was that hot out there. He looks like,
Alex?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's just the light.
He's got like a purple light, eh?
Hey, are we having a bad connection?
Are you?
Oh man, that light is
Nothing was
weird.
good.
That's basically like an infrared light that you can see. It's like his phone's in night vision mode or something. The new iPhones have one of those lenses, really helps with the night vision.
Kathleen, I appreciate the $20 super chat. It says, just thank you for your help and keeping the spotlight on Nancy's case.
Well, there. I did see Sue Ellen leaving earlier in the stream. But I wanted to play this, and I'm sure you kind of talked about it. I don't know if you saw it, but just a little bit of switch it up a little bit.
I'm in this. I haven't even left my house in Toronto in 2 days, so it's great. I'm honored to be in this. Faithful has been in my chat a lot, so they kind of threw me a bone and included me with you wonderful guys. But I'm just lucky to be on Ted's coattails, and I know it. But every time Ted does something big, he's jumping those pylons. I catch shrapnel, and I love it. Helping Ted out. I know you guys are the stars, and I really appreciate watching all of you guys. So I'm honored. I've been in 2 of these. I think you're
Sorry, just reading the text. So yeah, this video, but yeah, we're breaking it up. And then since this is the first time we've done this
now
fundraiser.
Before you play it, can I say before you play it, I don't have you can hear my voice. I don't have a British accent. The AI may have thought added me as a Canadian or something and thought I might sound British, but I've sent an MP3 audio via email to Faithful Servant, and they're going to lay my voice. I did it 10 times and I found a perfect one that fits right over the voice. So they're going to add it as my voice soon. They may have already done it. So let's see. But if I sound British here, that's not me.
This is pretty creative. I mean, and hopefully they didn't spend too much time.
No, they love it. No, he's a good guy. The Faithful Servant.
Okay, he's a good guy. Yeah, I think I've seen him in the chat back in the day. I remember seeing that name.
You know what they do is they've got a lot of good clips where I've seen things on there that I didn't even know happened. They go back and they pick up all the clip JLR in that, and they kind of put montages together and play them of all the incidents that have happened, like people stopping and yelling, James Feather, just everything. And it's really neat. Because I learned a lot. I've seen things that I didn't know happened in JLR streams, because some of JLR streams are like 6-7 hours. You can't catch them all, right? But it's a great channel.
Well, let's watch it. Just because, we were watching this last night with JLR, and he was cracking. I mean, it's clever too, and it's there's some digs in it. There's a couple digs, but
no. The Ted looks a little puffy in the face.
So here we go. Hopefully,
go for it.
Maybe everybody hasn't seen this, but
hopefully they've fixed the audio.
Welcome to the greatest investigators on Earth. We have Ted Investigates, Dad's Gone Live, Alex 857, and many more. Let's go inside. Dun, dun, dun! Welcome, everyone, to the greatest show under the sun!
And now, the climactic swing. Wait, what's that? It's the clue! He caught it! He caught it! Unbelievable! We have the proof!
This is my side job from investigating. This is fun, people.
Oh my God.
Woohoo! Let's ride!
And that's supposed to be the juice?
Yeah, here we go, my boys. Now for our next act. Dun dun dun.
Start talking, or I'm aiming for the evidence board next.
Behave yourself. Now for our next act. Dun dun dun.
Whoa! Whoa, there! Hold on!
He's flying here.
Oh no! Not again! Whoa! Whoa, wait a minute! Ah, not like this! Whoa, hold on! Ah,
He looks puffy.
Help! Help! Oh, goodness! Not
It's this
according
part
to the
coming up
script.
here. He looks like he's floating right there and
Help! Help!
right here.
I'm slipping.
He's flying.
Somebody grab me. Oh no.
Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
I like to get higher up to spot for clues.
His front wheel's not even on it.
Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
If the clues won't come to me, I'll jump to them.
Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
All right, everyone, please. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, for the love of... Can someone please explain this? This is absolute madness. I've lost control.
Now, for our next act,
I don't usually question lions, but tonight, somebody's
Rawr.
talking.
Why didn't they put Dolly Vision in?
I don't know.
Talk to me at Mab Investigates.
now, for our next act,
I think I found something.
The hat. Look at the hat. It's exactly like it.
To know more about this, watch me at AJW News on YouTube.
there goes my boys! Now, for our next act, dun dun dun!
Under this big top,
Patriot
greatest
Pride.
act of all
He was in the
is
chat.
honoring those
Yeah.
who served.
Come see us at patriotprideusa.org. God bless.
Now, for the last act, dun dun dun!
Justin, I brought you a few helpers.
Righteous Monkey even makes a.
And Justin's in my chat all the time.
Okay.
Catch this one. I got it. Look at them jumping. This is amazing.
I'd like to thank all the help and support on my channel. They are amazing. They inspire me in creating this. And I'd especially like to thank dun 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 Sharon 3 and Ginny and Cap and the thousands of others. Thank you! And Pedro! And Mark the Shark! I'll get you next time! And Devil
Devil Dog.
Dog! I'll get you next time too! Sorry.
That is hilarious.
So you know the guy at the end with Righteous Monkey. He's non-communicative, but he calls into my show, and he has one of those where he can type in to talk through a voice thingy. And his name's Justin Investigates, and one of his mods is in my chat. So if his name's Justin Investigates. So
I think I've seen him. Yeah, I think he was in a couple. I've seen that name around.
And you want to hear something funny? Since 2010, when I bought myself and my kids iPhone 3GSs, we've been using iPhones since. My first ringtone for my text message, I'm going to play it for you, okay? I've been using that for the last 15 years. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Did you hear?
Yeah.
It's the Crudes. Dun, dun, dun. So that's what.
Okay.
JLR always says that. I don't know if it's for the Crudes, like that, the Disney movie, the Crudes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
But
I
it's
thought
called
there was a
Dun,
band
Dun,
named
Dun.
that too.
No, it's the Disney characters. They're kind of like yellow, and they wear like overall pants, and they're sort of cylindrical shaped. They're called the Crudes. I never really saw it, but I always loved that text message, and I bought it in the App Store years and years ago, and I've always been using it on all my iPhones because it always catches my attention instead of having the standard text tone that everyone uses.
Yeah, I remember back in the day buying the ringtones and stuff. I do have this video, and I try to find new faces that are covering the case because it's like, we see all the same faces, and I mean, not that I don't, Brian Inton's all, we're watching them all, but I did find this one. And so it's a short one too, which is good because we can just watch this, review it. It's so this was just made on the 26th. So this was just made today. And it's 4 minutes later. Authorities are not any closer to finding Nancy Guthrie clues. And there's some new profession. Anyway, let's just give it a shot and then
Go for it.
Here we go.
Right on.
Salt Lake.
Welcome back to Arc Salt Lake. The mother of Today co-host Savannah Guthrie remains missing as the search for answers now nears the 4-month mark. Now, many remember Nancy Guthrie was reportedly kidnapped from her home in Tucson, Arizona on February 1st. The case has drawn national attention as investigators continue working to answer the question on everyone's mind: who took her? Now, nearly 4 months later, the suspect still at large, and there are still really no answers about Nancy's whereabouts. So we are joined this morning by Ann Emerson from Criminally Obsessed to break down the latest developments in this case. And Ann, this is certainly one that causes a lot of people to wonder, why has this case been so difficult?
You know, Lincoln, it really does. And it's one of those cases, it reminds me of the JonBenet Ramsey case in some ways, that we just thought we would get something so much sooner, and then we didn't, and then we didn't. And we're already, well past.
What I missed. What is this lady's position? Like, what was her?
Doesn't it say on the screen? I missed
No,
it
that's
too.
what I was saying is I might need to. I just wanted to get. I thought she was like she's got Emmy awards on her.
Yeah, go back. I'd like to know who she is. She seems. I like her background there with those little boards, the investigation, whatever they are.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Oh yeah. She
They
definitely
put all the pieces of strings connecting all the clues and all the pieces of evidence with strings and little pins.
Yeah.
Evidence board, right? Or something.
Oh
like that.
yeah. The evidence. Okay. The evidence. Yeah, I saw that.
Watch
now,
behind her. Watch behind her.
Yeah, I'll look at it. This is what's weird right here is why does it say criminally obsessed? What the heck? Like what does that mean anything really? Like in this case, I'm trying to figure out why they chose to put they're starting the story and they have that on the screen. Does that seem odd to you?
No, they're probably. I was trying to listen to it, but also I was typing in my chat saying hi to you. I was saying hi in your chat too, so I did read it.
Right.
So we'll see what the premise is for Criminally Obsessed. Is it about people like us watching
Joined
too much?
this morning by Ann Emerson from Criminally Obsessed to break down the.
Okay, so
that's for YouTube. Ann Emerson.
Okay, I'm gonna have to look that up. I never even heard of her.
Yeah. I can do that while you're playing it. I'll look up on my YouTube on my other screen. I'll search.
Okay.
Latest developments in this case, and Ann, this is certainly one that causes a lot of people to wonder, why has this case been so difficult?
You know, Lincoln, it really does. And it's one of those cases, it reminds me of the JonBenet Ramsey case in some ways, that we just thought we would get something so much sooner, and then we didn't, and then we didn't. And we're already, well past the 100-day mark. And that's, I think, very concerning for everybody, because it does just get that much colder as it goes along.
What are investigators most likely focused on at this point, do you think?
Well, that's what I've been looking at carefully on the show. And it appears that really going into that genetic genealogy databases and looking at DNA possible matches, trying to find a suspect that way, is really one of the most promising leads that they have. We understand that they have already put some of the DNA that they found at the place, that they don't know whose DNA it is. They've been able to rule out certain people. Obviously, they've been able to take that DNA to the several labs. I understand they've been through 5 labs now, which seems like a lot to me, but now it's at Quantico, the DNA is being looked at there. I mean, obviously, when you're working with the FBI and their Quantico lab, you're working with the best of the best, and crime scene investigation and crime science, because that's what we're talking about, is really on the cutting edge here. So I feel confident if anyone's going to figure this out, it's going to be through the DNA. I think that they have. And here's the thing, Lincoln, that we all have to be really patient about. There's two sides to this. One is we don't know what they're doing all the time, nor should we. We're watching and waiting and listening and speculating sometimes, but we are not inside that investigation. And there's a lot of information that they have that we don't have. And that's one thing that I want to say. And then the second thing is that when you have a partial DNA sequence and you're in your 6th lab now and the biggest lab in the country, this is obviously going to take a very long time to string out. They would have had a smoking gun. They would have had it at the beginning, and they don't. So we gotta be patient.
And that's, I still think, I mean, it's just, I just think, I mean, if they had something, they would be pouncing, because I was following the case, ready, boom, boom. On the 10th, they had a SWAT raid, if you remember, if you were watching the case on February 10th.
No, I'm kind of newer to it.
Okay, so on February 10th, they did a SWAT raid in Rio Rico. And then on Friday the 13th, they did another SWAT raid.
So that's like week 2. No, I wasn't involved until probably mid-March. So
okay, so that's kind of how it all happened, and then from then on, it's literally been silent.
I definitely missed the first month of this. I needed to catch up, which I've been doing.
So that's what just makes me to believe that if they only depended on the public to solve the case by that photo, and they don't have any DNA. Let's pretend right now they don't have any DNA. Like they don't find any DNA. And all they have is that suspect photo. And for almost 4 months, they haven't found anybody. To me, it's like I said a while ago, they can't just come up and just find someone if they don't have anything that's going to lead. So I kind of agree with her. She said, I don't know how she phrased it, that they don't have much. All right, we'll continue this.
Because obviously, in any point in this investigation, that I would say when things go cold after every week, when things are cold, I would think every week or every 2 weeks, I would release a tidbit, meaning you would have 10 or 15 good pieces, and you'd release at least 1 or 2 little tidbits to keep public interest growing and to help people like us searching. You guys, I would.
Yeah, and that is the weird thing. That is the weird thing.
If I were the family, I would insist they every Friday maybe release a tidbit, because what good is it holding it all close to the vest? I mean, sure, you need to have some things to prove if the person you confesses or whatever is actually telling the truth, but if you have so little, that's the only reason I could see why you wouldn't be releasing it, because they don't have much. They have 1 or 2, because in most cases you'd have the crime scene, right? There would be like 30 things at the crime scene, and you'd be able to release 1 or 2 looking for the suspect, and then when he goes to court and you find him, or he goes to jail or he confesses, you'll be able to prove because you haven't told everybody, right? The only things the killer will know, they'll be able to check to make sure that their confession is legit.
Well, I mean, I just had this thought the other day that, I mean, this thing could be going on years. Actually, I said it earlier, but I was thinking it the other day. So I've been with the John Benet Ramsey, and they just didn't have anything, right? They just
you know what's weird? You've heard of the Delphi murders, right? The person they ended up convicting for 130 years Richard Allen, came and talked to them within 3 days of them finding the bodies, and they supposedly lost his clue, his tip. It wasn't even a tip. It was he came to the police station to talk to them, and then a cop came out and interviewed him, and he gave him all, he was trying to help as a witness, they said. And that was 3 days after they found the bodies in 2017, and they didn't arrest him. They said they lost it in the tip system, and they didn't arrest him till like October of 2022, and the murders happened in February of 2017. And he came and talked to them on the February 19th of 2017 to say he was in the area that day. He was on the trails where these girls were murdered. And I don't know if he says he saw them, but people saw him and so forth. And then they didn't arrest him for over 5 years because they lost the tip. So that stuff happens.
Yeah, no, I mean, it does. I mean, I tell people this about once a week just because I to kind of put it in perspective how I got into being maybe into this in my blood, essentially, is like when I was 6 years old, I found a victim of a serial killer.
Oh my. Whoa.
And it was in Tucson. The guy kidnapped a 3-year-old girl from her house, right next to my dad's house. And long story short, I found her with me and a buddy were just in this lot. We found her. They didn't. So it was like a manhunt, not a manhunt. It was a missing persons case for like 4 days because she was missing, and then we were the ones who actually found her. So I imagine like somebody finding Nancy 4 days later, right? That was me and my friend. And what ended up happening is they had no suspects. This was before the internet, before cameras were really even, a big thing. I think.
DNA too, I'm sure. DNA didn't come out till much later, I'm sure.
Yeah, so DNA. Long story short, I mean, I kind of was a little bit paranoid when I was a kid, as far as like I had to sleep with the light on. I wasn't scared, like I didn't have to, but I mean, these were the things where I thought people were getting kidnapped from their damn bedrooms as a kid.
Must have been hard. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but here's the thing: is it took from me that 6 all the way until 8th grade, and they found the guy.
Wow. So what did you guys do? Did you immediately told somebody, or did you stand there in shock? Or sounds like
we ran. We just ran back to my dad's house, and we just told him. We just said, "You got to come see what we just found." They didn't believe us because we told them what we found. They were like, "No, yeah, right." You know what I mean? And so they walked out with us just to confirm, because we were just like little kids. And then the whole story obviously was like the biggest thing in the world. I mean, but they did find him, and DNA. You said DNA, so DNA had just been whenever they started doing that, and he was.
What year was it? Can you say, or what year?
When he was charged, or
no? Well, the year you kind of found the body, they found the victim.
Yeah, it was like 1985.
Oh yeah, DNA wouldn't be around that early for sure.
Yeah,
so at the time, probably in the late 70s and 80s, I think they started keeping things, wondering when the technology was going to catch up. So it's possible they kept things, but I guess if they found the guy, they didn't need it or something. I don't know.
Well, no, that's what solved the case, because he killed other people, and they had the DNA, and then so in 1993 is when they somehow. They were able to do it by the DNA. So that's what solved the case, was the DNA. And then he got put to death by lethal injection.
I mean, I could be wrong. Don't quote me. I'm not even sure when DNA came into the play, but sounds probably around that time, maybe a bit.
Exactly. No, he was one of the first cases, I think, in Arizona that solved the case through DNA. So yeah, I think you're right on that. All right, let's finish this.
Oh, before you go, I was going to say, remember the movie Stand By Me, when they found the Ray Bauer in the woods. You ever seen Stand By Me? The boy that got hit by the train, they found his body.
Well, that was the crazy thing, is that video came out right when I found the body.
Yeah.
So
I
that
could imagine as
movie,
kids, you'd be stunned standing there like, is this real? Like,
yeah. No, so that movie, I related to that movie. I mean, that was my favorite movie growing up, but I mean, I just related to that completely. So yeah, that was one of the best movies ever.
yeah, it was a great movie. I haven't seen that in a while. It's good.
Yeah.
National attention that surrounds this, does that help or does it hurt in a situation like this?
I think absolutely helps. I would have to say, like, if you just looked at this case next to all the other cases that we've worked on missing persons, you've got to keep it in the national attention as much as you can, with the media playing a role in this. You know, obviously we don't want to go down rabbit holes that are wasting anybody's time in this investigation. But when you think about it, as far as just staying in, you know, you never know. Like, you could be driving down an isolated highway in Arizona or New Mexico or somewhere, and all of a sudden you see something on the side of the road and it looks like a piece of clothing or something. It may just spark someone to stop and be like, let me see what that is. Or they might just remember seeing somebody that would have been somewhere near the Guthrie family home, or, you know, at Nancy Guthrie's residence, that they just put two and two together. So that's why they do it, right? They hope that one lead is going to take them to where Nancy Guthrie is.
And Savannah Guthrie has such a public job. Obviously, she's not the only member of the family who's dealing with this, but she's really proving that anyone who goes through something like this, they have to go on with life in some fashion. It's got to be a real toll for that entire family.
It's remarkable. I mean, it really kind of levels us, doesn't it? It makes us realize that we're all sort of fighting the good fight together, and no one, when it comes to the important things in life, this is a great example of how we all suffer and grieve and work through these problems the same. It doesn't matter how famous you are, or if you're just a person, you know, living in a little neighborhood in Arkansas somewhere. Everybody is going through these struggles. And what I do love about how the Guthrie family has handled this, and Savannah's been so gracious, is that she has tried to put a spotlight on those other cases of through working with the missing organizations and national organizations, and saying, hey, we know our mom's missing right now. We're putting as much money as we can into finding out what happened to her, but also supporting these other families, because there are hundreds of thousands of families that are also dealing with this kind of crisis.
We just have under a minute left, and the idea that this could go unsolved, does that register in your mind at all?
It does. I still hold out a lot of hope for the work they're doing in running this DNA analysis. And I'll tell you why. When I talk to my forensic criminologists, the people that are on the front line of all of these kind of cases, they tell me that crime science is getting so good, and we're seeing it. I mean, look what happened in, you know, the very tragic, scary case of the Idaho 4 and Brian Koberger. It took about 60 days. Now we're at 100, which is a long time. But if you start kind of looking at it in perspective and what they had to work with, and possibly what Nancy Guthrie's case had to work with, I'm holding out a lot of hope that they're still going to solve this. But it's going to take technology. It's going to take science. And it's going to, the one thing that I don't like about this is that we have to watch human error, because human error is what really, you know, somebody that's nervous holding that DNA, you know, that has a chain of custody, and that we have human error in these kind of cases. So if we can hopefully exclude that to some degree, I think they still have a good shot if they've got some DNA that they're working with.
Okay. Ann Emerson with Criminally Obsessed, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
I'm going to look up that channel.
I put it in our chat. I put it in the private chat for you. I'll definitely follow her, because she's got great hair for sure. I'm jelly for sure. Wonderful hair. She's very listening to her. She seems really great. I'm gonna listen to her for sure. I do love that evidence board in the background. I gotta get that background for when I get a camera.
Um, sorry, I'm multitasking here.
No. I've never seen her before because when I searched her on YouTube, she seems to be on a lot of the news channels and everywhere. So I've never seen or heard of her. So she looks great.
Yeah, her description says first on the scene, uniting armchair detectives in their quest for for justice.
Very simple, very simple. My description is ridiculous. So yeah, I should have a simple something like that. It's very
Yeah,
succinct.
that's
Yeah, I'm going to shorten mine right when I get finished this.
but it's weird is I just don't see any. Let me see it like because you would think this would have came up on our feeds, like the algorithm plugs in anybody who puts Nancy Guthrie, and if they have a big channel like this, and so what's weird is I'm looking at her channel, and there's a couple of them, and they
She's
literally
actually
have not
she's only
covered
done
the
it,
case.
but hers is all the podcasts. So if you go to the podcast section, I bet it's more there. It looks like she's in her videos and her live streams. I don't see it as much, right? The
Well, there's nothing
videos.
in her podcast either. But that's the other one that did that is Crime Junkies, and it's like they barely even cover Nancy Guthrie case.
So maybe they're like paying for this kind of advertisement to get their story on all these news stations. I'm not sure. Yeah,
I don't know. It just seems like they have
Yeah.
these big channels and they're covering this, and then you go to their page. There's not one Nancy Guthrie
Basically,
story on
each
it.
section has one video, one podcast, and one live stream or something. So she's just new on this case.
Okay.
Or she hasn't been. Feels
Yeah,
like
it's
it. I
just
guess.
weird. You'd think that she would have jumped right on it, but it does seem a little more professional, maybe like corporate YouTube, corporate YouTube. Not just somebody, in their back room and
Yeah, like a Patriot Pride sitting in the chair. That's what I'm going to do. Like when I get my, I got a spare room. I'm going to set up like Patriot Prides. I like how they do it with this like a big chair. And I'll get a couple of recliners and have like a beer fridge. My RC cars, because I do RC car business, so I'll have RC cars all over the place and pool table or something cool.
That's what it's about. Growing your channel, and that's why I tell people if you have a channel, put it in the chat, and let's get your subscribers up to monetization levels, and then you start having shows.
I'm up there now. I got monetized last week or 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks, actually, this 3 or 4 weeks ago I did, but I blew past 1,000 so fast working with Ted. I got up to like 2,500 before I got monetized.
Well, and that's why, I'm hoping to, if you got anybody in your chat and they want to come in a day, and I'll share their channel, help out people.
That'd be great. They're listening now. They'll hear it. But also, for me, like, honestly, I'm 52, and when I turned 40, I was a little depressed for 10 years. I didn't want to talk or do anything. And then about 6-7 months ago, I just started doing live streams and reading court cases and following stuff. And I'm ready to get a camera now. I'm more worried about having a great background and doing something silly like knocking my camera over and, but I'm ready. I'm ready to take the big boy step soon.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited because this is the first time I've done a fundraiser.
How much have you raised?
That's what I was just going to look.
Cool. That is great.
Which is like 5 times more than I thought.
Anything's great.
$150 is going to support the mission to help missing children. So thank you, everyone. I know some people were saying they can't send a super chat during a fundraiser,
Ah.
which is awesome. I didn't know, but I didn't know that. And so that's something to learn. I had no idea. So when you do your fundraisers, it's all about the fundraising. And this one's continuing. So I was gonna put like, okay, let's try to raise, whatever amount. But maybe I'll do a poll to see, should we just send the money, the 150, or should we keep it going and try to get to like 300 in the next month? I mean, obviously, you know, money's important right now. So they got plenty of money. I'm sure it's awesome that we're doing this, but what do you think? Do you think we should
I don't
keep
know.
it going, roll it over?
Because if you think about it, $150 is like the average person would donate to like $2 or $5 or $10 or $20. So that's like 30 or 40 people donating, right? So that's I don't know. Maybe we should just do it each show and kind of give people, because if people hear we say that now, they'll think, oh, I'll pay next time. But I think after this show's done, if you're going to donate that and start a different time, maybe they'll be more inclined to help
That's
out now
what I
if
was
they
thinking.
can. I don't know. I don't even. I've only received $5 once, and I received $40 my first thing with YouTube, and I spent 29 hours of live stream, so it's about 25 cents an hour I made. So I'm not grifting.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is, you're looking at the big picture. You're going to get your studio up.
Right.
If you enjoy
Anything I
it,
do, right, it'll be going back into getting a better computer. And because when I help Ted, I run the screen and I track him and I help him find things. So I got all these monitors. I'm kind of like his computer guy. So yeah, if I get anything, I'll put it all back into making things better for this show.
it's a process of learning. It's definitely. I've been on there. I like your show, so keep pushing.
Thanks.
I do have, because I was looking for the interview room because I didn't. They were supposed to do something tonight, like about this sheriff.
Wow.
But I do see a video there, but it seems like it's like an old one that they kind of repurposed. So he was supposed to talk about the undersheriff. Did you hear about that?
No.
Okay. So Sheriff Nanos had his current undersheriff, which I don't know the guy's name, got in trouble for beating up a guy, an inmate.
Whoa.
Now, I don't know the full story. This is all just hearsay, or not hearsay. This is all through multiple people. So there might be other parts of it that we'll hear later. Long story short, he beat this inmate. He got in trouble. Okay. I guess it was a pretty bad beating. Then he left that job because I think it was in the prison, right?
Well, because the sheriffs, they handle all the prison transfers. So when they go there, they transfer people to in smaller towns in that counties. The sheriff is responsible for getting people from prisons and prisons and jails to their court and stuff. Helping. I don't know if they actually extract them from cells, but they're involved in that. They go and pick people up and drive them places too. So they're dealing with the people. A lot of people are arrested already.
Same thing here. And so let me see here. So basically this guy, he ended up leaving that job, I think, or I don't know that story of like how he left but then he changed his name.
Oh wow.
Now I don't have it. This is what Chris McDonough said from the interview room. Now, Chris McDonough got it from, because I posted this on my Facebook today. And I guess this is old news. I guess this was already a controversy and Nanos got away with it again.
Wow.
And so this undersheriff, what happened is he changed his name and then he got the position as Nanos's second-hand man.
Usually they don't have to change their name. They just go to the next county over and they'll start fresh.
Well, here it was a name change, which is like even
Oh.
seems even worse.
Yeah, must have did something really bad.
Well, he beat the guy, the inmate.
Mm.
All right, this is Brian Inton. From today. Now we're skipping ahead, so you guys go over to his page. He's almost to 600,000 subscribers. So maybe tonight he'll reach it.
Yeah. And then come to Sweet Dude Shibby and help me get. I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding. If you guys like me, I'm helping Ted. If you like Ted, he goes exclusively through me some of the times when he's out driving around because he can't run everything. So I do a live stream and then Ted calls in through me. So if you like Ted, come to my channel.
All right, here we go. This is Brian Inton and I forgot her name. Do you remember her name? I don't remember her name.
Happens, the way that works, the way that manifests itself is it's a wave that just overtakes you when you least expect it. So it's totally normal for her to be responding that way, and it's probably a situation where she either gets up and leaves or takes off for the last 20 minutes, or she sits there like a puddle on national television, which is not what she wants to do. She's probably trying to be strong for her children and her husband and family and siblings, and it's just too much.
I interviewed John Ramsey, obviously, his case from 1996 with John Bonet, and it was interesting because he, knows what it's like to be under the media spotlight, knows what it's like when a lot of people think you're involved and you didn't do anything wrong. But one thing he said, I said, well, what would your advice for the Guthrie family be? And the first thing he said was that they need to scrutinize the police. He compared it to like when you're in the hospital and you can't just lay there and not like sort of fight for yourself and be an advocate for yourself and push them along and make sure the nurse is doing the right thing. He said it's the same thing with law enforcement. I was wondering what you thought about that.
I don't agree with that in many instances and for a number of different reasons. In his particular case, I do agree with it because they hadn't had a homicide before. And so it's a different ball of wax altogether. If you're dealing with LAPD or LA County Sheriffs or Chicago PD or New York or Miami or any big city where they have a ton of homicides, no, I don't think you need to worry about that. In his issue, in my opinion, with regard to them focusing on him or someone in the family was the amount requested in that quote unquote ransom note was the exact amount of money that he got for his end of the year bonus, which is bizarre because it was something like, an odd number, like $70,000 or something ridiculous. So that was beyond strange and something that you just can't look away from. It's one of those things that once you see that, it's hard to unsee it.
But do you think if you're the Guthries, do you need to apply some kind of pressure or do you just sit back and expect people to be doing their jobs?
It's normal, it's natural for families in situations like this to push for more, push for answers. That's just normal human behavior. So people do that, and we don't have a problem with them doing that at all. It's fine. I mean, it's what one would expect in a situation like this, and it's totally understandable.
What is it like when you're on the other side of that? Like when you're working the case? I guess, like you said, you just sort of expect it, or?
I was talking to some homicide guys yesterday, and we were all talking, and the topic was when it rains, it falls. It seems like in situations like that, you always have like two things going on in like your whole world is falling apart, and all of a sudden the wheels are falling off your bus. It's just like, so in a situation like that, it might be better just to say, hey, I'm just gonna take a break here. I'm gonna take a powder, and can someone else handle this for me? But oftentimes people really like to stay the course, and they like to be there for these people because when you spend decades in law enforcement, essentially you're spending decades as a victim's advocate, and that's what these victims deserve, and we know that, and it's part of the oath we took. So we take it very seriously. We want to do everything we can for these people, for their families, most importantly for the victim. And so we're willing to, you know, we're willing to take it on the chin, so to speak. I just, you know, sometimes it's over the top, but
You mean if people push too hard or they're too outspoken, you know, calling out the cops, that kind of thing?
yeah, or just being really unnecessarily cruel and stuff, but they're suffering through their own grief. So people are going to lash out. That's human behavior,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Wow. Did you pause it or did it?
Yeah, I paused it. For the fair use, you kind of have to,
Yep.
you know, you,
No.
yeah. So
Makes
I
sense.
just, I
One
didn't
thing
really.
I didn't like, she said when it rains, it falls instead of when it rains, it pours. But I guess it sounded weird.
Yeah, that must be like a criminal term. You know what I mean? Like an
I guess.
insider. But
And
what I
one thing
got
I
out
can
of
assure
that,
you also is if I get a camera, I won't be sitting as close as Brian Enton is. That's for sure. It's like right in the camera's face.
well, he's doing pretty well.
Oh no, he's great, but he's really close to that camera.
And there must be some sort of psychology behind that. Is what I'm thinking.
So he doesn't show the rest of his body, I guess.
Well, I did notice he got a haircut. That's what I did
He's
notice.
I guess, yeah. If you got great skin and if I had my hair, if I still had hair like that, I would, yeah, for sure. I would have been on camera months ago. I'm only kidding. Yeah, he's a professional though, so it's good. He must know what he's doing. It's not by mistake. Yeah.
No, he's been doing it for a while.
But he's also trying to look like a regular podcaster too, like a regular YouTuber on when he's not on News Nation and all them. Like the Brian Enton channel is kind of like the regular. He's trying to be like a YouTuber, right?
Yeah. The difference with that is yeah, he definitely has he has the corporate, and I'm sure you know the corporate salary, right? The salary.
Mm-hmm.
So
So would this be separate though? Is YouTube be separate, or you think it's a part of together with this News Nation stuff or whatever it is?
honestly, I think it was probably written into his contract that you know, hey, I'll do it if I can keep my channel, and then you guys can use my channel for content, and then I'll be a feature on the news. So I think it's like a double getting paid both from a salary and from YouTube.
No, good for him. I mean, he's likable. He's interesting and likable, and I enjoy him.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. And I mean, he even told me, he goes, I watch your channel. He might be watching right now, Shibby. He said, yeah. Yeah.
He's listening. Sorry, you had to be subjected to Shibby up here in Toronto.
I mean, no, he's probably.
I'm like kidding. That'd be wild.
No, he's. I mean, I saw him every day for a month, 2 months. I mean, literally every day. I mean, I'd see, not just once. I mean, I'd see him, 20 times a day because I'd walk by. We didn't say hi every time, but at least once a day, I would, ask him, hey, what's new information? I gave him information that I found out. Like, he didn't know about the Tucson underpinnings with nanos and stuff. He had to find that out somewhere. And so once the case kind of went cold as far as media, he had to start digging around for other things with the sheriff. So yeah, I mean, I even gave him an 857 shirt. He's got So maybe we'll see him one day pop on News Nation with the 857 shirt.
For sure. Yeah. Send him $100 donation. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, right.
But whenever you're out and about, like say you're walking around in your regular life without camera doing anything, do you get recognized ever at your level, or like just people?
Oh
say,
yeah,
hey,
it's starting to happen a lot now.
that's great. Like
Yeah,
when
I
you're
mean,
not filming or doing anything, you're just going to buy eggs and milk at the store or something. Right?
normally it's because of the shirt, because I try to not like plaster myself out there just for that reason. I mean, so I mean, maybe it'll happen more. I mean, I'm not trying to like,
No,
this is more
I mean,
about
I'm
the,
asking.
yeah,
It's neat. No,
the
I mean, it's
shirt.
good. It's good for you to be, get noticed too. I mean, Brian's getting paid well. I mean, it's good for people get paid. JLR's getting paid to do this, but he's doing a service. He's entertaining. He's holding Nanos accountable. And like I say, with even Jim and them walking around out there, it's not just about Nancy. Like if they found a cat with his head stuck in a can, or another body from a cold case, right? They're going to call it in and do good. They're getting exercise. They're talking to people. I mean, it's all around good. They're benefiting. Jim benefits from talking to his people. He loves it. It's like free therapy. So it's all around great thing.
Yeah, and that's where it's a community on every channel, and then I know people, they watch 2 or 3 channels at the same time. They'll have one on the TV, one on their phone. Like I have 2 phones. Sometimes I'll have one playing and another one on.
I've been watching Alex and JLR this whole time. JLR just finished. I have my computer. I use one for StreamYard, and I have 3 52-inch TVs that my desktop is extended. So I basically like I watch 3 shows at once sometimes. And I have a laptop and an iPad and an iPhone and an old Android. So yeah, I feel the same.
Yeah, we're multitasking. So this is we're gonna fast forward a little bit in this video because they do talk about YouTubers.
Oh, bad or good? Yeah, I guess not everyone's happy. I know.
I didn't really review the whole thing because I was like just trying to find some new stuff that's come out from some of the big people, and so I kind of skipped through every time he asked a question. I just kind of see what he does ask a question here. The last 5 minutes. So I'm gonna see if we can just listen to the last 5 minutes, if that's all right. And he does talk about like YouTubers coverage and how that's affecting. That's what I think it's about. So we'll find out together. And shout out to the Brian Inton channel, and I forgot her name. I gotta get her name.
I've never seen her before, so I'm not sure who she is.
So real quickly, just an update is this was the first time I've ever held a fundraiser within the YouTube infrastructure, and we have raised $150 tonight. And it's the same foundation that the America's Most Wanted, John Walsh, I guess they started it, and this is the foundation that helped him. You know who that is?
Yeah, his son Adam. Yeah, from America's Most Wanted. Oh yeah, everyone knows Brian Walsh.
So this foundation was formed, I think like a year before he went. So we'll listen to this. This is Brian Inton talking about YouTubers.
Spoke to Fox Digital, thinking that maybe that could have been related to Nancy Guthrie, that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. The motive may have been getting into Nancy's bank accounts. What do you think of that?
I think they would have had someone in handcuffs if that were the case.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like kind of similar to the other one. There would have been some kind of trail there that they would have, 3 months later, they would have been able to find it.
I'd be pretty surprised if Nancy had Bitcoin first and
Right.
foremost.
Yeah.
You know, and is it true, Brian, that she did have seconds taken out on her house? Have you been able to verify that?
No, I haven't seen that. No. I did hear she
Um,
was going to sell it several years ago and then
Yeah.
didn't. But I
Um,
don't know about.
because I was going to say if she had seconds out on her house, she doesn't have a boatload of cash sitting in any particular account, I would imagine.
Yeah.
You know, because of her age and the generation, you know, it's like more of a blue collar mindset where you don't take money, you don't take a second out on your house unless you don't have something else that could cover that cost for you.
Yeah.
Because you know,
Well, I would imagine as close as she is to Savannah, if she got to that kind of a situation, you know what I mean? Savannah has a lot of
yes,
money. I don't
definitely,
get the sense that Savannah would just leave her high and dry. You know what I mean?
definitely. I totally agree with that.
And I never heard of any, just even talking to the people in the neighborhood, I never heard of any financial issues. She had just gotten a new roof pretty recently. Her house is in good shape. She's got the pool guy. You know what I mean? Like there weren't any signs of, sometimes you can see
Neglect.
things to look a little run down or maybe, you
Right.
know, it was kind of like the opposite. The yard is really nice. So I
Oh
don't,
my gosh, that yard was gorgeous. That
yeah,
garden was so beautiful.
yeah, yeah. I kind of wonder now what they're going to do because, you know, the HOA there has sent out several notices. Like they're, you know, starting to get frustrated with people still coming to the house. They're asking people not to leave flowers anymore. I wonder, you know, if you're the Guthrie family, it's probably hard to sell. I don't know. What do you do in that situation? I mean,
I would keep it. I'd keep the house for a while. Who cares what the HOA people say?
yeah,
Get over yourself. You know, if people want to come and if I were her children, I would not sell that house right away. I wouldn't do anything for at least a year, because that's like, you know, what people
Suspicious.
recommend. But I just, it's, I think under any circumstance, it's nice to go into your parents' house, even when something like this may have happened, just to be there and be like in her presence, because they miss her so much. I don't know. All I know is, actually, I don't know anything about it, having never had a family member ripped out of their bed like this, and it still is just so deeply upsetting to me. But I'm not worried at all about people leaving flowers. And look at what it took with OJ. How long that they had to tear down that whole house and then they sold every brick. People are not going to stop coming to that house. They're not going to stop coming to that
Exactly.
house because it's an iconic location right now. And that's just the fact of the matter as we stand today.
is
She's
there
actually
any
great.
law enforcement reason for them not to sell it? I mean, do you think police would be advising them to, would they still possibly need it for anything?
Well, they turned it over. They turned it back over to the family. And once you do that, all bets are off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they must not think there's anything else there except for the mat.
The mat, yeah.
And
That
except
mat
for
that
whatever
you
that
take
person
it
went
right
back to
away.
get with Tommaso.
Yeah, that was weird. That was weird.
Remember? You know what was funny? I was watching Alex on my live stream at the time, and I was talking with Ted, or whatever, and I had JLR on the screen in a picture-in-picture. So I was watching him when he pulls out of that church, and Tommaso passes by him. He's like, "Oh my God, that's Tommaso!" And he goes behind him, and he follows him back to the house. And I was watching Alex at the same time, and Alex is sitting there going, "Oh my God, that was Tommaso!" Because he pulled right into the driveway, and then
Yep.
JLR pulls up, and JLR sets his camera up and goes and parks the car. Oh, it was fascinating watching that.
Yeah, the way he was walking, and even today, I mean, we watched that. I mean, you said you watched it with the guy pulling into the driveway, and he walked out. I mean, everybody's angry over there.
Just today, that guy, the white Tesla, looked angry. The way he took the sign when he
Yep.
arrived, and the cops were talking to Alex. I could see just he's the type of guy that would orchestrate having that shit stuff piled all over the road there. In my opinion, possibly. It's odd that he shows up again today doing all this stuff when just last night. So maybe he's called back in to kind of get these guys out of here. Because if you're doing it officially as a cop, you can't, because that's violating their civil rights.
Yeah,
But
we're
maybe
gonna pull that up after this little. This is almost. I'm gonna pull that up again because that guy's been coming around for months and months and months. That same white
Today.
Tesla. And
It
why?
He looks like
Yeah.
a type of guy that's a cleaner, like a like not the brains, the muscle.
Yeah, yeah. He's hired, and he almost looks. Yeah, he's hired by someone, but there's some bullies over there. Like I remember me and JLR when it was like one of the first week, and there was this one guy that was hired to be there, and he was such a, I mean, just a jerk to us. And I understand it's a stressful situation, but it seemed, now it seems almost like overly, like
Also,
what's that?
also didn't mean to cut you off. Also last week, an Uber guy showed up, and it was almost like he was a fake Uber guy sent in. You ever heard of agent provocateurs? They're kind of undercover cops that are sent in to kind of stir up protests so the police can then come in and violate civil rights. This guy stopped in an Uber car and basically almost got in a fight with Ted and all them, and started banging on his window, like, trying to provoke them, but they didn't take the bait.
Yeah.
It felt like he was like an undercover cop, kind of, in my opinion, I'm guessing that he could have been an undercover, because what he said about Uber made no sense. Uber food, he was delivering Uber food, but it was trying to collect payment, and it was weird.
Huh. Yeah, I remember hearing about that, something about that. But
There was
we'll
also
review.
two or three pizzas that were delivered that weren't needed to be paid for too, but it wasn't those. This was a separate Uber driver that almost picked a fight with Ted and Alex.
Yeah, we had a pizza the other night.
That was the third one I've seen at the station, at the sheriff's office, right?
Yeah. I thought they did away with cash on delivery.
You know what? That's what I was going to say. That's why I know Tucson is like an old school, like they're kind of old school. They're doing things they're stuck in the old ways, because I can't see anywhere you should still be able to, especially if they're calling from Chicago. Because the first guy that delivered a pizza from Domino's to Ted and them the first night, he had an area code that was they called from Chicago, as if you would, I think if it's out of state, you should demand payment before you start even making the pizza. You should get payment.
Yeah, no, totally. That should be. They're probably all, the email probably went out today and said we're not doing it anymore. I mean, it's too, and the poor guy spent his gas to get over, and well, maybe they get to keep the pizza for the guys in the shop.
Again, you never know, because the guy he worked probably on tips too. So the first guy that came he didn't know nothing about it. It looked like he was probably the guy who took the phone call and made the pizza at this little tiny Domino's location, I'm guessing. And maybe he felt bad, or his boss. I don't know. It looked like he was, they tricked him, not Ted and them. So I felt bad for the guy, because he had to leave without payment. And I mean, what if they take it back? I guess they could try to sell it slices or something, or I don't know.
No, they'll give it to the delivery drivers to take home.
Right. But still, he's working on tips and he didn't get a tip. And I don't know.
Yeah.
It was just ridiculous. Like, it's not hurting Ted and them. So these trolls are especially wasting the resources of the sheriff's department. That's even worse, because they could be out saving somebody or solving a crime, and they're got 6 sheriffs coming for somebody parking somewhere.
Yeah. Well, let's finish. This is the end. He talks about the YouTubers right here, I think. So this is like the best.
But she was actually complimentary almost. I thought she was going to be worse, but she said for the family to get over it, which was actually neat.
And that's what I was saying earlier. I said, look, if they don't find anyone, which I don't think they have anybody in their sights, right? I just don't think, unless something just falls in their damn lap, right? I don't think they have anything. Unless they figure it out, right? But right now, if they did have something, they would not let another day pass. Let's get this nightmare over. Let's get this suspect arrested. So to me, I mean, they might have like investigating certain people, like certain groups, right? If we think it was multiple people, they got to be looking into all these organized groups, even if it's a small clique, these kinds of things. But where the public or where the sheriff and FBI could help us is if they gave us a clue of what they think actually happened. Then we could all sleep. We can all go to bed a little bit going, hey, the FBI kind of thinks this is what happened. And so when will they do that? Because then they're leaving so many theories up by staying silent, that so many conspiracy theories, and it's actually breeding more that someone might want to do this.
Right. If we're not told, we'll fill in the blanks, and there's some, yeah.
How many people are losing sleep over this? And I'm not saying it's their life, but literally, like, they're literally stressed out, and because of Nancy Guthrie isn't found. I mean, they relate to her like it's their own, because when you see that face, you can almost see your own grandma or somebody else's, you know. So
she's exactly like my mom. When I see Nancy, I see my mom. You know, sweet, friendly, kind, 5-foot little sweet woman. And I think, how could you even kidnap her and not harm her, let alone have blood involved too? Like, what?
And here's you know, so a lot of people that go through these kind of tragedies, they turn like a negative into like a positive, in a sense, like where they create a foundation, right? They advocate somehow, right? And so
every year they have like a 10K run for some people to keep their memories, or scholarships or funds and awards in their name. So
yeah, but it's different when it's like a violent crime, like the Gabby Petito story. He started the Gabby Petito Foundation. This is an opportunity where they could turn, instead of hiding in Savannah. I mean, I'm not saying even for Savannah, I'm saying for the whole family, to this negative, and all the people that love her like it's like their own grandma, to create a foundation that's going to be there, whatever they want to do. Then the Mahjong Foundation, right? I don't know, help kids,
or the Nest Foundation. So if your parents live alone and they're over the age of 60 and somebody's at their front door at 3 a.m., maybe the family should get an alert too, or something where they can make like the Amber Alert. Remember back in the day?
Here's the idea I had, that if I was president, I would make it anybody over 60 years old gets a free
life alert thing.
A free wise cam. And so
I use them.
Every senior should have that, and they should, and a lot of people can't afford it, and they'll get the subscription for free too.
But you don't even need the subscription, because the cameras for $40, you can get the 4K little cubes, and you can slide a 128 gigabyte memory card in there, and it keeps 3 weeks, and it's free. You don't need the subscription. Obviously, it unlocks stuff if you have the subscriptions, but you really don't need it. Just one of those cameras on the corner of your home would be so amazing.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm proposing to Donald Trump, to put this bill forward this week or next. No, I'm just kidding. But no, I think it would be a good idea to give people peace of mind, but also that they care, because there's a lot of elderly that are on such fixed incomes. To me and you, it sounds like a easy thing. To them, unless somebody does it for them, they're never going to have a camera in their house.
Yeah, and it's not even about the financial thing. It's about not having someone to help them do that. Like for a kid, usually a child would do that for their elderly parents, but some people don't have kids, so they kind of get forgotten and they're just in their home alone. And when there's a heat wave, you think, oh, I should go check on my little lady who's all alone in that home or something. So yeah.
Exactly. So we'll finish this up.
The infamous mat out front.
If I live close enough, I might even take it now. No, I wouldn't. I would not trespass.
Yeah, no, I know you wouldn't. Yeah, and they actually put, I saw, there's a lot of like streamers and bloggers and stuff that go out there all the time. They put now there's like chains across the driveway. They put more no trespassing signs. So it's kind of, I don't know, turned into, I mean, I kind of get it. Like the neighbors that I talk to don't really mind it. They just care about Nancy. Like, honestly, the people I talk to, they're like, we just want Nancy to come back, like them to find Nancy. We don't mind if people are around. But I can also see how other neighbors are probably like, God, there's all these strangers in our neighborhood. And, I can see both sides.
Yeah, the changes. Imagine the changes. And that neighborhood went from nobody being around after dark until all this craziness.
Yeah.
But you only talk to the nice people. That's why, Brian.
No, I talk to some of the not nice ones. I just don't, I don't talk about it as much. No, there were a few out there that were not nice. And this one
that's true.
person had a golden retriever and wouldn't even let me pet their dog when they walked by. So there were some, I mean, again, I get it though. It's their neighborhood. Like I can see both sides of it.
Really appreciate Maureen.
All right.
So hey, was Brian trespassing when he walked up there? Didn't he walk up, find stuff on the front? He's the one who found the blood on the front steps.
Technically no, because the house was turned over, I think. So,
right. And also you're allowed to walk up and knock on someone's door if there's no signs up. And then if they ask you to leave, if you don't leave, then you're trespassing. Trespassing, if there's no visible signs, you can walk up to the front door and knock on any house if there's no signs. And then if they say to leave and you don't leave, that's when trespassing applies. So they have to get a warning. You have to get a chance to leave if there's no visible signs. That's trespassing.
and that's what this kind of case, you would think that it's so even that first couple days, like I'd never seen so many media. There was all kinds of LA Times was out, these big stations drove their vans all the way from California, San Diego to Tucson, and then you saw there was no tape up at all, and I guess Brian Hinton probably asked, hey, do you think if I would get in trouble if I did that? And because he's with a big network, if he did, they would probably let him get away with it. But what I'm asking, and would we have the blood? Would we even know about the blood on the front porch if it wasn't for him doing that?
And the sad thing is how could you do an investigation and not spot that blood? Isn't that's it's not just a mistake. How? If you search that home, it was your task, one police officer, if they searched that home, how would you miss that on the front steps? That's neglect. That's negligent. Not just ridiculous.
How 857 or anyone, how know how or who alerted the media in the first place? Usually the sheriff,
scanners.
Well, no, they don't really do that because it was a Sunday, and what happened is the sheriff put out, and you guys can go to the Pima County Sheriff. I remember somebody posted it what time, because they put out a missing flyer for Nancy.
Oh, wow.
Like the missing flyer that everyone saw with the dog. The black dog where she's holding the dog. That one went out, and that's when the media found out. They all get it when they put that out. So this is a new. Yeah, go ahead.
So maybe did I get it wrong that they knew about the bloods? I think one of your people in your chat said, like, if I'm wrong, I don't know, but they said that they knew about the blood and just didn't clean it up. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, they knew about the blood. Oh yeah,
okay.
That's so now I'm understanding. Yeah, they knew about the blood.
I thought he was the one who found it. Okay.
No,
I'm kind of new to the beginning stuff. I'm
But
sorry if I got that wrong.
They wouldn't have. They did. I don't know if they wanted that information out, you know,
Right. Like, well, why
because
would they leave it there though? Like if they found it, it was a crime scene, you would collect it for DNA, you would take your photos, but then after that point, why would you just leave it there? Wouldn't they clean it up? Or cordon it off so people can't just walk up? That seems
yeah,
weird.
because you know it's weird, and maybe it's not weird. Maybe let me know in the chat if it's weird. Is it weird that as we're sitting here today, almost 4 months, that blood is still sitting on that patio?
You think it is?
Yeah. Why? I mean, I don't think anyone cleaned it up.
Man, why would you do that? That'd be horrible. What would be the need to leave it there? It's like it's not a crime scene anymore. It's released. Why would clean it up? No?
I don't know. I mean, it would be a good question to see
I would clean it up.
somebody with a good camera to just go take a picture
A
and see if it's
drone.
still
Maybe
there.
a drone could sneak in there somehow. Or a drone could get the right angle looking down, maybe.
Well, a
And
good
zoom in or
camera, if
something.
you had my iPhone could probably do okay, but if you had like a like a really, really good camera, you could probably
Mhm.
zoom in.
A telescope.
The blood is gone, somebody says on my chat. The blood is gone. Okay. Well, I don't know. I never heard a confirmation. I mean, I would think, like you said, that they cleaned it up.
I would think.
Police
Well,
don't
crime scene.
clean.
I don't know, the family. Like I mean, once it's not needed to be there. Like I would just, I don't know, if your mom's blood is there and you think she could have been murdered there technically if she died there, or that's where the dying would have started if she got injured there. I mean, I'd want to, if once it's not needed for the investigation and they've collected it and taken, I think it should, I don't know, just me, I think.
Well,
I don't know
people
how
are
I'd handle
saying
it.
that Mark the Shark droned it and it was cleaned up, so it
Oh,
makes
cool.
sense. I mean, I could see leaving it up for like the first month or two because it was so much media, and there was the FBI coming back with the white tent, if you remember that. I don't know if you were watching at that time, but
Oh
it
yeah.
was like
Yep.
the white tent came up one day. I mean, it was the weirdest case how, the house is turned over. Well, now they're back. Now they're gone. Oh, now there's a whole bunch of people with suits. Remember, it was like
Yeah.
the movie Men in Black. They show up in the black
There was the
SUVs.
Mm-hmm.
They
And do you remember
jump.
that day Tommaso showed up and walked in there? So Tommaso came in with JLR on his tail and pulled in, right? Alex videoed it. He gets out of the car and goes in, but then that FBI lady in the silver car comes, and then she leaves, and then he comes walking out from the back, right? But when that first happened, then when the silver car pulled in, that was being followed by a black Escalade. I don't know
A
if it was
black.
like
Okay.
a black a whole murdered out, when they have it all black windows and everything, an Escalade. It looked like a Fed vehicle. It was an Escalade, and it was behind that car. I don't know how close, but if you look back at the video, it passes Alex's camera. So Tommaso pulls in, then the silver car pulls in, and then after JLR drives by, a black Escalade drives right by.
When was
And then
this?
turns around and comes back the day Tommaso showed up and walked out of the backyard. A black
Okay.
Escalade was there, and it drove down the street and did a UE and came back past Alex's camera. I'm almost positive.
So that was probably FBI.
Seemed like an FBI, but there was already an FBI there, so it's almost like maybe they were, I don't know, giving following the other
Something was
FBI
going
agent.
on.
Yeah, because isn't the woman that showed up there with the buzz cut? She was was she with the sheriff's company or an FBI person?
The buzz cut. I don't remember which one you're talking
Well,
about.
she's the one that showed up and met Tommaso at the house.
Okay, yeah, I just remember
Yeah,
seeing the Tommaso walking. I don't remember seeing her.
But and somebody showed up, and they've matched her to one of the people that was walking around weeks earlier. So
Okay.
we know it was law enforcement of some type, right? So
So
other people
she's
were
on the
more.
task force.
she's somebody. It looked like FBI, right? I'm pretty sure it was an FBI lady. But the third vehicle, so Tommaso pulls in, the silver vehicle pulls in. Then JLR shows up to talk to Alex, but then behind JLR is a black Escalade with dark windows, and it turns around and comes back and passes by Alex's camera. I'm almost, if anybody else knows what I'm talking about. It just seemed like odd timing.
So
and they didn't stop. They didn't stop. They just kept going. So it's almost like they were escorting the other FBI agent, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed a lot of times they travel in two cars. You know, like, I mean, I don't know how the FBI works, but I think some of them you're assigned like a partner, maybe, right? And you guys work, you know, certain things in a case. That's kind of now what I heard is they have parallel investigations. So basically, the Pima County Sheriff has their detectives. They're doing an investigation of their own, right? And the FBI's got their own investigators. And so just imagine like 5 different routes that they're going down. Each one is got their own people they're going after. It's not like everybody's just trying to search for one guy. Everybody's got their own path, right? So it's kind of a wide open net of, you know, not just tunnel vision, so to speak. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but also I think if the FBI is kind of involved and then they get sent off by these good old boys in these small towns, I think they probably still pay attention to what's happening, and they probably keep 1 or 2 people on the case, because if there's ever a RICO type of investigation, it'll be the feds, right? If they have to investigate nanos and anything like that, I think they stay on the case even though they're sent away, probably, no?
Well, I think there's probably a core group that will be assigned to the case still, like maybe like 15, 20 people that are core FBI working the case.
But even if they're not, even if the nano says we don't want the FBI here.
Yeah, because they're not working together. So that's what I was trying to explain to you is the Pima County Sheriff is in their bubble. Okay. And then maybe 3 times, and I'm just speculating, but this is what someone kind of told me how it's being ran. And then maybe when they need to talk, they talk. But if not, they're all kind of doing their own thing. They're not like in the same room as the Pima County Sheriff. That make, you know.
Yeah.
So what is weird though is we have this big FBI building here in Tucson. Why isn't it being ran by Tucson FBI?
Because FBI is federal. It's not state. It's the whole, you know, it's
no, but
country.
It's like we have an FBI office, a big building here in Tucson.
Right. But
Why?
it's not run by the state because it's a federal agency. It's the whole, it's all the states. They're one. They ain't a state. There's one.
But they said they transferred it to the Phoenix office. So that's what's kind of weird is
right.
Like
it's a Phoenix office, but I mean, it's still under the FBI. Like there's probably a person that's at the top of that office, but it's not a state level person. That's a federal.
Oh, funding. That might be it. Funding. Phoenix definitely has more money for something like that than Tucson.
It's probably a separate funding because although they're situated, each state has their own office, I'm sure, but it's not state funded, I doubt.
Yeah, it's just kind of a little, so I didn't understand when I'm like, so this is called Nancy Guthrie update, 2 crimes, 1 night. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say I think a lot of this is like, if I can say, pissing contests, because the police, when they have control of the thing and the FBI swoop in, it's kind of like, now we're in control. No, I can pee farther than you. I can pee farther than you. Get out. And it's kind of like pride and egos fighting each other.
Yeah. I think, I mean, the investigators are just normal people, essentially, like, you know, the actual detectives. And so I could see them wanting to work together a little bit. Like, if you're in the
Right.
case work, like the people at the top, like Nanos and mainly Nanos, he might not, but I think, you know, these people generally want to. I mean, how amazing would it be if you were the FBI agent that damn solved the Nancy Guthrie case? I mean,
But also,
they'll be writing books
Nanos,
about you.
for sure, but Nanos doesn't want to look like he couldn't do it himself. So it's kind of like a pride thing. And they don't want, you know, it's like, this is my county. You know, he's the sheriff of the county.
Yeah.
And he's probably like the top guy in that county. Whereas when the FBI swoops in and takes over, it's kind of like he's probably not used to that. And his pride he'll get butthurt kind of, you know?
He does get butt hurt pretty easy from what
and he'd rather kind of
everything
bite
I've
off his
seen.
nose to spite his face type of thing. Like, even though he knows it, getting rid of them is not beneficial. It'll help his little pride. You know, he'll feel better.
Well, I mean, the thing is I don't think it really affects him, honestly. This type of personality, I'm just talking out the side of my mouth, so I'm not some expert on personalities. He does, it doesn't affect, it might affect him for an hour because he's upset that people are attacking the wonderful Chris Nanos, but the dude's living literally, someone said, up here, you know, in a mansion almost, sprawl, you know, not, I mean, he's in his last years. I don't see him running again.
No.
And so he's just like, whatever. I mean, he's driving his Corvette to the sheriff's office to work. I mean, to me is just distasteful.
Right. Yeah, just for optics alone. If you do in that situation where he just goes to the gym, maybe go and work out at your home gym, just for optics alone. You should having situational awareness in that sense. Like, read the room, Nanos. Everyone's looking for, and you're just going to go and put on a tank top and start doing bicep curls like nothing matters. Maybe go do that in your home for a week or two until the attention dies down.
Well, my mission is I'm gonna buy some boxing gloves because you know Nanos was a boxer, right?
Yeah.
So I'm buying them. I'm gonna buy some boxing gloves, and I'm gonna try to track down Nanos to get his autograph to sign the boxing gloves.
Oh, sign them. Okay, I thought you were gonna do one of those like celebrity boxing where you see the guys.
No.
Go at my. Okay.
No, I'll put them in, and then maybe auction them off for charity or something.
If he were to sign them, that'd be big bucks. Yeah.
Well, no, that's what I'll do is I'll say, hey, Nanos, can you sign my boxing gloves? I'm gonna auction them off for charity, and he can't say no to that. If he says no to that, yeah.
Who knows?
All right, this is the new TMZ video. This guy looks like he's like 18 years old, but he's got a job at TMZ running the crime. He does a good job. I mean, I'm sure that's why he got hired, but
fresh blood here for sure.
What if I told you that a case nearly identical to the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping happened an hour away from Nancy Guthrie's house, mere hours before Nancy Guthrie was abducted, where two teenagers were convinced by two anonymous people on the dark web to go to Scottsdale, Arizona, scope out a house, wear disguises to conceal their identities from the cameras, break in, threaten them using a gun, tie them up with duct tape for $66 million worth of cryptocurrency. Again, a case nearly identical to Nancy Guthrie's abduction. Well, today we're talking to an FBI special agent who is revealing what authorities are looking into in this case, and we're also diving deep into just how identical this case is to the kidnapping. The kicker is, this has happened hundreds and hundreds of times since last year alone. Let's get into it. So this case, It's very interesting. It involves 17-year-old Jackson Sullivan and 16-year-old Skylar LaPale. Now, a month before the incident with these two teenagers took place, they didn't even know each other. They went to separate high schools. I mean, they were on their way to graduating. By all accounts, even by their parents' accounts, they were normal kids. And according to court documents, when they did become acquainted with each other, Jackson asked Skylar if he, quote, wanted to go to Scottsdale and tie people up to get $66 million in cryptocurrency. Now, you may be wondering, how does Jackson know what person has $66 million in crypto? And I mean, how would he even plan on taking it from them? And if you're also wondering how this ties into the Nancy Guthrie abduction, just you wait. I'm about to drop a bomb on you. Stick with me.
Do you guys remember this case? I mean, we've been hearing about it. Shibby, I don't know if you heard about it. It was the two Scottsdale kids that he just talked about it, something with Bitcoin.
Yeah, but it
remember?
was not. That's a lot of money though. 66 mil
Yeah, but they got
versus
arrested.
half a Bitcoin or something, 30 grand or whatever.
Yeah, this was not, Scottsdale's about, 2.5 hours from here.
Court documents say that Jackson got the information from someone known as Red and another person known as 8. Now, these are aliases, of course, and these aliases were used by two people who were communicating with Jackson on an app known as Signal. Now, when you message someone through the Signal app, it's anonymous. Okay? It can't be traced, it can't be tracked. So these two guys, known as Red and 8, anonymously message these young teenage boys on Signal about this robbery. They start building a relationship with them. They go, hey, we found this guy who has $66 million worth of crypto in his wallet. And we know his address, we know where he lives. Court documents say that Jackson and Skylar started receiving instructions from Red and 8 over this Signal app, along with $1,000 in seed money for them to buy supplies for the robbery. Now, these are two high schoolers in California we're talking about. These are young, impressionable kids who are perfect targets for people like the two criminals who are messaging them over Signal. And you might think that the plan sounds too crazy for these teenagers to go along with, but they actually oblige. They take the $1,000 from these strangers on the internet, and on Friday evening, they leave California and arrive in Scottsdale on Saturday at 5 in the morning. Now, they allegedly stole a license plate off of a similar car to theirs and went to buy supplies at Target and Home Depot. And court documents say they purchased FedEx-style uniforms, and it even purchased a track phone that they would use to take the cryptocurrency. Once again, the track phone is untraceable, absolutely untraceable. And my question is, how do they know to do all of this? At 16 and 17, I had trouble loading the dishwasher, so it's hard for me to believe that they actually knew exactly how to cover their tracks. From the stolen license plate to the disguises to the track phone and so on. I digress, but at this point, the boys are equipped with everything they need to conduct this crime. They know the house, they know their target, and they have the tools to carry out the invasion and cover their tracks afterwards. Now, according to court documents, these two guys dress up as delivery workers and walk up to the house with a dolly with a box on it. They're pushing this dolly up to this guy's front door, pretending as though they were making a delivery to the house. Now, the victim, unfortunately, answers the door, and the boys immediately force their way into the home. They restrain him, and they restrain a second victim with duct tape. And reports say that one of the suspects then demanded the victim to give them access to his Bitcoin. Now, the victim responded, and he's like, hey, man, I don't have any Bitcoin. And when the victim said that, the suspect forced his head into the ground, according to court documents. Now, by some stroke of luck, according to the reports, the adult son of these victims was able to hide somewhere in the house and call authorities. Reports say that when officers arrived, they noticed a struggle going on inside the house. And when the teenagers realized that the police had arrived, they allegedly fled the scene in a blue Subaru. But they didn't get as far as the chase ended when the police caught the two suspects in a dead-end street. Very messy crime. Now, after the suspects had been arrested, court documents say that the police recovered duct tape, they recovered zip ties, a moving dolly, and UPS-style clothing around the home. And the kicker is they even recovered a 3D printed gun, although police were unsure if the gun worked. Now, both suspects were subsequently released on $50,000 cash bonds with ankle monitors and are both facing 8 charges each. But aside from that, I want to list off a few details about this case, and you tell me if it rings a bell. This crime allegedly took a month to plan. What dates do we know investigators are looking into prior to Nancy Guthrie's abduction? As early as January 11th. They knew everything about their victim beforehand. They knew exactly who their target was. They were wearing disguises to mask their identities. They were highly familiar with the house they were breaking into. They broke into the house with what looked like a firearm. And I think what is the most important thing is that they lacked the sophistication necessary to pull off this crime and were motivated by one thing: cryptocurrency. Now, I can tell you, I've seen the original Nancy Guthrie ransom note, and it reads as someone who is sophisticated, who knows exactly how to stay anonymous, who knew exactly how to evade the authorities online, and someone who was highly technical. Now, what I mean by that is, it doesn't seem like the people that are conducting these crimes in person, the people that are getting their hands dirty, are the people that are orchestrating these crimes. It seems like the people that are orchestrating these crimes are following somebody else's plan, at least in regards to these two suspects in Scottsdale. These are not the characteristics of the suspects who allegedly committed this crime in Scottsdale. And according to authorities and everyone I've interviewed about the Guthrie case, those are not the characteristics of the person we see in the video on Nancy Guthrie's front porch. Again, this all happened an hour's drive away from Nancy Guthrie's house, not even a full day before she was abducted. And this isn't an isolated case. According to reports, this is happening all over the world, and it has happened hundreds of times since last year alone. These criminals online are identifying victims, they're building relationships with people online in the real world, and they're architecting plans to extract money from them, getting others to do their dirty work for them while remaining completely anonymous. It has happened hundreds and hundreds of times since 2025. That is
pretty huge.
So like a whole international crime syndicate.
Well, they copycat. They hear about how to do it, and then people, the dark web, there used to be the Silk Road, if you remember the Silk Road.
Yeah.
It was, the people would be high, and there's, as soon as the Silk Road went away, there's 10 more that popped up.
Right.
And there's a lot of shady people, and once they make a lot of money on one thing, they're just in. And what I'm gonna pull up next is exactly what I was talking about. Go ahead.
It almost sounded like he's reading a fiction novel there, but he did quote from the court records way too many times for me. But I guess if there's court records, we should be able to verify this story. Sounded fiction.
Yeah, no, the story's legit.
No, I believe him, but he quoted, he said, according to court documents, at least 4 or 5 times. And to me, that's a little sus. Like,
yeah,
I don't know. Maybe someone should check up on this. Is this even true? I'm not saying it isn't.
No, yeah, it is. Yeah, that story's been around. I've seen the actual articles and stuff.
But it's TMZ too, so I mean, it just sounded like a fiction story.
Here we go. This is what's been happening in LA.
7 people have been arrested in connection to a wave of frightening residential burglaries in the San Fernando Valley and beyond. Investigators say the suspects used sophisticated tactics to pull off the crimes that terrorized entire neighborhoods.
Officials are urging residents to remain vigilant. KTLA's Rachel Menitoff live in Pico Robertson with details. Rachel.
Micah Share, investigators say these are not crimes of opportunity. They are incredibly well planned out. Crews are researching their intended targets online. They're putting hidden cameras outside of homes, and they're using Wi-Fi jammers to disable people's home security systems. On May 4th, police took 22-year-old Byron Sotomayor, also known as Kevin Diaz, into custody for apparently breaking into a home on Rexford Drive. It was a hot prowl, meaning the homeowner was inside and barricaded herself in a bathroom and called police.
Oh my
When
gosh.
officers showed up, Diaz was still inside, tried to make a run for it, and was caught in the act. He's tied to at least 25 burglaries throughout the city and the San Fernando Valley.
You expect to be okay in your house and the sanctity of your home, or you're fighting this unseen enemy who seems to have the best of you.
District Attorney Nathan Hochman announced Wednesday that Diaz, along with 6 other people connected to dozens of burglaries, were arrested. This latest group is linked to specific burglaries in Newhall and Burbank, too. Some are Colombian nationals, and all are tied to South American theft rings and using.
And that's the thing, is if this person, perps, were in here illegally, right? They're not going to be in CODIS. They don't have anything. They're basically underneath the law. They're not accountable. We can't find them. So if it was somebody like these rings, we might not, and they're not going to be in CODIS. I'll tell you that.
No.
Incredibly sophisticated tactics.
Everyone wants to put everything on social media. You put that stuff out there, your friends and family aren't the only ones paying attention.
The thieves admitted to following people on social media and targeting them for their expensive handbags, jewelry, and other flashy items they might publicize online. This latest group carried Wi-Fi jamming devices and will often place hidden cameras outside people's doors.
If you see anything that looks like this in your neighbor's home, in your home, report it to us immediately.
Criminals look for neighborhoods with easy access and escape routes, anything near a golf course, parks, or hiking trails.
We're also down over 30% citywide in Los Angeles. In the San Fernando Valley, we're down 48%.
It's no consolation to those who have been victimized, but burglaries are down across the board. Riva Rose lives a few doors away from the home targeted on Rexford.
Of course, it's a relief to know that, but you kind of figure, be watchful and don't take too many things for granted. Say, oh, well, that's over, because it may not be. Yeah.
And officials say if you do go out of town, do not post your travel plans or vacation photos on social media because people are watching and the information can make you a target. That's the very latest from Pico Robertson. I'm Rachel Menitoff. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you.
Oh, it's good advice.
But it's pretty obvious advice too. I think a lot of young people are a little too relaxed about posting, like if they bought the new Air Jordans, they spent $300 and then they show their address walking in their front door or their parents' license plates and on their YouTube. They just don't think twice. And I think people should be more careful. Yeah.
Yep. And that's where, obviously Nancy Guthrie, I don't know. I mean, if they, I don't know what was her last post on Facebook. It's like, I'm sure she wasn't posting up there every day. So I don't know if she,
probably Mahjong or something from, I heard a few different ones. Somebody will know, but like Mahjong stuff or posting gardening stuff or posting stuff at the university where she worked or volunteered. I'm not sure.
well, this is another guy. I don't know if you've seen him. He is police off the cuff. And he's a retired police. Was Nancy Guthrie targeted? New expert theory on her disappearance. So this just came out 13 hours ago. Give him a follow too. 109,000 subscribers he has. So big community. Police off the cuff.
Bill Cannon from Police Off the Cuff. In the Nancy Guthrie case over 115 days later, several experts from the psychology field, Dr. Ann Burgess was recently on News Nation, giving her opinion on the kidnapping of Nancy Guthrie. And she felt there was a good possibility that Nancy Guthrie was targeted, but for reasons other than a kidnapping, a revenge taking of Nancy Guthrie, the 84-year-old grandmother, mother of Savannah Guthrie, NBC News Today show host. Perhaps that this crime was designed to get back at Savannah Guthrie or someone else in the family. The offender could have been trying to hurt or psychologically punish someone in Nancy Guthrie's family, most obviously a family member. And it made more sense that it would be Savannah. So her overall profile leaned toward a targeted, emotionally driven crime, potentially involving revenge, grievance, or symbolic punishment, with indications the scene may not fully reflect what actually happened. And she also criticized the FBI for withholding evidence from the public who may be able to help solve this case. And then there's Dr. Gary Bricado. Bricado's analysis was more centered on the crime scene behavior itself. He argued that several elements looked potentially staged, and of course the blood placement, the open door, the apparent abduction narrative, and the overall presentation of the house. His theory was that the scene may have been deliberately arranged to make investigators believe this was a kidnapping, while the actual crime could have occurred elsewhere, or the intended narrative, ransom kidnapping, could have been false from the very beginning. Now, when these profilers, these experts give their opinions, let's be perfectly clear. They're not always right. And we take it that you put the word doctor in front of someone's name, that they're going to be correct. They're going to be right in everything. And these are just hypotheses, which, as we all know, are just
Educated
an educated guess.
Yeah.
What we need to know to make a better educated guess is all of the information that the investigators have, the FBI, the Pima County Sheriff's Office. What do they know that these profilers don't know? What do they know that
That's a good question. That's all the missing pieces. Now we're gonna I got one more tonight, and this is kind of the big one of the night. So I hope everyone has
it is
stuck
great
around.
though. It is great to hear just like guys retired or whatever in their, or men and women just in their studio at home or in their backyard, kind of just speaking off the cuff too. They got
Exactly.
experience. It's nice to hear just honest from the heart talking.
Yeah, and I followed him before Nancy Guthrie, and just for that reason, just because they have so much experience. But this is the one I've been talking about. What happened is Nanos, the undersheriff, remember, and I didn't think they did the video, but here is the video from today. I tried to skip forward, I think, to like the part where they're talking about the undersheriff. So a quick summary before we go to this last video is Sheriff Nanos has an undersheriff, which I guess the undersheriff here is kind of like the 1 or 2 steps down from the sheriff. It's obviously called the undersheriff for a reason. He worked in the jail or the prison, I don't know which one, probably the jail, and he beat some inmate really bad. He got in trouble, and I don't know if he got fired or something. Well, maybe we'll find out here in this last video. And then he changed his name so he could get this job, is what I'm understanding. So let's watch it. We're watching this all a live reaction, and go over, if you probably already do, follow the interview room. Karen and Chris, Josh Diaz, Josh Lamb, and Bob Gilliam. So here we go. I kind of fast forward. So if you guys want to watch the full thing, I don't know. Hopefully it's timed right.
Division boss at the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
Wait, let's rewind just a little bit till she's talking because she seems like she's kind of doing a summary of some sort.
Get if they want to give us something for the car.
Hey, so Sarge, here's the deal right now. We don't have, I haven't found anything in there yet. I'm waiting for lab results. Okay. And now I have to, it just
because we're going to move to have the search warrant sealed, and
we're going to form an agency.
Is
all right, here we
in
go.
charge of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, and we're going to talk about his background and what has recently surfaced. And I'm not exaggerating when I say it is fairly shocking. That's actually putting it mildly. So you wanted me to jump into that?
Yep, let's roll.
All right. So his title is Investigations Bureau Chief for Pima County Sheriff's Department, and his name is Joe or Joseph Cameron. So he was once fired for beating a wounded and handcuffed suspect with the butt of his shotgun as a Pima County Sheriff's deputy several years back. He is now the top investigator with the county. As I said, he holds the title Investigations Bureau Chief. So Bob, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that like the number two or three person under Sheriff Nanos?
yeah. So Pima County does not have an undersheriff or a chief deputy, which are the same rank. Undersheriff and chief deputy would be the same rank in a lot of sheriff's offices and departments throughout the country. But Pima County has 7 deputy chiefs, and I believe Mr. Cameron, Chief Cameron, is one of the 7. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chris, let's put a picture up for everybody of who we're talking about here. So he is Joe Cameron. He admitted to using his weapon to strike the suspect who had been already shot by another officer. And we're going to walk through what actually happened with that case, give you guys some more information on that. And he also confessed that he later slapped the same shackled suspect to try to get him to incriminate himself. So Joe Cameron used to be named Joe Harvey, Pima County Sheriff's Deputy Joe Harvey. So all this took place. Joe Harvey was fired in 2001. So 25 years ago, for using excessive force and poor judgment. 2 years later, in 2003, he won his job back, came back to the sheriff's department as Joe Cameron. He legally changed his last name.
Okay, so let's stop just right there for just a second, if that's okay.
Yep.
Okay, for the audience, did you just hear what Karen just said for a moment there? This guy loses his job for excessive force for beating a prisoner. Sound familiar?
He's fired. Yeah.
He's fired. And he does a workaround by changing his name.
Well, and he appealed it.
He appealed
it to the courts,
right?
State courts in Arizona, and he got his job back.
They give him the job back. And what was the first assignment he had? Am I getting ahead of you?
You're getting a little ahead of me.
Okay, go ahead, hon. I'm sorry.
Okay. Should we remind everybody about embattled Sheriff Nanos real quickly?
Sure.
Okay. So Joe Cameron works under Sheriff Nanos. Remember, Chris Nanos admitted to the Pima County Board of Supervisors just very recently that he quit his job in El Paso to avoid a 3-day suspension for insubordination. Now, I'm not trying to be confusing, but that's Sheriff Nanos. That was back in 1982. And remember, Sheriff Nanos was it 37 days suspension as a police officer for multiple offenses? Okay. So now we're talking about Joe Cameron, who works under Sheriff Nanos. So let's talk about what happened in 2001 when Pima County Sheriff Deputy Joe Harvey was fired for excessive force.
Which is
Real quickly, I want to jump in because this is just confirming what I've been saying. This is the Good Old Boys Network. This is Nanos's buddy. I can guarantee it. They're all protecting each other. They're all trying to get in their friends into the top brass. And it seems like this is what happened in this situation. Nanos's buddy maybe got promoted.
Wow. It's the first I've heard if somebody's had to change their name, a cop. Usually they just kind of go to the next county or whatever and get hired regardless. You're muted.
A lot of these departments, they have their internal investigations, right?
Yeah,
And so
yeah.
everything's internal, and so they can get things to go away, so to speak.
Oh, yeah. Well, we looked into it and we found we found we did nothing wrong. We investigated ourselves. Imagine you and me, you rob a bank and they come and ask me and I say, well, Damien, I'm, like brothers living in the same house. And they come to the door and say, no, I'll look into it. My brother says he didn't have nothing to do with it, kind of, like.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
weird.
definitely protecting. So, but this just came out today, fresh off the press. Now you guys can go watch the full thing. This is kind of fast forward to the part, the best part here where they're talking about Nanos and his buddies.
Same guy.
It's the same guy. Okay. So the incident happened back in December 1999. It was a petty burglar and a 3-time felon, a guy named Michael Coleman. He was arrested for a robbery. In the early morning of December 28th, 1999, a Circle K clerk called 911 about a suspicious car parked at one of the store's gas pumps. Coleman was asleep in the car, which was a stolen car, and had a warrant for his arrest for violating probation. Methamphetamine and marijuana were later found in his system. Another Pima County Sheriff's deputy named Chris Rogers and several other deputies responded to the call of the Circle K. They approached the car. They began to question Coleman. When he couldn't provide any ID for the deputies, one of the deputies asked this guy to step out of the car. Instead, Coleman revved the engine of the vehicle. The vehicle lurched forward, pushed Deputy Rogers against the pumps. While 2 other deputies at the scene and the convenience store clerk who all saw this, they thought the suspect was about to crush the deputy and actually pin him between the car and the pumps. So Deputy Rogers, fearing for his life, fired a service weapon twice into the car. It hit the suspect once in the neck. Miraculously, the bullet missed all the vital organs, but struck the guy in the neck. The wounded suspect was able to flee in the car and lead deputies on a 15-mile high-speed chase. This actually sounds like an Oceanside caper. Anyway, Deputy Joe Harvey joined the chase, which ended when officers cornered Coleman on a cul-de-sac. At that point, the suspect got out of the car, put his hands up, and then he started to move his hands down. Another deputy tackled him, and so did Deputy Harvey. When the suspect continued to fight, Deputy Harvey whacked him in the head and in the back with the end of his shotgun, the butt of his shotgun.
In handcuffs?
Then they handcuffed the suspect, and they
Oh.
didn't find any weapon on him. While he was handcuffed, Deputy Harvey continued and slapped the suspect, allegedly trying to get him to wake up, come to, basically. Months after Coleman's arrest,
Okay, so one more time for a second.
Sure.
Read that one more time.
while handcuffed, Deputy Harvey continued and slapped the suspect. Later, he said he was trying to get the suspect to wake up. A handcuffed suspect shot in the neck with a bullet.
So rendering first aid, he slaps him to wake up.
Yeah, I learned that in first aid class.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
With,
it's-
with the butt of the shotgun.
No.
well.
So there was an investigation, excessive force investigation conducted, I presume, by the sheriff,
Yes.
and they sustained the complaint, and based on that, he was terminated, correct?
Correct. Well, based on that, plus his prior record, IA record, I want to be clear. I'm not saying this man is accused of a criminal act. Based on his IA
His
record,
work record.
his work record, yes, they fired him. And then he challenged the firing in the courts 2 years later. I'm giving the Reader's Digest version, the shorter version here. 2 years later in 2003, Deputy Joe Harvey was hired back by the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And this time his name is Joe Cameron. He changed his name to Cameron.
Maybe he took his wife's last name. Just kidding.
And I think I already know the answer to this, Karen, but just so everybody understands, including the audience. So the court, he appealed his termination. It went to a court. There was a hearing in the court, and a judge ordered Pima County to rehire him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I presume that was with back pay, correct?
Correct.
So he was made whole again, if you will, by the court, right?
You could say so, yes.
Got his job back, and then what happened with him?
Okay, well,
Let's talk about his record.
let's talk about his record. So the Pima County Merit System Council which is the ruling body for personnel administration. Okay, so this means that this isn't just coming from the sheriff. This is what's in his IA file, his internal affairs file, and this is a ruling body that makes decisions on personnel matters. They identified 79 complaints over his 14 years at that point as a deputy. 79 complaints, 26 of them were for excessive force.
Now, and
Wow.
hang on for a moment. Stay right there just for a second. And he was also, I'm going to share this real fast, but
Hang
or
on,
you want me to
before
wait?
you, before
Okay,
you do
go
that,
ahead.
in 9 of the 79 complaints were sustained. So let's be fair, most of those complaints were not sustained. They were made, the complaints were made, but 9 of the 79 complaints were sustained, and all 26 use of force complaints were either exonerated or unfounded, according to the report. Okay, so let's talk about the 9 complaints. Among those, 5 claims were settled by the county. 2 were traffic claims. 1 was a high-speed chase of a suspect. 3 were lawsuits claiming excessive force during arrests.
And those got settled?
Let me repeat that. Yes. 3 were lawsuits claiming excessive force during arrest incidents. Okay, so hang on. I've got a couple different piece of paper here. All told, according, this is from an article in 2017, 10 claims involving Joe Harvey, aka Joe Cameron. The city paid out, or excuse me, the county, Pima County paid out $469,000.
Wow. So this guy who's the undersheriff already cost the taxpayers $500,000 before he even started this new job after he changed his name.
Wow.
And this guy is like second in line to Nanos.
On his behalf.
On his behalf, yes. Okay.
Wow.
Now, okay, so what are some of these other things? I'm just going to go through them. Several of these, this is from his termination letter in 2001. These were called, several peripheral offenses, I guess. All right, being AWOL. AWOL is absence without leave from duty for up to an hour to drive an intoxicated female friend home. So he apparently left duty, for up to an hour and drove an intoxicated female friend home. So he got in trouble for that. He repeatedly falsified jail booking sheets.
This one's disturbing as well.
This is highly disturbing. A jail booking sheet would be official law enforcement document, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you falsify it, it's a felony.
It's a fish slip.
Okay.
Fish slips.
Yeah. Okay. So he repeatedly falsified jail booking sheets with emergency contacts listed as, quote, Bill Clinton, with an address of, quote, the White House, when other contact information wasn't available. So
Pretty immature.
pretty immature. Yeah. There was a confrontation with another officer at a shooting at the apartment complex where Deputy Harvey was living at the time when he was off duty. I don't have any more information on what that was. And in 1992, Deputy Joe Harvey shot and killed a man named Peter Gilbert Nunez, who was intoxicated and firing his gun at people at an apartment complex. Nunez was the nephew of an aide to the sheriff at the time. Although Deputy Harvey was cleared in the incident, the county later settled a lawsuit brought by the man's mother for $100,000. So there's that. Now, to be fair, he also received commendations along with all the discipline. He received 101 commendations and letters. He was awarded the Medal of Valor for saving the life of a pregnant woman whose estranged husband tried to kill her. And he also got a Medal of Merit for pulling an unconscious victim out of a burning trailer.
But he did some bad things too.
Karen, how
So that
many
negates it.
How many suspensions did he have, and do we know the total number of days on the beach? Suspension days.
We don't have that like we do for Sheriff Nanos when he worked for El Paso Police Department. We've got the number of complaints, 79 complaints, 9 of them were sustained, and we have the general disciplinary actions, but I don't have that, which is what we have for Sheriff Nanos.
And we do have an arrest. This one here
Yeah, let's talk about that one.
says deputy cited for urinating in stairwell.
What?
Can you read that for people? Because there's no way people are going to be able to see it.
Yeah, it says a Pima County Sheriff's deputy who fought his 2001 firing for 4 years, during 2 of which he was ordered to spend 40 hours a week on call while awaiting court appeal rulings, has been cited by the University of Arizona Police on suspicion of littering after a UA worker spotted a man urinating at the Arizona Stadium on Monday.
What the
A
heck?
Jaywalking too?
Police
Jaywalking
spokesman
too?
said Deputy Joseph D. Cameron, 46, was cited on the misdemeanor charge and released, said Sergeant Eugene Mejia. So basically, he's at a sports game and he's peeing in public as a law enforcement officer while on appeal.
Oh, he was on duty
of his firing.
At a university stadium. It's not like it's, private woods somewhere. It sounds pretty public of an area that he chose to do that.
Karen, can I add something regarding the just for our viewers here, that the 400 and some $1,000 paid out, that merely is the money that was paid to the people to make the cases go away. That doesn't factor in how much money was spent on, did they probably outsource the attorneys? How much was spent in attorney fees to protect them in this? So Lord only knows how much that figure actually is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's a great point.
Yeah, and okay, I'm sorry, honey. I just want to read one more thing.
Yeah, keep going on that.
Yeah, Cameron, who legally changed his name from Joseph Harvey, remains on duty on the East Side Patrol as a deputy, while Internal Affairs investigates the latest incident. You can't make this stuff up.
No, you can't. In a 2017 article, which one of the local, I think it was local media in Tucson. They interviewed Joseph Cameron, and he says in this article, quote, "I'm the most disciplined guy in the department." He said he had been disciplined at least twice a year for everything from swearing to crashing cars, but that doesn't take into effect not just the shooting, the urinating in public, the excessive force, but it sounds like he, relished the title.
Here are the newspaper articles. So
yeah,
the
there's
guys,
quite a few of them.
And this guy
the
got
guy is
promoted.
bragging about having the most challenges with an internal affairs investigation in the department.
Oh, that brings up a really good point. Wasn't he assigned the internal affairs over internal affairs?
So when Nanos brought him back, or when he got his job back, Nanos assigns him as IA.
Internal
Yeah.
affairs.
It's like putting Michael Vick in charge of an animal shelter.
Head of the ASPCA.
Okay, so I mean, we can't make this stuff up.
And now he's in charge. Now we do need to point out, as the investigations bureau chief, I believe I'm correct when I say he's never worked a murder. I think he was too busy getting excessive force complaints and had a long career as a deputy, and he's now ultimately in charge under Sheriff Nanos of the Nancy Guthrie investigation, which is why this is so disturbing based on his record. So we need to talk about that.
So go ahead, Bob.
Well, and just for clarification, Karen, so all of this stuff that you've gathered on Cameron is all public record, open source information, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Anybody can do their own search and find all the same stuff we did.
Wow.
Well, can I dovetail into this a little bit?
Josh?
I just got sent this just a few minutes ago, and this is from Yahoo, In Touch. It says Nancy Guthrie update. Savannah Guthrie is paying whatever it takes to continue the search for her mom. Today, host Savannah Guthrie is not giving up the search for her missing mother. According to a new report, Rob Shooter's nightly but nice Substack, Savannah has hired private investigators to find Nancy. Savannah is paying whatever it takes to keep the search alive, a source told Shutter on Tuesday, May 26. She refuses to rely solely on law enforcement.
This is big news.
Nears the end of its fourth month, Savannah has grown increasingly frustrated. She expected urgency and direct communication. Instead, she feels the investigation has become distant and procedural.
Wow. That is breaking news right there. Did you hear that, Shibby?
I actually did hear that a couple of days ago from somebody quoting probably this show.
Okay.
The beef, not beef, but like a rift between Savannah and Nanos.
Yeah, because that was like the little cabal. We had Mark Kelly. Now here's a little history. Do you know about the Gabby Giffords case?
Yes, she was shot. She was Mark Kelly's wife, and she was shot. She was a senator or something, or whatever. She's in the government, and she was doing a thing, and that guy came and took a couple bullets in the head, but survived.
Right.
Fortunately.
Right down the street from Nancy's house. I mean, we're talking, it's in the same neighborhood.
That was before Mark Kelly was a senator, but that was his wife. He was like an astronaut at the time or something, right?
Right. Now here's the ironic twist. Remember how we were talking a little bit of politics? We weren't doing it a lot, but we kind of went over a little Well, Savannah, Gabby Giffords and Savannah are friends, right? They're from the same party as well. And I'm trying to figure out what I was exact. So basically, Mark Kelly. That's what I was gonna say. So when Gabby Giffords got shot, it took her like years to get back to like being
Oh,
able to
for sure.
even. You remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just being able to walk and move and function again. Yeah.
Now, who do you think gave the first interview to Savannah and Mark Kelly when they sat down? You can look up the interview, but who do you think gave the interview? It was like in a backyard somewhere, and
Like, I'm guessing Savannah got the first interview with her.
exactly.
Sounds
So
like
Savannah and Mark Kelly and Gabby Giffords are like peas in a pod, friends. And then you throw Nanos and Mark Kelly going to talk there. So somebody needs to get a hold of Mark Kelly, kind of like you know how they ask him questions,
Mhm.
you know, like a reporter does. Mark
Yeah.
Kelly, are you still talking with Nanos? Because the only reason that Savannah would be in contact with, you know, Nanos, kind of essentially being in good contact and not throwing him under the bus like she, I guess, did in this article. And so somebody, I think my point is, I think Mark Kelly actually cut ties with Nanos too. That's why they're making such a, what do you think?
I did hear something about this, but like, didn't she go above his head and he probably didn't like that. Like she went to skip asking him, and then or when he wouldn't do something maybe she wanted, went to Mark Kelly.
Or the FBI? Yeah, maybe yeah.
I think it was Mark Kelly. I heard though that
Yeah, that
he
makes
didn't like
sense
it or something.
because Mark Kelly was called like like the first day that this happened. Mark Kelly was in the loop in it. I mean, he
Yeah.
was like,
And at that time, Nanos would be offended because it's like, hey, I've got this. Why would you need to go above me? And kind of like, could have came to me. Probably he was probably insulted if he was friendly with her.
yeah. Well, I think there's a rift between Nanos and Mark Kelly now, and that's why they're making a big deal in the media saying, "Oh, they're not talking to the sheriffs anymore," just to make him look even worse. Because they wouldn't. Mark Kelly would not want that out. Like, so I think I don't know. It's weird, but everybody is just wishing
Listen,
Nanos go away.
Kelt has some good suggestion for you. Her comment starts with
Yeah.
"Yeah." Put on your best suit and go talk to him, because these guys he's a senator, so you'd see them on the Hill or wherever. Like you see them all the time, walking from their car like to the, going into the main, where they all go and whatever that's called, the Senate. They ask him questions.
Yeah.
So you can get a microphone out.
He lives in Tucson, so you would figure that he would be in Tucson, but he actually doesn't live here. He comes to Tucson, but
just to be.
Yeah, technically, I mean, obviously they can have multiple houses.
Congress,
So
that's it. Sorry, in Congress. So yeah, you'd have to just wait outside, put your camera on. You could do a live stream, and when you see him, just jump out with your microphone. And
no,
ask him,
he's a senator.
Right.
He's
So
not.
where would you go to ask him?
Outside the Senate, but I would ask him here in Tucson. Like next time, I'll just have to look when he's coming to Tucson, and go to one of his events, and just try to see if it's hard to get questions to these kind of people though, because they literally are not like man of the people, right? He's like,
I think I think it'd be hard if you have to submit what you're going to ask him first. Because he might want, if it's not about what he wants to talk about, they'll kind of like just blow you off. They screen the questions probably.
Yeah, I just think he has too many people that, everything's so planned out with these politicians, like every single day, every hour. So, and they're literally getting driven over places and escorted in, and it's this whole thing, you know. So like, I mean, I could look into it, but that would be interesting to find out what's going on. Are they still friends? I mean, are Nanos and Mark Kelly friends? Did Mark Kelly know about all this stuff? Right? Imagine Mark Kelly and his buddy Nanos, and you find out Mark Kelly, did he know about, you know, Nanos gambling? on
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I figure they all know about every, because they sound like close. Like they sound, I think they would all know about each other.
No, but I'm talking about the El Paso stuff. Nobody really knew about that until
Oh,
yeah. So now I think what happened is Mark Kelly is like, man, I didn't even know about this stuff. So it's kind of like egg on his face because he was over there, you know, supporting the sheriff. You know, I'm on the sheriff's side, and now nothing.
huh. Well, you know what? I would, if we afterwards, if you want to go back to that story of the guy, the one where he's at the where it started, him being at the gas station where the guy falls asleep, and then it looked like he was about to pin him between the gas thing, and then they shoot him, and he takes off in the car. Then you get him in. They get to him, and he uses his butt of his gun to smack him in the face. But they try to make it sound like he was like, you know, when you lightly smack someone to wake them up if they're overdosing. It sounded fishy. That whole story is like 4 or 5 things that popped my curiosity.
Yeah. Yep. So we're gonna continue this. We got some time.
That story was awesome. Just that story alone, we should review that some other time.
Yeah, I can go back. I just want to get through this part.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Well, that's a good point, because just because a family member hires their own private investigator doesn't mean that the police department, who has an active, the sheriff's department has an active ongoing investigation. Guys, jump in on this. I mean, they're not under any legal obligation to share information, are they?
No,
So
and
how
they
do-
probably won't.
They won't.
Yeah. So what happens with the private eye? They don't get anywhere?
Spend
Well,
money.
the private eye also runs the risk, depending on how she or he proceeds, to being told, you do that again and we're going to arrest you for interfering with an investigation.
Yeah.
And the
it's not a
private
cold
eyes
case.
watching you,
That we know
watching
of.
your every
Active.
move.
Well, you know, there's, and we'll probably find out who the PI is, but if I were going to bet on this, I would say it's a relatively high profile homicide detective or former FBI agent.
Yeah, that's what it says here.
Oh, okay.
It
So
said-
there you go.
But
Yeah,
still, they may not get the information they're trying to seek.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, let's be real about it. Depending on who it is and what the connections are, they could get information. And
It says former federal agents and security specialists. So it's a team of people who are working around the clock now to bring
Is that
him up.
Maureen's group?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't believe so.
Does it mention who they are, John? Or
No,
Josh?
it only just all it says is that they're it's a team of private detectives, former federal agents, and security specialists. And it says money doesn't matter to her right now. This is about finding her mother. If more investigators, more security, or more resources help, she'll keep paying for them. Nancy was report. Okay, so yeah,
Well,
she
so-
still believes her mom can be found. That's why the private investigators are still working every single day.
Okay, so if we just kind of walk through this or think it through just for a minute, a private investigator, no matter if you've got, you know, John Douglas, the FBI profiler, coming in as the private investigator. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just using this as kind of a wild example. You're not going to get court documents that have been sealed. they're not going to give that up. You may or may not get information from the lead investigator and or the supervisor. And while I'm not saying it's a bad idea, obviously Savannah knows that she's not happy with the investigation, and that's why she's hiring these folks. I'm just saying.
Who are the folks that she's hiring, though? I mean, it must be somebody that's like very highly respected, right? If she's, I mean, with her background in media, they have access to the highest I'd be interested to find out who, maybe some sleuth could find out, like, who are the top 10 private investigators in the United States that celebrities would hire. That would be interesting. Find out.
Saying that due to the nature of the investigation, it's not a cold case, it's still going on. I'm just wondering out loud how much actual information her PI team is going to get.
Well, the thing is too, when you read that, I mean, she said that, you know, she's growing frustrated with the investigation. So, I mean, there's some criticism, you know, there, and that sort of aligns with what was said by Sheriff Nanos, where he said he's not communicating with the family anymore.
Well, if
that could be a big part of the reason too, I guess.
Yeah, if that article that Josh mentioned is accurate, you know, it's not outside the realm of possibility for a high profile retired FBI agent or homicide detective to get some information. I agree with you that he or she probably will not get documents or official documents, but they could get some information. It's definitely not outside the realm of possibility.
So
It's
let's
within the realm, actually.
Let's play this out. How's the defense going to play that?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying that's reality, at least in my experience. It is.
No, I agree. Go ahead, Karen.
Well, then you've got the whole family issue. How much information is the case, any of the investigators in this case, going to release to the family's PI if the family has not been taken off the table? So it's a very sticky situation. Would you not agree?
Yeah, it is. But you know, I have to believe that being in New York City and being high profile as she is, Savannah has to have a lot of resources and a lot of connections, and she certainly has the resources to pay for a high profile person. And apparently, if this is accurate, if this information is accurate, I guess that's what she's doing. So I'm not surprised at all. In fact, I'm surprised we haven't heard this sooner.
I'm getting my popcorn.
Yeah.
John.
I'm going to say the other interesting thing is that the way they may get some assistance is if they narrow the focus of their private investigation to locating her where she is. If they can attempt to keep it out of the realm of identifying a criminal suspect, look, we're just simply looking for where she is, they might be able to get some information.
And if they hire somebody that has never done it before and you know, plays a heart surgeon on YouTube, okay, they're just, I mean, we just went through a whole.
Now, Shibby.
Yeah.
What do you think as far as if they hire somebody, it's not like this person has access to the files.
Depends though. A lot of these guys have connections to get that stuff. Top PIs know people.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if there's like, I mean, the FBI, they don't really have any rules, right? They'll work with anybody as long as it gets the case solved.
Yeah.
So most likely, you think they would be working with the actual FBI to get the actual facts of the case?
I have no idea. if you have a contact in the FBI, you'd probably use him. And I'd ask if this guy drives a white Tesla.
Yeah. Looks like
Or one
Mark
of them.
Kelly. I mean, he really does look like Mark Kelly's brother, because I know he has a twin brother, I think.
Oh, he does. He does. Isn't
But
he an
maybe-
astronaut too, or no? Or is one of them an astronaut? I thought he's an astronaut.
Yeah, I don't think his brother is, but maybe
He
it's
definitely has
like
a twin
a
brother.
cousin or something.
No, he has a twin, but it's not. I don't think it's identical twins. Is it?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, you know what? It probably.
Hour and a half
2 hours.
of how it's done. And now you add the, the idea of, hey, I watched a lot of movies and I've seen a lot of different things and I've done a lot of different cases. These cases like this are a different beast. And if anybody doesn't understand that, then I can tell you right now, hearing this, I'm going to get my popcorn.
Well, and let me just say this
Quite a
too.
ride.
So Rob Shutter, who is he's a British journalist and a gospel columnist who frequently appears talks about all these cases. So he's the source of this, and it's being reported through Yahoo just a couple hours ago. So it seems accurate. It seems true.
Well, good. That's good. But again, what John said, let's play this out hypothetically. All that information the PI recovers, you still have to meet with the homicide guys.
Sure. No, I understand that.
And is the homicide detective the lead person going to give up that information?
No. But if, let's say, they get great information, they're going to feed that to the case agents right now. And the case agent's going to say, thank you so much. I have to go verify everything that you just handed me.
Yeah, with them also, with a defense attorney then turning around and saying, well, going in, they were going to be acting as de facto agents for law enforcement.
That's right. And we noticed that you said A, B, C, and D to our client. Your Honor, we'd like to have a Miranda motion, and we'd like to have a hearing. And let's say they get the person, lined up on a wire or whatever, hidden private investigator stuff, which is good. And they're experienced at doing it. They also know the rules. And if there's a perception in any way, shape, or form that they're an agent of the government, especially FBI, and they go and they put this person on the stand and say, Mr. Jones, we noticed you have this great company, which is awesome. Thank you very much. We know you're good. We got your number here. Okay. Can I ask you a question? Yes. Who did you talk to in the FBI? If I was a defense attorney, that'd be my first question. Well, I'm not going to divulge that. You're not going to tell this jury who you talked to and got this information? No, that's confidential client information. Okay, Your Honor, then everything this person says, I'm going to make a motion that cannot be admissible in the people's case in chief because it's exculpatory to my client.
Which is the reason why, if they are going to pursue this, limited to looking for Nancy Grace, which is something that I would argue.
He just slipped. How many people have done that?
I did a couple of times, but I definitely don't do it now.
Yeah.
The sheriff's department should have been doing.
You mean searching?
Searching.
Yes.
Yeah,
that
search.
would be-
Yes, you search.
A la Tyler Robinson. Your Honor, the county or the state's daughter attended Charlie Kirk's event. I want a motion. I want to hear the judge make a decision, and they burned up 2 weeks to make a decision whether or not the daughter was exculpatory to Tyler Robinson. I can't.
Josh,
I'm getting my popcorn. It's going to be great.
Josh, doesn't the article kind of indicate that they were retained to find Nancy, or not,
let's see,
or
So-
something similar to that?
Yeah, Nancy
Yeah,
Gracie.
basically they're saying that Savannah paying whatever it takes. She refuses to rely solely on law enforcement. She believes that she is still out there and can be found.
Okay.
The
Oh,
guy's
so
going
we'll
to issue
see.
a correction
We'll see.
here.
Yeah.
Nancy Guthrie.
We've been saying this for months.
I hope they have success. I
Why
really do.
hasn't the family been out there to hire searchers, etc.? And we always wondered when Sheriff Nanos kept the Cajun Navy's invitation out, said no, thank you. We always wonder what the family thought. Why wouldn't the family want professional searching done for Nancy? It just didn't make any sense.
Yeah. And the sheriff should have let that in. He should have let her happen, or at least reassembled the search and rescue groups one more, 3 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Let them go out and do their thing.
Well, in a lot of times, and like Bob said, I'm not surprised either, because a lot of times people, when they're not happy with the results or feel like it's taking some time, a lot of people hire private investigators. I don't know what the success rate of it is, but
that's not the problem. The problem is right now, is it a homicide? And if it's a homicide, then the sheriff's going to get even tighter, and he may even pull back the task force people back into his agency, because there's already an atmosphere of mistrust. And if he thinks that, let's be frank about this. This guy hates the FBI. He can say that everybody holds hands and sing Kumbaya, but
yeah, they almost indicted him on a RICO case.
But yeah, and when you have the director of the FBI say they wouldn't let us in for 5 days or 4 days, hello, there's a call coming in right there. Okay. And this was one of the things, we predicted right from the very beginning of this thing. This is going to turn into a political hot potato, and Nancy Guthrie is going to get lost. Okay. In the mix here. So I'm going to make another prediction here. If in fact this is a group of, former FBI agents, Nanos is going to put the barbed wire down, and he's going to pull his guys out of the task force and put them back in his agency. And he's going to say to the feds, thank you so much. We appreciate your help. We got it from here.
You think he's just going to shut it down?
Oh, he won't shut it down. They'll keep looking, and they'll keep investigating
from outside.
He'll just say, we don't need you.
Yeah, because he
will no longer be cooperative.
Because the former FBI agents or federal agents would know a lot of the ones that are working the case still.
He'll shut it down.
He
won't.
No. And that could just make, that will make everything worse too, probably.
Well, trust me, he's reading that article as we sit here talking tonight.
It just came out just a couple hours ago. Yeah.
And he's going, what? Who's this? He's already aware of it, evident of the fact that he said we're no longer talking to the family. What does that tell you?
Even though that just came out today, it wouldn't surprise me if this group was retained weeks ago.
Well, it sounds like that, and this is just me thinking this, but it sounds like when Nanos publicly came out and said, he doesn't have contact with the family anymore. It sounds about like that's about the time that this sort of thing started rolling, because it does sound like they have been hired and have started working already. But I don't think it wasn't public information until today.
Right.
I agree. I think this is, I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. He's going to pull back. I don't see this guy going forward, evident of the fact that we're just talking about, the number 2 guy who's running the operation. And you kidding me? He hires this guy to oversee the operation here. And, he's already gone like this. And we talked about this, 2 months ago, that this would have been the fear that it turns into this political nightmare up here,
Took a war.
Yeah. And now, it looked like it was headed to the right direction where everybody's holding hands, singing Kumbaya, the lab problem and all that stuff. Okay. Remember, Nano said in the very beginning, I can solve this on my own. I've got the best guys. We've done this before. We do a lot of high profile stuff. And he mentioned, things. Okay. This is a slap to his ego.
Yeah, he mentioned his crew's solvability rate and everything.
This is a direct assault on the Pima County Sheriff's Department, in his opinion, because it's coming from the family.
And it is, it should be known that whoever Savannah's hiring, I do not think that it's on the cheap. I mean, the lady's got a net worth of $40 million. She has a lot of money to pay a lot of people to work a lot of hours. And according to her friend Shooter, who's the columnist here, he says she doesn't care about money.
No,
well, I will also say this. Yeah, they
solve this case. It won't. I mean, you can hire armies, teams of former detectives, former homicide detectives, former FBI, retired FBI, but I'm telling you, they're not going to be able to solve it. You don't send a PI in to solve it. Am I wrong? It doesn't happen. It's
not
never
without
happened.
the information, the data.
They're not going to share the data.
You need to know what the lab has.
Exactly.
And if that stuff starts getting leaked, okay, I'm telling you, look what just happened to the reporter who said, I have an FBI source that they're looking at this person. Okay. Immediately, I said, well, the sheriff's going to do something, tit for tat. Okay. And it wasn't shortly thereafter that the sheriff comes out and says, well, I don't know where that came from. It didn't come from me. And by the way, the family's been cleared. Okay. So I don't know who said that from the FBI, but they're wrong. And then right after that, he says, well, nobody's been cleared. Okay. So it turned into word salad games. Okay. And this is what's going to happen. This is another move that is in my opinion, and I'm going to get the popcorn and we're going to have more and more of these lives, unfortunately. Okay. Where we're going to just watch the ping pong ball go back and forth, because they're going to have their own press conferences and they're going to say, hey, this is what's going on over here. Or if they think if the sheriff, to John's point, if they think they're getting information and not feeding it to the sheriff's department, they're going to walk up to these PIs and say, we understand you have information about our murder case. Yeah. We're going to give you either door number 1 or door number 2. And you have 15 minutes to decide which door you want to open, or we're coming back with search warrants and we're going to take everything out of your offices and out of your phones and out of your electronic devices. Because I'm Sheriff Nanos. Maybe you don't know that. That's how big this guy's ego is. Okay.
and he would actually have some legal standing to do so.
Absolutely.
Because if he can show a trail of information that they are withholding information regarding this homicide, and yes, he will do that. And Josh, you mentioned when Sheriff Nanos talked about his clearance rates and his detectives. Whenever a police administrator begins trotting out statistics,
Right.
I always imagine I can hear the voice of British Prime Minister Benjamin Disraeli saying, there are 3 kinds of lies in the world: lies, damnable lies, and statistics. You can make statistics say anything you want And we've had the inside look. It's like being in a sausage making factory as far as how police administrators can play with statistics.
And let me give you an example just in the D. Warner case that I was just involved in.
Ooh, I watched that.
PI.
Well, as a consultant.
Yeah, that PI was
not a
nuts.
private
No,
investigator.
no, I know.
So Billy Little and I were brought up to
Yeah.
Michigan.
Oh,
And we consulted with the family, with Greg Hardy and his
Uh-oh.
family. The guy, money is no issue. Okay.
you listening?
However, here's the difference. We had to sit down with the FBI. We sat down with the sheriff's department. We sat down with, at the time up there, the agencies. And we said, here's what we've developed. Here's a PowerPoint. Here's all the data that we have. Here you go. The first thing they wanted was our cellular devices.
And he didn't want to give it.
said,
And
"Turn
then
your
he asked
phones
for them
over.
to pretend
We're
that he
gonna
had
download
gave it.
them right now with a
Oh,
UFED."
you better tell the
And-
truth. This guy, I don't want to jump in, but if he doesn't tell the truth here, this private eye was in there with the uncle, and the uncle asked, the police asked if the uncle of this victim could leave his phone, or the older brother of this victim could leave his phone, and he said no, but can you tell people I did? To the lead detective on the case. His sister was his little sister was murdered by Dale Warner, the farmer, and she's the one that was kept in the tank. That tank was cut open and put in that I was talking about earlier. If I said it here,
Yeah.
And, the private eye sounds like he was with this guy, and the private eye worked for the older brother. His name was what was his name again? He mentioned it, and V will tell me in a second. The older brother, when they went in, the police asked the whole family to come in and to get questioned, but they surprised it on them to, hey, while we're talking with you in the room, can you guys all leave your phones here so we can get extractions from them? And the older brother said no, but can you pretend I said yes and did an extraction on my phone? And he wasn't a suspect, but he did that. So
Yeah,
sorry for
that's
jumping in.
interesting. Shady stuff they can do underneath in these cases.
Yeah, it's
Nobody
weird.
knows. I mean,
Like,
it's
why would
kind of
you
like
do
that Holly Dasso case that I cover. I always bring it up, Holly Dasso, and the sheriff didn't release how she was how she died.
Greg Hardy, yes. She won't tell me, but it's Greg Hardy, the older brother. But if you're trying to help and your sister's murdered, and then you go in there to kind of answer questions voluntarily, and you're helping the police, but then they say, oh, when you go in for your questioning, can we just make an extraction of your phone? And you say, no, because you're not a suspect. You're just trying to help, right? You say no, but can you put down that you did do the extraction and found nothing through my texts and all that? And he asked the lead detective to lie about it.
That's crazy.
It is wild. And he won't bring that up a bit.
We're going to keep the data. Now, Billy's an attorney, and he said, no, they're my clients. Okay, we're not giving you anything. Thank you very much. Okay, now, go ahead, Bill. Bob.
No, go ahead. When you're finished, Chris, I just
That's
want to
not what
jump in when
happened,
you're
I don't
done.
think.
Go
I
ahead.
don't know.
No. And so that's that situation. Now we step back. I step back, and I said, Billy, I said that cop is corrupt.
Mm.
And he goes, what do you mean? I said, I guarantee you,
Greco.
that guy
Greco?
is, and he knows
Greco.
what he's given in here.
Mm.
Lo and behold, it turned out that he was forced to come back to testify in the murder because him
He
and
left out
the
some stuff.
suspect were buddies.
He left out some
They lived
stuff.
in the same town, etc.
You know this story?
Oh yeah, he left out some stuff.
Detective Greco?
The lead detective.
He was later
Greco.
arrested
He was
in the
arrested.
case.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And
Yeah, he's
I
running
really
from the
called him up. He
prosecutor.
said, dude, he said, you're batting 1,000. I said, look, I could smell that a mile away. Okay. Could smell that a mile
Tell the
away.
whole story, buddy.
And
Wow.
so everything shifted at that point to Michigan State Police. MSP took over the investigation. We stepped back and said, thank you so much. Have a good day. Aloha. Next thing you know it, they find her in that hydrogen tank, the body.
You turned all your information over to the Michigan State Police?
They said, here you go, guys. Aloha. Okay. Now, here's what I think the difference could be. And I applaud Savannah for thinking outside of the box. But I think she still, at this juncture, has to trust the process with the FBI involved in it and the task force. Because my fear would be, and then I'll turn it over, Bob. My fear would be that his ego is too big, and they're going to step out and pull back into, wherever the bunker. And now the FBI is not even getting the information that they need to be effective. That's my fear.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, well, and I don't disagree with that, Chris. So I just talked to Maureen, and it is not her group that is been retained by Savannah. But let me just say a couple of things about hiring former FBI versus former police detectives. And this is not a hit piece on the FBI. There's some really good FBI agents, current and retired, that are outstanding homicide investigators. So it's not a hit on them at all. But we've discussed this before on the show, and it's my firm belief that the best homicide investigators in the country come from police departments and sheriff's offices, not from the FBI. And again, not a hit piece on the FBI. They have my admiration in a number of areas.
That means it's a hit piece.
death
You have to say that twice.
but they don't get the reps. They don't get the number of homicides. Generally speaking, now, I'm not talking about, in every situation, but generally speaking, they don't have the experience that Dan, Big City Dan, and homicide detectives from Southern California. My old department
FBI
in Denver
doesn't.
had some just some outstanding, well-seasoned homicide detectives. And look what Mark Furman did in retirement. And I know Mark Furman is seen as a racist in some circles. I think it was a hit piece done on him personally. That's just my opinion. But Mark Furman actually was an excellent homicide detective.
Yeah, he was.
He solved the Martha Moxley case.
Yep.
And his theories, plural, on a number of cases were spot on, whether he investigated them or not. So all I'm saying is, just because you've got that 3-letter alphabet behind your name doesn't make you the best investigative group in the country. Again, for my money, I'm hiring some retired, experienced big city homicide detectives. That's who I'm hiring.
Wow, he would hire the retired detective. Would you hire? What would you do?
I don't know. I'd talk to both of them, and I'd pick one not based on where they worked before, but how they appear to me. I don't know. I'd give everyone a chance. I wouldn't. He sounds like he's got a click, like he's got an allegiance to one side, and
Mark Furman. You followed Mark Furman. That's your
yeah. Well, he's the one from the OJ trial, right? That said all those things.
And the OJ trial, that was obviously national and Canadian.
Oh.
Did it go big in Canada?
Oh my God! Yeah, of course. We were all watching the White Bronco and Al Cowlings, and yeah, dude.
Do you remember where you were when you were watching that?
I do, and I remember where I was when those LA riots broke out too. I was like 18 or 19, and I was going to my girlfriend's, and I was I was buzzing to get into the apartment building. And I was looking behind me because I thought I was like a white guy out on the street. I thought I was going to get murdered or something. Excuse my language, if I can say that. But, you know, back at the time when those riots were going off, everyone was just up here and we were, you know, afraid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else on this video? I know he got the story wrong, you said?
Yeah, that's a whole other thing. I won't get going on that. But he did leave out a few things because I can tell the side that he's apparently obviously on. I mean, I gotta look at it both ways, but he just didn't tell everything that really happened. And he left out some questionable things of his associate's boss or friend. But
so he
okay,
worked on that case?
It sounded like it. I didn't know about it just till now. But he says he was friends with the private investigator who was all up in that case. And I knew about him. I didn't know this guy was associated with it though.
Huh.
But anyways, that's a whole nother story. That's
Yeah,
a whole other, he left out some important things, I think, that aren't very flattering to his friend's boss, I guess.
Send him an email.
Nope. I mean, it just makes me wonder why he wouldn't just, you know, even though it's like you can't leave this out, I don't think. But it's, I mean, however you look at it, if you're just kind of painting a rosy picture of someone and leaving out, telling the story, but not everything that happened and skipping a lot of the things, makes me question your judgment.
Well, he might not want to get into it because it's just, you know, like same with you, it's going into a whole nother.
It is, but he blew over something really important in my opinion.
Okay.
So it's okay though. It's okay. But these are great. This is a great show. I'm enjoying it.
Have you watched Interview Room do you watch this show?
Never, no, but I do recognize that guy now, the guy with the wife. Because I remember watching him somewhere and he got new teeth. And I was watching because he kept whistling when he was every word he would sound like he was whistling because he had new teeth or something.
Which guy? The guy in the
guy with the wife, the main guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy.
Because it was like a couple months ago he was on a show and he must have just got some new teeth work or dental work done. And every time he was talking, it sounded like he was whistling. He must have got it fixed.
Well, they have those really expensive mics, you know, those too.
Yeah, you picked up everything. Yeah, it's a really good mic. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are probably like
everything.
$300-400 mics.
True.
All right. So
really quick, Mark Furman, to your point, was reading a screenplay. That was
exactly.
That was
Bailey set him up.
Yeah, but
that's not what the media reported, Josh, as you know, right? And that's why you're bringing this up.
Yeah, because
there was a hit piece on him.
He was a very good detective.
Yes.
Is that true?
He was.
Yeah, and had there been two different prosecutors, Josh, the event would never have occurred. Had because neither Darden or the other prosecutor, they'd never prosecuted murders. And they've got a room at the LA DA's office full of guys that's all they do is prosecute murder cases.
That's right.
They selected this prosecutorial team, and they didn't select the skilled investigator because the skilled team the trial would have gone in a completely different direction.
Yeah, and the screenplay, it was titled Men Against Women, and it was about how women face, you know, sexism and things like that in the workplace. And he was a part of the screenplay reading, and he played in the screenplay a racist, sexist.
Who? Yep.
Never.
Mark Furman
who had said he planted evidence.
That's crazy.
It was just a screenplay. So
he was railroaded.
No question about it. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
he was railroaded.
But it sounds terrible when you play it out of context.
Right.
It does.
You know,
and Johnny Cochran and his team made hay out of it, and that was disgraceful what they did. Pardon me, John?
Judge Ito allowed it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what sorry, I know this isn't about that, but you know what he didn't allow? He didn't allow the diary of Nicole that documented all the abuse that she took from OJ either. But he allowed that. So Judge Eagle,
Yeah, what a disgrace.
I hate that. Can't stand that case.
All right.
Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a rant about that.
No, you're fine, brother. And if you have not subscribed to the lab, Josh's channel, it's down below on my channel. You just hit that button. It'll take you right there and hit.
Yeah, Chris, we're just a couple hundred away from 50,000 subscribers. So
excellent.
I would really appreciate
7,000 here tonight right now. So
Awesome.
if every one of you go over there and please subscribe to Josh's channel, that'd be fantastic. All right. So young lady, how did we do?
I think we hit what we wanted to hit. And I think we're going to be talking about Joe Cameron in the future as well.
Did we have a couple of red flags that you wanted to hammer real fast?
Well, I guess we should.
Go.
We should. Although I want people to, if they're just coming in or to follow along, how we.
Is this the Gutfeld show or what?
I've got a soundboard here now. Go ahead.
So now we're going back to concerns about what we were talking about before. Joe Cameron being the bureau chief for investigations, with his history that we already went through, it's very concerning that his judgment is what's the major concern, right? And there's a number of red flags. From an investigation perspective, what would be some obvious red flags, Chris? To have a guy like that overseeing the investigation.
Everything will flow upward from the defense, and it could be a problem.
What does that mean? Flow upward?
Well, from the lead guy sitting on the table or sitting on the chair in a courtroom, he's going to say, well, where'd you hear that? And you have to say whatever it is. You got to tell the truth. And if it came from upstairs, you got to say the captain told me. And then they're going to put that guy on.
Whose decision do you think it was not to take the front doormat?
Oh,
Are we ever going to know?
That is a great question.
Well, it comes down to, honestly, it comes down to Nanos. And I realize that he probably did not make the decision, but he wants to take the glory for anything good that happens. It's really his decision and his responsibility. Obviously, the supervisor, I don't know if that was a sergeant or lieutenant that made the call to release the scene prematurely, but whoever made that call, I really hold them responsible.
I still think that he thought this case was going to get solved in a week and that he was going to get reelected as this hero. And that's why he stood up there and went, look at me, everybody. We have a great face and that. And then it was dragging on. And then all the skeletons came out. And this is the worst thing that's ever happened to him in his career, honestly. I mean, it couldn't be a worse, bookend for his career. I mean, this will haunt him the rest of his life.
As it should. That we only have two.
No, there's others, but we're almost at the 3-hour mark, so we can continue.
We got a couple more minutes. 8 minutes. We got 8 minutes.
Okay. So with Joe Cameron's history of falsifying police records, how does that play out if and when the Guthrie case ever goes to trial? What would a defense attorney do with that?
Oh man, that's just
cool. Oh yeah, that'd be a question. Were you asked at any point to alter your reports, detective?
That's gold.
And you can say no, but then you'll say, are you aware that, a previous falsification by your boss? Oh yeah, this will be ugly.
Yeah,
Karen,
I'm not the one getting pilloried on the stand.
I said, when Chris comes on my show, he hits that button all the time. It's the best.
I told him if we're doing red flags, he's allowed to hit it.
He got restrictions. He's been hitting that thing ever since we've been covering the Summer Wells case.
I love it.
Remember.
This is my button.
My favorite. I remember when he got that thing.
Not as good as yours.
All right, I'll do one more.
All right.
We'll do last
One more.
one. Should we be concerned that Joe Cameron never worked a murder that we know of based on our information? That he is the one that people have to report to, and he's the one handing off information to Sheriff Nanos.
As for me, and I'll let everybody, chime in, but for me, as long as the people that are in there now, if they can go back and unwind anything that was spun up and they have some credibility behind them, then, you know, the higher ups, they can say and do whatever they want, and they've screwed it up and they're going to have to stand on their own. However, if the thing's on the ground, it's kind of like if the foundation, you know, is solid, which in this case, there are problems, you know, you're missing one wall with the crime scene being shut down. But as long as there's a house and it tilts a little bit this way, if the jury can see that there's a house, then we'll be okay. If the jury can't see that house and there's like no walls and there's leaky plumbing and everything like that, look at Becky Hill. Look what Becky Hill just did in the Alex Murdaugh case. It took one person to say or send a perception that, you know, watch this guy, and the appellate court goes, oh, that was coercive in nature to the jury. He deserves a new trial.
I don't know about that. There seems some shenanigans going on in that Murdaugh thing. It just seems like that's like a good old boys network. You can tell just by that town. For him to get that, that's ridiculous.
I didn't really watch it, but I do hear a lot of people saying that they should have mixed the financial with the criminal stuff, I guess. I didn't really follow it, so.
It's just, yeah, I mean, the dude did it. I watched that case pretty detailed.
I didn't. So you really think, yeah.
There's no doubt. I mean, there's no, it's like he did it. It's not some just random guy that just ran out of the woods on his property and just.
Yeah.
And
so what's the reason he's getting the appeal or whatever, or let off or whatever it is?
Some logistics thing with, you know, some small little handcuff, but if you can tell just by the lawyers, they look like, I mean, I guess not all lawyers, but these lawyers look like shysters. You know what I mean? And they all know each other. What I've learned in these justice systems, in the big cities, in the small cities, they all know each other. And Murdaugh has a lot of money, right? And it's kind of like a shakedown in a way, where we all know that he's not gonna get out of jail. But it was a big media circus, so there's gonna be lots of money to be made off of him going back to trial. To me, that's why it's not. And so now, even though we all know they're going to go through the same things, it's going to be guilty. But you don't know, you haven't really researched that case, huh?
Not at all. No. I didn't watch any of it or follow any of it, really.
Well, we're going to check in real quick with
435, 436.
DGL. He's back in California, and this is where
what's
he's
that?
at.
A dump truck? What is it? It's stuck in the mud or something?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's a big dump truck. It's a really long
so
one.
DGL is out scanner chasing.
Holy crap. That's like sunk in it went off. Wow, it's in there good. And it's full. It's got a full load too. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's going to be a long night trying to get that thing out.
Oh, yeah, they're going to need a crane. They're going to have to empty. Oh my God, that thing's got. It's full of dirt, right?
Yeah, there's something in it.
It's full, and that's just like a little. How do you get there? You drove. Oh my God. Or the road just looks like it collapsed. Maybe you got too close to the edge of it, and it was just like a temporary road that collapsed.
I mean, it looks kind of like a ditch of some sort.
Yeah, it almost looks like, or maybe they made a temporary road and that thing, he just got too close to the edge of it and kind of went off, and it kind of looks like it collapsed, like they've made it just a temporary thing to drive across to get the dirt out of there. Maybe it rained the night before too or something, who knows.
Well, sometimes on these construction sites, they'll build these little holding water ponds. So basically, the water trucks, when they come, they have a place to like just get the water right out from there.
It would be better when we see it during the daytime. It'll probably still be there. That thing, they'll probably wait till daylight to do this. This is a big job.
Yeah, I mean, there could be a pretty heavy truck that might be able to. But yeah, I don't
You ain't just
know.
gonna. I guess if they, I don't know. We'd have to see the surrounding area. But yeah, I guess they could just keep pulling it straight back if they can get the cement. I don't know what it's like behind this vehicle here. I don't know what it's really like there, but who knows? That thing's full.
Yeah, I'm sure they're wondering.
That's
'cause
not a that's a gigantic dump truck. That's not a regular one. That's extra long.
This is DGL. Dad's gone live in California. We're kind of just wrapping up the night and had some good talks with Shibby.
That's great.
Thank you
I
for
had fun.
coming in.
Thanks for
Let's
having me. I've been
see.
dual streaming this. My people loved it, so this has been wonderful.
They love. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Well, that's what it's about. You know, like I tell everybody, you know, there's the only competition I'm in is myself. You know what I mean? So we're all in this together. It's a community. You know, people bounce back and forth. They go see what this, they go over here, you know, and just try to keep that positive you know, energy going, hopefully.
And for me, if you guys like Ted, come subscribe, because Ted, when he's on the road, he'll do a lot of his shows during the day through me. Like I will, through my channel, he'll do it exclusively. So because
Nice.
sometimes it doesn't go well with his work to be doing some things on YouTube at the same time. So I'm doing the live streams and he's just going to call in through me, especially when he's on the go and driving around and stuff. It's a lot easier that way. So he may dual stream it to his channel if it's okay, but sometimes he doesn't. So come
Right
and
on, right
subscribe.
on.
Awesome.
Well, you have a good night. Everyone say bye to Shibby in the chat.
Later, everyone. It's a
And
pleasure.
I
I feel
will
very welcome.
chat with you again. Maybe we can plan to do this again soon.
I look forward to it. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, Shibby, have a good night.
Okay, bye.
Later on.
Later.
All right, everybody. DJL on the scene.